Chapter 31. Training with Tetsu. 3. Soul cultivation was clearly designed to be the first aspect that Dyne had to work on. Legend of Legaia was designed to aid Dyne in soul cultivation. So spirit should be an advanced form of soul cultivating technique. What I have should be the basics. You really know how to pique my interest, Strafe. Strafe was silent. A great surge of frustration rose as Strafe contained himself from shouting in lamentation. Basic? What they have is the basic. What you have in advance. You can freely move the soul energy out of your body. Most soul cultivators are only able to contain the energy within their bodies because they have no sense of how to move their souls out of their bodies. Strafe inwardly complained. It's a good thing I made this game very hard. Otherwise, this would have been a walk in the park for this freak. Strafe angrily grumbled. So offense and defense. How strong is the defense? I have a rough idea of how strong a spirited offense is. But how is the defense? Dyne knew that the Ariseru heroes could take a lot of punishment. From being stabbed by sword-wielding foes to being struck by large rock monsters, the Ariseru heroes could endure it all. I believe that we would need Bertugo to show it. Could you call him for a bit? Tetsu asked. Dyne nodded and went to the side where the hunters and Bertugo were roughhousing and asked Bertugo to go. Soon the hunters and Bertugo followed Dyne and went towards Tetsu. All right, now that I've shown Dyne some of the things he needs to know, now it's about time to continue with your training, hunters. Oh, you began training them? Yes. Before, only Vaughn could grasp the things that I was teaching him. Byron monks usually used various herbs and items to make us grasp the sensation. Items like elixirs and even the fury boosts would help them understand how to use spirit. Dyne was stunned. Right? Fury boost. I heard about this. And those elixirs. Power elixirs, speed elixirs, shield elixirs, and wonder elixirs. Dyne exclaimed. Wonder elixirs? I have no idea about that. But by the sound of it, it sounds like that is an amazing item. It grants the same effect of power, speed, and shield elixirs at the same time. Dyne explained. He knew that these were some of the items that could not easily be purchased anywhere. Including fury boosts, the only means to get these items was through item drops, stealing, and accumulating points from fishing or through the minigames in Vidna and the Muscle Dome. That sounds amazing. You see, these items are rare and hard to find before the mist as only a few people know how to concoct the items. But now, we don't even have a single one here. Are these items useful? Very useful. You see, through these items we can learn how to manipulate spirit. Power elixirs give people a boost in strength and allow them to wield spirit in their attacks for a day. The same is with speed and shield. So through this, a person can actually emulate what it is like to use spirit. Dyne's expression changed. So, in theory, if we had these items, it would be easier to train. Master Dyne, you don't need these items. Tetsu gave Dyne a strange look. Like Vaughn, you have already sensed how spirit works. In fact, you are even more blessed than Dyne, me, and even most Byron monks combined, Tetsu explained. Not one of Byron monks existing could do Byron palm technique. For the hunters. If the hunters experienced more of this, they would grasp how to use spirit, right? Yes. The effects of the Genesis tree gave us all a taste of powerful empowerment. I would say it was equal to half of a vial of fury boosts and that wonder elixir you mentioned. It was that helpful? Yes. Now, I made the hunters constantly fight and train to try to get them to remember that sensation. They could not move something they cannot sense or have experienced. But with that experience, you just gave them a chance to train in spirit. Vaughn is a genius as well. He had taken none of those items and yet learned of how to achieve spirit. I took in a small portion of fury boosts and learned how to use spirit through that, Tetsu explained. Master Tetsu. We are so slow. We haven't managed to do the same thing again. That's what we're trying to figure out last night. We hope that the mist's exposure and the Genesis tree's cleansing will help you understand it. I have learned much from last night's session, Tetsu explained. For you, you won't have to go outside. Only Vaughn should be strong enough to go outside. The rest of you will use the method of inhaling the mist that we have stored in the jars that the slime is carrying, Tetsu explained. All right. For now, I will demonstrate how strong defense is. Before, we didn't have the means, but now, Gambu will serve as a good example. Dyne, tell Gambu to attack me with his blade. Dyne nodded and related the instructions to Bertugo. Gambu nodded and rushed off to stab Tetsu. Tetsu blocked using his forearms and didn't even use the strange repelling force. He met it head-on. A stabbing sound could be heard, but to Dyne's surprise, the blade didn't penetrate as he thought. But it was as if Bertugo's blade struck an iron bar and only left a little wound on Tetsu's arms. The wound was shallow, and Tetsu revealed it to Dyne. Hunters, Dyne, I'm sure you are well aware of just how strong this Gambu is. Yet through the hardening of spirit, the attack didn't break through, Tetsu explained. Dyne nodded and observed the changes. All right, Master Dyne, for now you should familiarize yourself on how to do the basic spirits form. Both active and passive, both for defense and offense. Tetsu smiled. Dyne nodded, and so the training session began. Dyne continued to experiment on the different ways he can use spirit. He kept changing his positions from the beach and slowly moved closer and closer to the Genesis tree. Vaughn and the rest continued to do their physical training. For now, the hunters kept training with Bertugo while the rest would also meditate. Some of them even started to copy Dyne's style and tried meditating further and further from the Genesis tree. Many of the townsfolk had changed. Several chairs had been placed around the garden of the Genesis tree. People spent most of their days there, especially the older folks. When the afternoon came, Vaughn would rest near the Genesis tree in preparation for the upcoming training at night. Dyne once more approached the Jamard and redid the painful process of taking in the soul of a Jamard. The pain was as harsh as before, but this time Dyne was ready. He created a soul shield as he spun his arms around as if trying to wrap something on an invisible ball. He was once more tied to the Genesis tree to suffer the pain. Vaughn kept him company the entire time, but Dyne kept quiet and struggled and fought with his soul's damage. Dyne stayed overnight tied to the tree while Tetsu set out with Bertugo to meditate outside Rim Elm. Val would join Vaughn and meditate under the Genesis tree while they would take deep breaths from the jar kept inside the slime as they had planned. Some of the hunters tried several breaths to get them exposed to the mist. Their expressions would pale, and many would fall into a strange depression. When outside, the hunters did their best to avoid the mist, and if it was around, they did their best not to breathe it in. But this time, they would take a mouthful of mist and swallow it, making them experience the mist's fullness. Most of the hunters gained a new respect for Vaughn and Val, who showed little reactions to the mist. Ixis also urged his dad to do the same thing Vaughn did, claiming that he might have a talent in that area but then succumbed to the great panic and fear and started to cry in fear after several breaths. Dyne was so pissed that he rained down many curses towards Ixis, and Vaughn had to cover Dyne's mouth as he irritably shouted a barrage of insults. The hunters had to move Ixis towards the beach, where he kept on crying and crying now due to the harsh words that Dyne had stated. Vaughn was surprised as Dyne kept saying, "She would never like you," to Ixis. The following day would have the same routine. Dyne would be untied from the Genesis tree and practice with Tetsu and Vaughn in the morning. Tetsu began giving Dyne and Vaughn the full measure of physical training. Vaughn was struggling but could outdo Dyne if he started to harness the spirit. Dyne, however, would win if it's only purely physical training. As such, the training that the two had was the same. However, for Vaughn, it was primarily to make him sustain the spirit energy longer and, at the same time, strengthen his physical endurance and strength. Dyne's effect was that it allowed him to understand more about spirit and how to unlock it. Dyne would alternate his soul training at night by either absorbing another portion of the soul from the Jamard or spending the night outside Rim Elm with Tetsu. 3 nights later, Vaughn accompanied the two outside and meditated on the thick mist. Soon, a week passed, and the time for the hunters to set out again approached. Chapter 32. Preparations for the hunt. In the week that passed, the village of Rim Elm had greatly changed. The first thing that occurred in that week was that Val was able to show signs of spirit. This caused tremendous joy for Vaughn and Nene. Vaughn's new direction on his training proved effective. He could not fully control and create a single punch. In the hundreds of punches that he made within that week, only about 5% of his total punches failed to contain spirit. Vaughn's proficiency and because of Dyne's urging allowed him to be the youngest hunter to be allowed to join the hunt. The hunters also improved in many ways. Some of the hunters were getting stronger and stronger in their resistance to the mist. Juno was the next to have shown resilience in resisting the effects of the mist. He was able to take in a large amount of mist and could sustain several breaths of mist. The hunters never actively inhaled the mist and would do their best to not breathe when it would be around. But this time they were taking a full breath of it. As for the other hunters, they were constantly training on how to resist the mist. Ipkiss was the next among the hunters to show resistance. He was able to handle several deep breaths. A startling change happened in the village of Rim Elm. The whole village has seen a strange form of kindness that now appeared. It was then that they realized that they were still heavily affected by the mist. But now, almost everybody would spend their days near the Genesis tree. Hunters would take time to meditate under it. The elderly and the children spent most of their time there. And with the strengthened Genesis tree, Rim Elm transformed to have a kinder and gentler environment. Even Ixis had appeared to be more well-behaved, but would always avoid the Genesis tree on the nights that Dyne would be tied there. On the last night of that week, a meeting was held near the Genesis tree. This had become a place where almost every discussion was made. Realizing how the mist had affected them, important matters and meetings were now made under the tree. Some of the shy youths were even spotted making confessions under the Genesis tree. "What? You want to move alone? Right?" Dyne nodded. "It would be best if me, Bertugo, and the slime will journey together," Dyne explained. "But that's too dangerous." Ipkiss was stunned. Throughout the week, Ipkiss no longer showed a state of hostility towards Dyne. After seeing how Dyne trained, his reactions turned softer. Dyne noticed it and began to treat Ipkiss differently. He believed that the change in his personality could also be attributed to the environment around them. "What are your plans?" Val didn't react and listened first. "All right, the truth is, I think I can move faster with just the three of us." Dyne revealed 2 items. "My father gave these to me, and these two have a strange ability." Dyne had long pondered where these accessories derived their powers from. "Oh, you have these monster-crafted artifacts." Elder Mura's eyes brightened. "Monster artifacts?" Dyne was secretly surprised by these terms. It seems young Master Dyne is unaware of the origins of these items. Elder was surprised. "I never asked my dad. I thought that these were from Seru's." "No. You must have known that the Seru's body part would scatter or disappear if removed from their body." Dyne pretended to know as he quickly deduced the answers himself. "Right? Seru's is soul monsters, and so, if their body parts are removed, it would scatter. Only by recovering their souls will their bodies recover." "Correct. As for these items, we craft them from the monsters that we kill. Our village only can create a few weapons from the gobu-gobu that we kill. We use the hide in the shields that they have to create armors like the hunter clothes that we have. The blades of the gobu-gobu are then used to make our knives and other weapons. But of course, most of our weapons come from the lifeblood of these monsters, which can be refined into weapons." Dyne was surprised. He had always wondered what weapons or steels they used that could attack and harm the Serus. It turned out it was from the body parts of monsters. The more Dyne thought about it, the more it made sense. Back before the mist came, the Drake Kingdom would often hunt and attack the monster dens near here. They could even dare to attack those monsters who are much like Bertugo, those who have evolved and have unique abilities. Those two ought to be powerful monster-crafted artifacts refined from powerful monsters. But I can't tell what monsters were used to create these things. Elder Mura laughed. "It's fine. This is the Golden Compass. And this is the Chicken King." Dyne showed the items. As you know, these items have the ability to spread their power to 3 individuals. The Golden Compass allows me to approach an enemy without being detected, while the Chicken King has the ability to allow me to run away from an enemy. Quite an interesting pair of accessories. Val was amazed at the items. While players would laugh at the rather useless items and would only consider these things as quality of life, accessories that help them move around in the game, for Dyne, who would be living in it, knew that these items would be extremely helpful. Seeing at the startled expressions of the hunters, Dyne knew that he was right. One is to help me ambush an enemy, while the other ensures that I can escape from my enemies. I think it's sort of some spirit-related equipment. As for the Chicken King, I'd need to really want to escape for it to work. But then again, if I encounter a being with a greater soul, I would probably be unable to run away from them. Dyne explained. I see. So it would be better if you hunted alone since these items can help you fight and kill. Yes, I want to explore the mountains north and look for the different Gobu tribes. We don't know if the mist has robbed the sanity of these monsters. Maybe some monsters are susceptible to the control of the mist. At least that's what I'm guessing. Dyne sighed. Juno nodded. That's true. We've seen one particular tribe of aggressive Gobu. The ones that often attack Rim Elm. Okay. My purpose in this trip is to make the green slime absorb more enemies so that it could divide more. I also plan on having Bertugo tame more slimes. I believe if we maximize the green slime and create many more of this, it would make it easier for the village. Alright, we will handle the hunts of wild animals, while you will scout the area. Great, now I'll have Slimy here divide. I'll bring one part of him, and I'll command the other part to go with you. That way, Uncle Val can sit on it and be carried. Dyne smiled. Everyone was surprised. Even Val was stunned by Dyne's suggestion. The slime? Yes, it's strong enough to carry 2 Gobu. I'm sure Uncle Val won't be an issue. With him in your party, you should be able to sense the movements of the mist easier. Do we have any chairs? We can make Uncle Val sit on the chair and have the slime carry him. Dyne smiled. Slimy, divide. Dyne called to the slime, who immediately went to the process of division. At Dyne's direction, the hunters immediately brought a chair to which they placed Val on. Juno was so excited. Go, Uncle Val. Try to see if you can sit. Slimy number 2. Be sure to hold Uncle Val properly. The slime moved under Val and started to bed in between Uncle Val. Soon he managed to carry Val and the chair. Everyone was amazed. Amazing! Elder Mura praised. Alright, movement test. Slimy, move out. Following the order, the slime moved out of the Genesis tree and raced upwards, braving the descending landscape, which led to the Genesis tree garden. The movement of the slime shocked everyone. Though they knew these creatures could run with a speed that was just a little slower than a running human, they knew it was still fast. What they didn't know was that this slime was at a higher level compared to the slimes they would see outside. It's that fast. Juno was excited. Even Ipkiss was delighted. The slime returned, and it immediately detached from Val. Val was laughing. I guess I need something to tie me up. The slime was moving too fast. He was partially scared but very excited. With a movement speed like that, he knew he wouldn't be a burden. Dyne laughed and thought about it. I guess we should make seatbelts for Uncle Val. Seatbelts? What are those? Dyne laughed and began to explain it, and after a few words of explanation, some of the hunters immediately urged Val to sit once more as they experimented on the designs of the seatbelts. The people were laughing and having a good time as they tried various means to make Val move. Dyne was in deep thought, but he could see a strange fluctuation in their souls in his eyes. It's increasing faith? Dyne was surprised. Joy and laughter. I guess receiving good times is a way to increase the village's faith. I should consider how to make this village happier to awaken Meta. If their faith increases, then Meta's awakening will be quicker. Dyne could sense a fluctuation on from the tree as the Areseru egg greedily absorbed the growing faith energy. Elder Mura turned to Dyne. Are you sure that the 2 of you would be all right? Don't worry. I have Gambu with me. Don't forget. He has been in the mist for a decade. No one can stop us now. All right, but be sure to get back after. Don't spend too long outside, Elder Mura warned. Dyne nodded and smiled. What his smile meant no one knew. Chapter 33. Dyne's Mission. The night passed and early morning came. As the hunters were preparing to leave early morning, many of them would say their goodbyes to their family members. But now, the once fearful and heart-wrenching moment for the kids was not as bad as it once were. The hunters now had Val. With the slime that carried him, they could move faster and could once more relieve the days of a zero-death toll. Everyone respected Val, but no one knew just how it was that he could navigate through the mist. Apart from that, some of the hunters have shown progress in resisting the effects of the mist. The once maddening and fearful developments have lessened, and because of the Genesis tree, everyone was more calm and composed. Vaughn was excited about the hunt. Because of his resistance and his ability to perform a spirit attack, it gave him the right to stand among the hunters. Father and son bade farewell to Nene, the young girl who promised to cook them a delicious meal. Dyne smiled as he watched over the scene. He even glanced at Ixis and Ipkiss, who was saying their farewell. Ixis's mother was also there. Dyne recalled that this unnamed character in the game was a grumble who always complained about everything. Looking at her expression, Dyne could see her affronted expression. Dyne shook his head. So it wasn't the mist that was making her that sad. Dyne could only sigh. What are your plans? Tetsu finally asked. Dyne glanced at Tetsu with a curious look. I may not have had time to spend with you, but I know you're cunning. You were able to figure out a lot and make many eccentric but beautiful plans to help this village. I'm sure that this won't be any different, Tetsu sighed. Master Tetsu, when the hunters return tomorrow, tell them that I might not be home in 2 or 3 weeks. I plan to head to Drake Castle. Dyne revealed his scary plan. If it were anyone else, they would have stopped Dyne. But Tetsu remained quiet and had an intrigued expression. What exactly do you plan? You must know that the Gobu Gobu and the Gambu has a way to steal items. Yes, they are quite the thief. I know that this ability is very difficult to block. It uses an ability that can draw out certain items that a person may be carrying. Dyne simply smiled. I want to go to Drake Castle because I will have Bertugo steal an item that can increase the hunter's speed in learning spirit attacks. Dyne declared. Tetsu's eyes widened. You mean power elixirs? Yes, I'm sure it's there. Dyne smiled. Back when Dyne was replaying Legend of Legaia on the obsolete mobile phones that he managed to acquire, he wanted to improve his replay by adding cheats that weren't exactly cheating. One of which was granting his characters access to the item Evil God Icon. In the game, Evil God Icon would allow characters to have a probability of stealing items from the monsters they defeat. This would be different from the items that the players could get through drops. And because of this, Dyne knew the potential items that he could steal. Even the boss Carabin had the possibility of dropping a Wonder Elixir. But it was impossible for normal players to acquire the Evil God Icon that earlier in the game. Truth be told, if Dyne wasn't limited by the cheapskate console that is Strafe, this would have been one of the items that Dyne wanted to acquire. But no, he was thankful that he didn't ask for it as he has a tamed monster who could do that same thing. And Dyne knew that one monster in Drake Castle holds a power elixir that Dyne could steal. Tetsu was silent. How are you in your spirit defense and offense? Now I understand why you didn't put so much effort into that. You pursued your resistance because you wanted to go to Drake Castle, Tetsu asked. It's not that I didn't focus on it. But I think I've gotten enough. I can make 3 consecutive spirit attacks, and I can cover my body with spirit defense for about 3 seconds. But if it's just certain places, then I can hold it for about 20 seconds. Certain places? Tetsu was curious. Yeah, here, punch my arm. Dyne extended his palm. Tetsu didn't hesitate and sent a punch to Dyne. Bang! Upon contact, Tetsu's spurt offense and the spurt defense that Dyne released to fight back created an explosive sound like a gunshot. Tetsu's did not withdraw his fist and continued to press as he channeled the spirit energy to push towards Dyne continually. Dyne smiled and held it as he maintained the spirit defense. After 16 seconds, Tetsu finally gave way. Tetsu was quietly gasping for breath, but he was shocked. Dyne's ability to maintain spirit defense was far longer than he could. He could only activate it for every 16 seconds max. Master Tetsu, why did you cover your entire body with spirit? If you placed the spirit on your fist alone, you could have gone for 2 minutes or maybe more, Dyne asked. It was then that Tetsu finally understood what Dyne meant by certain places. Tetsu and Vaughn could use spirit, but because of their limited understanding and perception of the spirit, they would gather their spirit and create an explosive burst when attacking and a constant blaze when defending. This style, however, would continuously cause the spirit energy to burn out. But in Dyne's case, he simply wielded it. While Tetsu was amazed and fell into enlightenment, Strafe was eating his figurative shoe. He wanted someone to share in his agony and jealousy towards Dyne. Damn, this monster, he cursed out. If Tetsu knew the advanced level of soul cultivation that Dyne has achieved, he would have hailed Dyne as the reincarnation of Lord Byron. Dyne had just broken any common sense in terms of soul cultivation. Soul awareness and soul gathering was a harsh stage to cross. Soul awareness was the process of being able to sense one's own soul. That act itself breached the 3 dimensions. It was like being able to sense that there was water enveloping a person all along. The problem was that sensing the water was not achieved through the skin, as it isn't felt in any of the 3-dimensional senses. The moment one learns of how to move the soul to do basic movements like spinning, slashing, or pressing, it would be considered that the person has reached an advanced level of soul awareness. Strafe intentionally set the stones and foundations for Legaia to teach Dyne how to get to soul awareness. With the Ariseru and Byron teaching, Strafe believed that Dyne would have made it to soul awareness in 5 years. Throughout the week, Dyne had only kept practicing and meditating to move his soul and create a hardening, which the monks know as spirit. But the problem was that the hardening process was a forced method that Strafe revealed to Legaia through the use of items such as Fury Boost, Power Elixirs, and others. This was also one way to expose Dyne and get him to reach the peak of soul awareness. Strafe's own experiences to reach the peak of soul awareness was also through the exposure of such items. But Dyne could soften and harden his spirit and even create a hardened movement already. And with his ability, he has officially entered the realms of soul gathering. When Dyne had shown it to Tetsu, Strafe was so shocked because this was also the first time Dyne revealed it. Throughout the week, Dyne was meditating on moving his soul around his body in strange motions, clockwise, counterclockwise, crisscross, and so on. When he created a hardening as his soul moved to his hand and caused it to stay there, Strafe was so surprised that he kept muttering, "My uncle is a fish." Being ignorant of it all, Tetsu was in deep thought and was thinking how to move and compress his spirit. "Master Tetsu, I will tell you now that Lord Byron has given me a mission. I saw Rem, and I think I saw Teague." Dyne's voice softened. Tetsu was calm as he heard this. "I have expected that. The miracles you brought are too amazing. It is as if Teague sent you here. I can't explain it now, but that is the truth. For now, please keep this a secret. What I can tell you that I have to walk along the lines of life and death if I want to save this beautiful village." Dyne explained as he gazed towards the wall as the hunters slowly signaled and called it Dyne. "And so my mission begins. I will set out and try to get more power elixirs. Hopefully, this will help the village for the coming calamities," Dyne said as he walked towards the exit. Tetsu gazed at Dyne's back and resolved to achieve a greater level in his cultivation. As Dyne left, he could not help but smile. The changes in the soul were clear to Dyne. Tetsu now had hope for the future. He now had a pathway and direction in his training. The changes in the soul were getting clearer and clearer. "My current mission, make more soul cultivators." Dyne almost gave an evil laugh as he saw his seeds bearing fruits. Strafe was shocked and understood Dyne's intentions. "This man really is the best of Earth," Strafe concluded. Chapter 34, Arts, Items, and the Evil Fly. The march towards the hunting grounds was smooth. North of Rim Elm was a small forest that was near the river. There, most of the wild animals and wild game stayed. When the wind is right, the area around that location will open up. This was due to the large river that flowed from the ocean and towards Drake Castle. In the game, the hunters even set up a small campsite called the Hunter's Springs. This was the area where the hunters would stay when hunting for wild game. Halfway through the journey, Val's perception had now shown its use. He could roughly tell the movement of the mist half a kilometer from where they were. There were several gobu that noticed the group of hunters and fled from them. It was there that Dyne saw for the first time an evil fly. It looked like an overgrown butterfly that had a wingspan that was wider than an average human. But the fly simply retreated as it noticed the hunter's approach. "Bertugo, get ready to steal," Dyne ordered. Throughout the week, Bertugo had learned more human words, and while he couldn't speak yet, he could understand important words. Words such as steal. Dyne used the golden compass and marked Bertugo. The two rushed forward to ambush the evil fly when it was moving. Bertugo's sprint was extremely fast. He moved faster than Dyne, and as he approached, he then activated a powerful spell that players of Legend of Legaia could only have late game. In fact, the spell that the players would acquire was a downgraded version of this spell. Evil God Icon was an accessory that allowed players to steal items upon killing or defeating an enemy. But the Gobu and its stronger evolutions had that ability. Steal. It was a simple ability, but in the Seru and monster-infested world of Legaia, it was an amazing ability. monsters and serus had the ability to create items and other crafted equipment. After talking with the Elder and Hunters, Dyne understood the item's drop rules and how it was converted into this reality. Each monster would have a chance of leaving an item drop based on items that they might have found, picked up, or created as they continued to grow. Stealing was different. The ability to steal, which humans had managed to craft the evil god icon from, was a power that aimed to take either an equipped item or a carried treasure from a monster. Knowing the game and what items he could steal from monsters, Dyne believed that it was possible that the evil god's ability to steal can draw out a magical power within certain enemies. The evil fly was the perfect enemy to test the steal ability. Its drops were similar to the items that could be stolen from it. It was the item known as the antidote. It could cure people from poison, which the evil fly could inflict on an enemy. But of course, in this world, there were many kinds of poison. The steal happened. It was mysterious as Bertugo somehow created a strange vacuum-like attack that forced out the evil fly item. It looked like a small clumped-up ball of blood that somehow floated before the evil fly. The item floated for a bit, and there was a resistance between Bertugo and the evil fly as if the two were doing some sort of invisible tug-of-war. Bertugo won and immediately retreated with the item on hand. The evil fly was enraged as it chased after Bertugo, but Dyne was already jumping in midair. The spirit energy hardened all over his body, and he released the punch at the very center of the flying insect and sent it retreating back. Dyne cursed as he landed. It seems I can't move my soul energy while running. It was too confusing. Dyne cursed out. While he could gather and compress the soul energy and create spirit on certain parts of his body, he couldn't do it when his body was moving. It was as if his soul remained stationary, and the conflicting movements led to the explosive one-spirit-filled strike. The evil fly was angry, and it shot towards Dyne. Suddenly, the hunters arrived just in time. 3 hunters jumped out and used small knives to stab at the evil fly. More hunters arrived and ganged up on the fly and killed it. Dyne was surprised at the sudden movements of the hunters. "Whoa, I didn't know you guys could do that." Dyne laughed at the scene. It was in our fight with Bertugo. We couldn't beat him one-on-one, and then we soon decided to attack him all at once. We achieved our first victory over Bertugo. The hunter laughed. Dyne had a weird expression and glanced at Bertugo, but Bertugo had a happy expression. It was difficult to tell because of Bertugo's goblin face, but his soul seemed really happy. It's not just that. Having to face a gombo for the past week had a lot of effects on the hunters, Val explained. Dyne turned to the approaching Val, who was seated gloriously on the slime. "Professor V," Dyne unconsciously called out. "Professor? Never mind. Your form just reminded me of another strong soul cultivator who was bald and used a wheelchair." Dyne laughed. "Now, what was it that you were saying was the result of the battle?" "One of the main issues that our hunters have is that we would panic when we see monsters and serus. But after fighting with Bertugo, the pressure, his monstrosity, and powers made the hunters more confident. As such, monsters like that evil fly doesn't seem so scary anymore." Val is right. A week ago, whenever we would see monsters like this, we would immediately run away. I guess the mist made us subconsciously afraid of monsters. But with the Genesis tree and our constant training with Big Brother Bertugo, we got our courage back. "Who would think that this evil fly would be so weak?" One of the hunters who attacked laughed. "Ray is right. That's exactly what we feel," the other hunter exclaimed. "Curses, I was too slow. Master Dyne just ran off, and Esto and Ray got ahead of me." Ipkiss laughed. It was then that Dyne had a strange expression. In the game, Ipkiss was an unnamed character with who the player could talk to learn of his backstory. He is a hunter who almost died in one of the hunts and injured his legs so that he could no longer move. On the night that Rim Elm was attacked, talking to the unnamed character reveals that he lamented 2 hunters' death, Ray and Esto. Dyne's memory of the game was more precise, thanks to Strafe's ability. And so, when these 2 were mentioned, it made Dyne realize that these were the 2 who were to die shortly before the game started. "Hey Strafe, are these 2 destined to die?" Dyne called out mentally. "Yes. Can I save them?" "If you become strong enough. The whispers of fate about them are very weak. While the dangers of their deaths are still present, if you save them until Rim Elm gets attacked, then they are saved." Strafe laughed. Good, Dyne smiled. He then walked towards Bertugo, who handed him an item. Oh, an antidote, Val admired. Such a rare find. It can cure a variety of diseases from infections, wounds to poisons, Val explained. Dyne gave an amazing nod as he looked at the item. It's quite rare for that item to appear. Ipkiss gazed in envy. Dyne secretly realized just how amazing these apparently common items are. Amazing. Was that a skill bestowed by the evil god? Juno asked in amazement. Juno's words finally stunned Dyne. With that simple statement, Dyne realized that there was just so much more in this world. Dyne only guessed that the item evil god icon must have been derived from the abilities of the Gobu Gobu and the other monsters. Evil god icon gives the stealing ability upon killing an enemy. This means that Bertugo and the other monsters with the steal ability are followers of the evil god. Maybe I should ask Bertugo who this evil god is. If anything, the gods of this world should be just like Byron, cultivators who became gods. Dyne pondered. That was quite a blow, Master Dyne. You reached the level I was at. Vaughn moved and praised Dyne. Oh, don't sell yourself short, Vaughn. I had the advantage of getting blessed by Byron. It isn't much. Did you receive art points? Vaughn asked. Art points? Right. There was that. Dyne remembered. He immediately turned his attention to the spirit energy in his body. There was a spirit energy remaining on his fist. I see. This is the art points. Dyne remembered that attacking, getting hit by the enemy in the game, and blocking enemy attacks allows the characters to gain AP or art points. These were used so that they can perform stronger attacks known as arts. I guess I should ask Tetsu to teach me how to use arts when I get back. Dyne laughed. It may take a while for me, though. I just learned how to make 2 spirit attacks. Tetsu said that I would need to have been capable of making at least 3 spirit attacks to perform the arts. Vaughn sighed. That might not be the case. Dyne smiled mysteriously. I think we will be classmates in Tetsu's art training. Dyne laughed. Chapter 35. Slime Isekai Tropes. With the strong winds from the beach, most of the mist was blown back, and this allowed the hunters to move quickly. Dyne had actually helped in carrying several large jars, which he knew would be used to fill water. Since Rim Elm was surrounded by sea, it was hard to get fresh water. Although Dyne noticed that Rim Elm had long developed a primitive means of distilling water, it was slow. The spring water that the hunters get from the hunter springs was much more amazing and tastes great. It was said that the fresh spring water at the hunter springs was connected with an underground river that sprang directly from Drake Castle, and thus a diluted Drake water was there. The journey with jars was so frustrating for Dyne that he gave a crazy suggestion. Why not make the slime carry it? Slimy. Could you divide into more slimes? Dyne asked. The group stopped, and Val dismounted his glorious slime tank. Slimy divided into 2. Up to how many can you divide into? Dyne asked. Soon, 4 equally large slimes appeared. The color of the slime was light, as if it looked like the same green slimes in the wild. All right, let's put the jars in these 3 slimes. Dyne laughed. And so, the largest jars that were being rotated ended up on the 3 slimes. Val continued to sit on the slime which carried the chair. The speed was somewhat slower, but now that the slime was carrying the large jars, the group's traveling speed was actually faster. What? You can't divide into more slimes even if you feed on monsters? Dyne was shocked as it somehow understood the soul messages from the slime. Dyne was disheartened. He thought that he could bring an army of slimes. It was then that the slime told Dyne to tame more slimes instead. Dyne recalled the truth of this matter. That's right, Bertugo. Dyne immediately called out to Bertugo. After talking with Bertugo, Dyne was happy. Bertugo said that he could tame 3 more green slimes, but then explained if it were the same with slime that they have now, it would only be 1 slime. Oh, so Slimy here is worth 3 slimes? Amazing! Dyne laughed. Wait, can your clones devour more enemies and get stronger? Dyne asked. The slime nodded using his head-like form. Dyne immediately went and told the hunters. Hearing about the slime's ability, the hunters began to hunt for other enemies, which included evil flies and slime. Some lone Gobu Gobu were spotted, but they immediately retreated at the sight of Bertugo. When they encountered slimes, Dyne would bring 2 of the slime and mark them with his golden compass. Together, they would charge out and after the initial attack by Dyne that was full of spirit energy, the two slimes would immediately jump and attack the monsters. As the two slimes were originally one, Dyne discovered that the two could create a net-like attack where the two would press themselves over the monster and activate the acidic properties. The monsters would be devoured. Soon, all four slimes had the same color as the original slime. Dyne tested to have them merge into one to create the oak slime, a slime monster on the game's second map. But sadly, the four slimes would always fail in their merger and divide once again as if something was stopping them from merging. "What are you trying to do?" Val asked Dyne. "I saw a strange brown-colored slime on my way here from the Succubus Islands. I thought that if slimy merged, they would become that monster. But something is missing." Dyne wondered. "Oh, that's easy. It's the monsters. If a slime can devour more powerful monsters, they would evolve. That is what we think. The green slimes are among the weakest of creatures, and they can only survive in a zone where there are very few predators around. The evil fly was originally a very peaceful creature but would now attack because of the mist. As such, the place around Rim Elm with the river allowed the green slime to survive without attacking anyone," Val explained. "What we did notice is that green slimes are scavengers. They tend to attack the remains of the monsters that are left behind." "I get it. So you believe that in Succubus Islands, the monsters there allow these green slimes to evolve as they continuously eat monsters?" Dyne asked. "Correct. But of course, the reason for their power is unknown to us. Perhaps if the green slime eats a gambu, which has received more blessings from the evil god." Dyne was in deep thought. There were no gambu or high gambu on the areas which had the oak slimes. Could it be a different monster? Dyne pondered. "That's it. The war god," Dyne suddenly exclaimed. He recalled another item in Legend of Legaia, which had the word god. The evil god icon gave them the ability to steal, but the war god icon was one of the most powerful accessories in the game. "The war god?" Val asked. "What are the monsters that are blessed with the war god?" Dyne asked. Val shook his head. "We are unfamiliar with the war god. We are followers of Ferdi, the god of sea, as well as Remington. We do not know if some monsters worship the other gods." Val sighed. "It's all right. I think I have a few guesses as to who would have the blessing of the war god." Dyne laughed. "It must those ogres I saw on the way here." Dyne laughed. "Ogres?" "Yeah. They had the power to charge energy. We had a few on the muscle dome, but it was too strong, so I never tried fighting it. It's a monster native only to Succubus Islands. I guess the oak slimes must have been green slimes that ate these ogres. Anyway, let's get moving. With these slimy made stronger, we should be able to reach Hunter Springs faster." Dyne laughed, and so the group continued to move. Their speed was faster. The hunters were actually happy. The four slimes acted as if they never got tired. It continued to move and carry the large jars, making the life of the hunters very easy. Most of the talk on the trip was asking and inquiring Dyne how they could tame more slimes. "Don't slimes give birth to slimes? What if the newborn slime would follow us?" Juno asked. He was embarrassed as the hunters were pressing and insisting on finding a way to tame more slimes. "Give birth? Isn't dividing giving birth?" Dyne asked. "It seems Master Dyne isn't familiar with slimes." Icus laughed. "That's an adult slime. It used its divide skill. But I've seen baby slimes. They look like a slimy ball with the same yellow cores. Because of that, we knew that slimes could divide themselves, but they also give birth to younger slimes," Icus explained. "I see. I thought the divide ability was them giving birth. No wonder Slimy can only do 3 divides max. Then it's settled. Once Slimy is ready to give birth, we will nurture and tame them." "Why haven't you guys tried taming wolves?" Dyne asked. The hunters gave Dyne a strange look. "Tame wolves? Yeah. You don't know you can tame them?" "Wolves generally stay within the mountainous region up north, so there are no wolves in this area. You can tame wolves?" Juno asked curiously. "I'm not sure. I just thought, never mind. It might have been just an expression or a rumor back in Seoul." Dyne smiled and brushed it off. Considering the very primitive state, Dyne had guessed that the hunters would have had the ability to tame wolves. After changing the topic back to slimes' domestication, the hunters continued, and many even fantasized about what life would be like with slimes. I guess it wouldn't be an Isekai adventure without powerful slimes. Dyne sighed as he listened to the continuing discussion. Soon the sun had faded, and the twilight approached. The hunters continued to move, and with Val, night had fallen, and the bright moon and stars became the hunters' own light. Dyne knew that the lights here were stronger than the ones on Earth. Those lights must be made from those items that Strafe sacrificed. I wonder if I can use them if I master the Imaginarium Bond. Dyne pondered. The hunters moved with a fast speed and easily took advantage of the strong northwestern breeze. With the slimes, the hunters managed to conserve their strength and move faster. The monsters that they originally avoided, they would leave to Dyne and Bertugo. Some of the hunters even joined Dyne on his ambush, and even Vaughn got to experience one attack. The hunter's pace had actually to slow down. The mist became visible at the distance. Can you believe it? We've moved so fast that we actually have to slow down. These slimes are amazing, Ipkiss exclaimed. The mist was slowly moving back as the south wind blew. Dyne knew that this was the strong wind that Strafe created to ensure that Rim Elm would survive. The slow march allowed the group to recover. Dyne took the time and even tried to kill some more enemies along with the team of hunters. Strangely enough, the golden compass couldn't be used by the hunters. As for the soul energy that Dyne could use to gain experience, he tried to see if any of the hunters could detect it and could absorb it. Dyne taught them the process of how to do it and made them meditate. Sadly, the hunters failed. Vaughn was able to absorb a very small amount. As such, Dyne could only sigh and absorb the rest. Soon the wind blew harder, and the once a 3-day trip had now become one. The hunter's spring could be seen from afar. Chapter 36. Totems of the Evil God. The hunter's spring was a large human-made garden with a huge fountain in the middle. Around the fountain were various bathing pools and smaller fountains that would continuously gush out water. Upon arrival, many wild games could be seen drinking at the large fountain and immediately fled when it noticed the hunters. It was the first time that Dyne saw something very different than what was presented in the game. Various wooden towers were erected. The Hunter Springs looked like a well-guarded fort on the outside and had a beautiful garden inside. There were fruits and plants of all sorts in various parts of the garden. Tall trees could be seen all over the garden. With one look, Dyne could understand that these plants were first planted by the hunters and have been using the fruits here to grow. But what was shocking was how lush the trees looked. The trees had even borne fruit. Drake water, is this amazing? Dyne was stunned. It was then that Dyne recalled an in-game explanation of what drake water is. It is very nutritious that people can actually survive with drake water alone. If used on farming, it would quickly develop excellent yields. It was one of Drake Castle's most luxurious, precious, yet very abundant resource. What was strange was that this place, which was a natural fortress and a place that had lots of food, was devoid of any animals or monsters living in it. Why aren't there gobu-gobu staying here? This place looks well guarded. Dyne asked Juno. You see, the gobu-gobu can't stay here for long because if the mist reaches this place, the Seru monsters will attack. They don't usually stay in places like this because I don't think they can tell when the wind blows strong enough to move to this place. When the wind starts blowing, we immediately move to get to this place. But the gobu-gobus aren't that smart. No offense, Bertugo. Bertugo turned at Juno but couldn't understand what Juno said. This used to be a place where the gobu-gobus would stay. But the Serus would go here and attack. So they couldn't hold it and eventually withdraw to the mountains. They didn't know of the significance of this spring and how it receives a small blessing from drake water up north. I get it. This place is a natural hunting spot for the Serus. Dyne nodded, but his mind was immediately elsewhere. What's up with this drake water? I better check it out soon. Dyne spoke to himself. He knew that Strafe wouldn't explain what is creating the miraculous drake water. The hunters settled in and were starting to drink the water to refresh themselves. With the spring water from the hunters, we can actually hunt non-stop. The water has a small portion of drake waters and has refreshing properties. You should try it. The water we bring home is already left out. But water freshly drank here is better, Juno explained. Dyne moved and noticed that many hunters had already begun to dive through the large fountain that they erected. Dyne noticed the small drinking fountain that he recalled in-game and began to drink its waters. Dyne felt a refreshing sensation that caused even his stamina to be restored. Amazing! Dyne exclaimed. Why wasn't there a place like this in Drake Castle? Is it because of the mist? I guess I'll have to look for the source in Drake Castle. Dyne pondered. The night slowly passed. Dyne soon went to sleep as many of the hunters continued to guard. The sun hasn't even risen yet when Dyne woke up. The effects of the spring water had revitalized most of his weariness. He went towards Bertugo and called him and met with Juno and Val. Vaughn was still asleep, and the two had just woken up. "You're leaving now?" Val asked. "Yes, I'll be leaving 3 Slimies here with you and will bring one. After testing it, I realized that Slimy has his soul divided into 4 parts. It looks like if I communicate to one, it can pass on whatever messages or orders I have to the rest. Although I'm not sure if this will remain, if I go a bit further, I think it will allow us to communicate even if I am a bit far away." Dyne smiled. "Oh, there's such a thing? Then it looks like we won't worry too much." Juno laughed. "Yeah, I'll go now. You guys take care. Of course, with Val here, I'm sure you guys can easily tell if the mist is coming." "Where do you plan to go?" Val asked. "Further north. I want to see the other Gobu Gobu tribes. Hopefully I can communicate with them. I wonder if they speak the same language that Bertugo has." Dyne laughed. Val and Juno nodded as they heard of Dyne's plan. "Take care then. We will wait for you here and move towards the south, near the mountains. You can meet us there." "No, go back without me. I have traveled all the way here on my own with Slimy and Bertugo. Now that we're all stronger, I can do that again." Dyne answered confidently. "Your priority is to get back to the village and train. Tetsu gave me a test. You can ask him the details when you get back." Juno and Val's expression had a questioning look but decided to ignore it. "Just keep yourself safe, Dyne," Juno reminded. "Right? Your life is the most important. Remember that your value is even greater than Tetsu, or the elders," Val emphasized. "Don't worry, with these two, the Golden Compass and Chicken King, I'm confident that I'll be safe," Dyne answered back. Dyne took a small jar and filled it with spring water before closing it and giving it to the slime. And immediately, the 3 set off before the light of dawn would shine on them. The trio moved towards the darkness. Bertugo led the way. The evil god's blessings granted the Gobu Gobu night vision superior to an average human. They moved towards the river that flowed from Drake Castle. Since they knew this river would eventually lead them there, Dyne instructed Bertugo to lead them towards the river. Along the way, Dyne continued to talk to Bertugo about the evil god. Each village of the Gobu Gobu would have a totem of the evil god. Through a secret art, the Gobu Gobus would craft the totem according to how they were taught. Dyne asked who taught them that, and Bertugo explained that this method was passed on from elder to elder. Most tribes of Gobu Gobu would have a way of doing this, and this was why Gobu Gobu villages would be unable to wipe each other out. But when the mist came, Bertugo's tribe was slowly defeated because they could not offer the evil god totem sacrifices. The totem required the sacrifice of healing flowers and soul beasts. Dyne finally understood why Gobu Gobu would have healing flowers. Healing flowers is a mid-tier healing item that would be a common commodity later in the game. But the only way to acquire it from a Gobu Gobu was to steal it through the evil god icon. Healing flowers. I see. Gobu Gobus expend a lot of effort in planting these items. Does that mean that I can have a healing flower farm soon? Dyne greedily wondered. Bertugo continued to explain that when the mist came, their village suffered so much because their healing flower garden was destroyed and burned on the first Seru attacks. The Grimards attacked it and burned it, and they could no longer sacrifice to the totem. Soon, the other Gobu Gobu tribes attacked them, knowing that their totem was weak. And so, the Gobu Gobu tribe of Bertugo died. Bertugo managed to escape and had been alone ever since. "Where is your totem then?" Dyne finally asked. He knew this was a sensitive topic, but as Dyne gave him the powers to become a Gambu, he knew that Bertugo respected him so much that such a totem would be given to him if he asked. Sadly, Bertgo shook his head and explained that he didn't know. He wasn't even sure which of the 3 Gobu Gobu tribes that attacked their village managed to acquire their totem. "Oh, right, Bertugo. Bagak Kitgak Hingak Digak Kigak Lagak Hunters Trigak Bagak Magak?" Dyne asked as he recalled how the hunters were unfamiliar with Bertugo's particular Gobu Gobu tribe that Bertugo was associated with. Agak Kogak Tagak Gagak Norgak Tegak Drake Castle. What, you lived north of the Drake Castle? Dyne was shocked. Bertugo nodded and started to explain that they lived atop a mountain north of Drake Castle. After several questions, Dyne finally understood where Bertugo lived. Bertugo's tribe lived on the mountain range east of Mt. Rikuroa. There was a cave on top of those mountain ranges, which became the village of Bertugo's tribe. When several Gobu tribes attacked them, Bertugo fell on one of the many cliffs in the dark cave and fell to an underground river. He drifted and woke up south of Drake Castle. Wow, I guess that's what I get for living in an open-world adaptation of Legend of Legaia. More places to explore. Dyne cheered happily. The three continued to move and avoid any monsters that they could avoid and kill any monsters they had to fight. Soon, Dyne reached Level 2. Chapter 37. Martial Cultivation. Level 2 was a small step in the world of cultivation. But for Dyne, it was an interesting development. When he reached Level 2, he could feel his strength increasing. Dyne had to adjust to his newfound strength and realized that even his movements were faster than before. While most couldn't notice these subtle changes, Dyne, who was an elite soldier, could catch the subtleties. So this is Level 2. No wonder I was at Level 1. But my body is strange. It feels like I haven't even maximized the possibilities as a human. I'm impressed that you noticed it. But then again, you were the best in your world. Strafe started to talk. Now that you are Level 2, the energy that you've been absorbing through that soul technique is finally enough for it to make a circulation. Circulation. The energy absorption technique you received from me is a god-tiered ability. It gathers the energy of the world and imbues it inside your body. But the problem is, the energy is spread out across your body that only when you gather a certain amount of energies can you get stronger. Wait, does that mean that the energy and power are still within me? It's just being divided? Correct. There is a way of controlling the energy in your body, but of course, your body's energy is not so easily moved, and you must learn how to channel the energy around your body. This world teaches you that, although it does it in a different form. Spirit. Dyne understood Strafe's intentions. Correct. The movement of energy in one's body is needed to become an expert martial cultivator. Martial cultivating? I don't get it. Haven't I been practicing how to utilize spirit? You built this world and gave them naturally forming artifacts that could simulate spirit attacks, and they have been using it to strengthen their physical combat. But I feel like this world is made weaker, as if the physical strength of this world hasn't been maximized, as I destined it. The 3 games that I give you are stages that will gradually make you strong on each aspect. Cultivation is a process that will take you thousands and thousands of years, and you might not even get halfway from the peak. Each world I made allows you to have a quicker way of developing each cultivation path. The 3 paths of cultivation are not so easily mastered. Even in my world, no one can claim to have reached the peak of martial cultivation, which is the easiest of the 3. I'm guessing soul cultivation is the second one. And this should be the hardest one, right? Yes. Soul cultivation is the hardest, and next to it is mind cultivation. A mind cultivator can perform magic and use that which you call MP Legaia will soon introduce you to it. Basically, the leveling system helps you grasp the basics of physical cultivation. The magic that the Ariseru will acquire is something that links their soul power to your physical body. This is why the MP that is drained is the host and not the Ariserus. Oh, so that's why it's Vaughn, Noah's, and Gala's MP that are drained for every magic. So the Ariseru become a conduit to accessing magic. Yes, you might be gifted in soul cultivation, but who knows? What if you are not talented enough to understand the path of martial cultivation? And what if you don't know how to use your mental energy and create magic? Legaia gives you a world that focuses on the soul but allows you to level up and learn martial cultivation basics. It gives you a foretaste of what it is to wield magic through the Ariseru. And what did you just do? Strafe's monologue suddenly stopped as it sensed that Dyne's energy levels were dropping. Most parts of Dyne's body dropped to level 1 and even began to grow lower as if he was an average guy who wouldn't even exercise and spend most of their time in front of the TV. It was pitifully weak, but Dyne's right fist had an energy that was nearing the limits of level 3. Dyne's expression was pale, but a relieved smirk surfaced. Sorry. I was just trying it out. Look, strafe. My hand's at level 3. Amazing, right? I compressed the martial energy around my body and sent it to my fist. Usually, only a martial novice genius could do this. But generally, even for Strafe himself, he could only do this when he was at martial formation. What? How? The energy in your body should be so thin that you wouldn't even feel it exists. What do you mean? This felt easier than the spirit training, where I needed to make my heart and soul energy move to create spirit. Strafe was silent. He was complaining just what kind of a monster did the sovereign of Dyne's world send him. Never mind. At least this means you can benefit more in this world. Strafe was complaining and was trying to explain how Dyne did this. But if Dyne could sense the soul, he could probably feel the energy in his body. I should try sparring with Bertugo when we get back. Dyne contemplated. If this world focuses on soul attacks, and no one managed to become a good fighter except maybe the war god or that evil god, then I better think of a way to train the hunters. Byron arts or spirit arts is strong, but if the hunters can't train it or is slow in sensing the soul, then they could walk the path of a martial cultivator or a mental cultivator. Dyne continued to consider. Then the three continued to move north as they hunted more monsters. Sadly, Bertugo didn't show any signs of leveling up even though he has been consuming half of the gold they get. Slimy couldn't level up anymore since it reached a level cap. The day passed, and Dyne could see the thick mist from afar. Soon, the group finally reached the river. The river was larger than Dyne thought it would be. It sprang at about 1 kilometer wide and had strong currents that made it impossible to swim to get to the other side. After observing it, Dyne noticed the color of the soil nearby. Hey Bertugo! Dyne smiled and called Bertugo. During their travels, several gobu-gobu who saw them from a distance immediately retreated. Since the place was generally an open plain, Dyne found it hard to find a way to ambush monsters. The gobu-gobus that noticed Bertugo's green skin would retreat without a fight. And so, all of the enemies that Dyne killed were evil flies and green slimes. Let's use this! Dyne then began to gather the yellowish sand and created a clay mound. He then ordered Bertugo to jump in and coat himself with the yellowish mud. Soon, Bertugo looked like a sickly gobu-gobu. Close enough, Dyne laughed. After putting on the yellow makeup, the group began to move, following the trail of the river. After several hours, the group was ambushed by a green slime and a gobu-gobu. The gobu-gobu had hidden near the river while the green slime buried itself on the ground. Dyne noticed the green slime even from afar. His training had made him very sensitive to ambushes and traps. He ordered Bertugo and the slime to pretend as if they hadn't noticed. And as they approached, the green slime sprang up and tried to attack Bertugo's legs, which was about to step on it. But this step was a deadly kick. The power of a gambu rushed out and smashed the attack of the green slime. The two attacks connected, and it left a grievous wound to the slime. But following Dyne's command, Bertugo leaped back and fell on the ground, and began to crawl as if it was hurt. The gobu-gobu sprung up and rushed for Dyne. Dyne looked at it and smirked. The gobu-gobu stabbed his sword arm towards Dyne, but Dyne blocked it. Smash! The blade on the arm of the gobu-gobu couldn't even penetrate Dyne as the spirit energy erupted and blocked the stabbing attack. Now! Dyne ordered the slime to move. Instead of making the slime attack, the slime rushed towards the foot of the gobu-gobu and entrapped it. It was making sure that the gobu-gobu couldn't escape. Bertugo! Steal! Dyne shouted. Bertugo moved and performed a steal. The magic of the evil god surfaced as Bertugo somehow took the healing flower of the gobu-gobu. Seeing this, the gobu-gobu was enraged. While all that happened, Dyne took the time to use one of the techniques he had secretly mastered. But after learning how difficult it was, he decided not to show it. Otherwise, Vaughn and Tetsu would receive mental blows. The soul energy surged around him. Spirit. So this is what it feels like. Dyne could sense the energy around him. He could only make a single attack, but he knew he could land 3 consecutive spirit attacks with spirit. As the soul energy surged within his body, Dyne could feel the mysterious AP being contained in his body. Dyne then rushed forward and began to attack the gobu-gobu. He sent a high kick to the gobu-gobu's face and then continued with a low kick to the leg. Then he sent all the remaining spirit energy within his body towards his 2 feet. Dyne then performed the first arts that Vaughn would learn in the game. An art he knew Tetsu would soon teach him. Somersault. Dyne jumped into a backflip and struck the Gobu Gobu's jaw with his 2 feet. The force of Dyne's somersault was so strong that the impact did not stop Dyne's backflip, and he landed on the ground with his feet. The slime held the Gobu Gobu in place, causing it to feel the full force of the kick. The Gobu Gobu fell on the slime with weakened arms. Dyne immediately sent a message to the slime to grasp the Gobu Gobu tightly, and Slimy immediately held on with its arms, and with its superior strength, it locked the Gobu Gobu in place. Submit or die, Dyne called out to the Gobu Gobu. Chapter 38. Another Gobu Gobu. Slimy was far stronger than an average slime. It held on to the Gobu Gobu's hands and feet, and because Dyne had inflicted a powerful blow on its jaws, it was actually dying. But Dyne had revealed several healing leaves which they had acquired along the way. The healing leaves were the most common items that could heal. Dyne had been experimenting on them even while on the village, and he was astounded at the healing abilities of this simple leaf. Sadly, the healing leaves of the village were very limited. Though they managed to grow over a dozen plants on the limited and crowded place inside the village, the hunter's consumption was just too great. And so, although the hunters offered several to Dyne, Dyne rejected them and reminded them that Bertugo could steal. Although Bertugo could only steal 4 times, a sip from the hunter spring's water allowed him to gain enough MP to steal again. Apart from the items they could steal, Dyne managed to pick up 2 healing leaves and 3 antidotes from the green slimes and evil flies that they killed. All in all, Dyne had 13 healing leaves and 4 antidotes from the enemies they killed. Now, they finally had a healing flower. The Gobu Gobu couldn't answer as it looked with a groggy expression. Dyne frowned and tore a piece of the healing leaf and fed it directly to the Gobu Gobu. The Gobu Gobu's neck's torn muscles began to heal as the Gobu Gobu's consciousness began to grow clearer and clearer. Whoa, these healing leaves are amazing. Dyne was surprised. Submit or die. Oh right, Shugak Kogak Ogak Pagak Tagak. Dyne shouted. The Gobu Gobu was stunned to see Dyne speak their language. Bertugo, Dyne called out. Bertugo held the core of the slime with his left hand as he slowly approached the Gobu Gobu. The slime he carried was only less than half of what its original size was. Bertugo had been using the slime that was dripping off to wash away the clay on his body and revealed the green color of his skin. It was then that Dyne noticed it and was amazed. Wait a minute, the slime of Slimy can be used to clean. What have been these hunters doing? That's amazing. Dyne was amazed as the slime was able to remove the thick layers of clay that Dyne made so that they could travel for a long time and have that makeup on. But it was easily removed by the slime and was more potent than any other makeup remover. Bertugo approached the Gobu Gobu and began talking. Dyne listened as the two conversed. Broad Vachilese was the name of the Gobu Gobu. Dyne could only shake his head. He even asked Strafe to spell out Vachilese to Strafe, and Strafe did so. What kind of naming schemes were you trying? It's not me. I just gave the first names of the world, and they decided it. I'm honestly impressed that they have such family names. Why do they have surnames in the first place? I liked the naming schemes of your world and adapted it. You really adapted a lot. You even talk like us now. Yeah. To you, it was just a couple of seconds, but to me, it was thousands of years. So I had a lot of time to go over your memory. So, that means you also saw those ungodly sights of animated women that I watched? We really need to make a keyword. As I said, if I say, I'm calling Jack, you better make sure to get your eyes closed. Dyne went back and glanced at the Gobu Gobu and Bertugo, who continued to talk. The Gobu Gobu was surprised to learn that the Gambu was actually serving the human. With the Gobu Gobu's recovery, he could tell that the slime holding him is stronger than his own slime. The slime in the hands of Bertugo trembled non-stop. Bertugo, tell him that I can find a way to make him a Gambu. Dyne smiled. Bertugo was stunned, and he immediately nodded. The words that Bertugo spoke caused Broad to stop in shock. It was as if the idea petrified him. Almost immediately, his eyes changed as he looked at Bertugo with a different expression. Bertugo and Dyne began to have a meeting. They made sure that Broad could hear them as they continued to talk. Broad was startled as he heard the schemes of the two. The group was asking him to betray his tribe. Dyne promised to give Broad has the ability to transform into a Gambu and even offer him the chance to become a high Gambu. But once Dyne helps him become the new leader, he must lead his tribe to help Dyne. First, Broad couldn't believe it, but then Bertugo interrupted and said that he was a mere Gobu Gobu a week ago. And building upon the series of shock, Bertugo exaggerated Dyne's exploits and told Broad how Dyne managed to kill a trio of Gobu Gobu led by Paloon Vachiles. The name shocked the Broad. Dyne was confused as he heard the name Paloon. He had killed 3 Gobu Gobu with Bertugo's help, but he didn't know that this Paloon was someone strong. Broad was silent. Paloon's disappearance enraged the current Gambu, who was Paloon's father, and they were all after the killer. Who would have thought that the killer would be a mere boy? I wonder if he'll join, Dyne pondered. Bertugo glanced at Dyne and nodded. Yes, Broad. Join. Wow, you really learned a lot from the hunters, Dyne praised. Bertugo laughed and was scratching his head with an embarrassed expression. This scene made Broad even more shocked. How was it that a revered Gambu acted so tame in front of a human? Bertugo noticed it and snorted the Gobu Gobu. It was then that Bertugo further explained that the slime was under Dyne's control and that he is currently the leader of Rim Elm. Shugak Kogak Nagak Broad. Rim Elm at Gak Trigak Bogak Mogak Kagak Sagak Magak. Dyne decided to interrupt the talk and urge Broad once more. Broad was silent this time. He glanced at the Gambu. Was it possible? Dyne threw the remaining pieces of the healing leaves to Broad as the slime had released his arms. Broad immediately caught the healing leaf and began to eat it. It was then that Dyne revealed his card and released 300 gold coins, which he tossed over towards the Broad. Hagak Tigak Kagak Broad. Hagak Tigak Slime, Dyne explained. The Gobu Gobo's eyes grew red with great anticipation. It was extremely hard to get this much. Gobu Gobus all hunted and would give their spoils towards their tribe leader. But this man threw life energy that was worth as much as killing 5 Gobu Gobus. In fact, if he ate all of the condensed life energy, he would have nearly 10 worth of Gobu Gobus and would achieve a level up. However, after seeing the strict expression of Bertugo, Broad immediately complied and gave half to the slime. Dyne tossed another healing leaf towards the slime, which absorbed it and recovered most of his body. The pair continued to absorb the energy. Dyne, however, wondered why it was difficult for Gobu Gobus to level up. In theory, they should have easily reached the max level, but somehow it was difficult for these monsters to reach their caps. Dyne waited and decided that it would be important for Bertugo and this Broad to learn their language so it would be easier to communicate with the hunters. After completing the absorption process, a grateful look appeared on Broad's face. Dyne nodded and decided to set up camp since it was already getting late. Dyne decided that they had traveled far enough and decided to set up camp. Dyne pulled out the small handmade tent he asked the villagers to make. Slimy carried it with ease as they traveled, and soon, the group relaxed near the river. They were able to hunt several deer earlier that day, and with his experience as a soldier who got sent to different parts of the world, his survival skills were excellent. They immediately prepared to cook the deer, and as the cooking began, the strange methods made Broad's mouth drool. As for Bertugo, he already had eaten this meat as the hunters offered it to him. Dyne later explained how precious the food was, and Bertugo vowed to do his best to make up for the villagers' food. Bertugo began to tell Broad of the fantastic life in Rim Elm. Broad listened and grew more and more amazed. There were no strict quotas, no harsh treatment, and Broad could tell that Bertugo truly enjoyed his life in Rim Elm. Bertugo had even memorized the names of the hunters with whom he trained with. Dyne couldn't help but smile as he looked at this. This is good. If I get more Gobu Gobus, I can make them hunt with the hunters. But what should I do? I need to hide them when Zito finally attacks Rim Elm. Dyne's expression grew complicated. Chapter 39, The Moving Mist. Dyne ate their dinner earlier and soon prepared to set up their camps for sleeping. The 2 goblins continued to work out Dyne's arrangement in setting the traps that would create an alarm if anything would get within their camp. The 2 goblins marveled at Dyne's ingenuity with the items he revealed and returned to camp. The traps were made about 50 meters from where they were. Dyne's training allowed him to hear things and react from these minute sounds, so the setup was enough for Dyne. Dyne put out the fire and had the idea of using the slime as a blanket and pillow. The slime could adjust its temperature to Dyne's surprise and even become colder. Dyne rested with a relaxed expression, which made the two goblins look with confusion. At this point, Dyne started to ask Broad of certain questions he had regarding the Gobu Gobu villages around here. Why are the Gobu Gobu low-leveled? Why is it hard to evolve into another Gambu? Dyne asked Bertugo. At this point, Bertugo could understand some of the words but couldn't speak them. But right now, Dyne was using him as a translator. Bertugo relayed Dyne's question to Broad. Bertugo managed to ask the right question, which showed that he understood most of what Dyne said. Broad began to relate the answers. All Gobu Gobu could not afford to absorb most of the life energy they get from their kills. It was hard enough to kill that the Gobu Gobu would risk their lives fighting each other. The area around Drake Castle is a turf war between 3 different tribes. Adding the Seru in on the mix, the risk of those battles was very high. And for all that trouble, only a small portion of the life energy they receive would go to their experience. Most of the time, Gobu Gobus hunt and kill each other and offer their praise blood offering to the Gambu, who then offers it to the evil god totem. Blood offering. So that's why. Most of the blood you get is offered to the Gambu. Broad nodded and then explained that all Gobu Gobu had a quota. If they failed to meet it, the Gobu Gobus offered their blood to compensate for their missed quotas. In extreme cases, a Gobu Gobu would be put to death if they failed to meet the requirements for several months. As such, the Gobu Gobus were forced to hunt for monsters, humans, and Serus. Of course, the Serus was always the best option. The Jamards were the best and most rewarding creatures to offer, but they were also very risky to fight as they could shoot out fireballs. The answer startled Dyne. A single Jamard was worth 2 months, the usual quota. But killing one was hard because the Jamards all traveled together through the mist. Every month or so, the Gambu of each tribe would go out and hunt some Jamards. They would bring along with them the strongest Gobu Gobu of their respective tribes. As for Drake Castle, the undead monsters could easily overpower a Gobu Gobu, and the battle abilities of the undead were as organized as humans. But more importantly, these creatures had no life energy. Hence, fighting them was pointless. No life energy? Then they don't drop gold or experiences. Dyne was confused and decided to ask Strafe. For them, it won't give anything. But for you, it's still possible to get experience from them through the technique I taught you, Strafe clarified. Alright, good. Dyne sighed. Dyne listened to how Broad explained the details of this part of the world. Bertugo, after all, was a Gobu Gobu who lived beyond Drake Castle and had little understanding of the tribes and the situation on this side of Drake Continent. Soon Dyne had a basic grasp of the Gobu Gobu tribe's situation and how the Gambu functions in each village on this side. What was clear was that the Gobu Gobu tribes were weaker on this side of the mountain. Most of the Gobu Gobu tribes on Bertugo's side had more than a dozen Gambu and would tend to engage on a turf war on the central side of Drake Kingdom. But for this side of the land, the battles mainly lie right around the area of Drake Castle. So that's why in the game, 2 enemies show up on the random encounters outside of Drake. And this should also be why Zito seems rather busy. The monsters might have become one of the reasons why Zito was ignoring most of the humans they know are alive. Dyne began to ponder. But why 10 years? Why did Zito ignore Rim Elm and the rest for 10 years? Why attack now? Dyne was confused. Dyne began to think about the game but ultimately decided to figure that mystery out later. After settling his plan for the trip tomorrow, Dyne spent the remainder of the night teaching the group basic English. The focus was mainly with Bertugo, who already knew several words. Broad could only clumsily follow with the English training of Dyne. The group slept peacefully, and Dyne even allowed the 2 goblins to sleep peacefully, confident of the traps he prepared. The mist soon appeared, and Dyne woke up. It was nearly dawn as the group began to put away all the items. Right before they left, Broad asked if Dyne could apply the same thing he did with Bertugo. He wanted to hide his identity, for now, fearing that the Gobu Gobu of his tribe could identify him. Dyne agreed and applied several patches of the clay he made once more from the nearby river. Broad looked like he had a bruised face. The strange tattoos on his body that mark him as one of his tribe were also covered. As for the camping equipment, Dyne divided the load on the 2 slimes. Dyne finally decided to name his slime number 1 and called the other slime number 2. Soon Dyne ordered Broad and his slime to scout ahead while he and Bertgua remained at the back. A certain plan was made where Broad would make a signal if a gobu-gobu of his tribe attacked him or if it wasn't a member of his tribe. And so, the group continued to move with Broad drawing attention from the enemies who would try to engage or ambush Broad and his slime. But then the enemy would then be ambushed by Dyne and Bertugo using the golden compass. The group met several foes as they traveled within the mist. The first enemy they encountered was an evil fly, which they killed off immediately. Broad excitedly attacked as if trying to see his newfound strength at his level up. Dyne allowed Broad to absorb this fly's blood, while Dyne used the life energy extracting method that Strafe taught him. The slime devoured the rest of the body, and this made his small figure larger. The group continued, and soon, a pair of green slimes appeared. For some reason, Broad decided not to attack. Slim, hard to kill. If together, Bertugo explained with great difficulty. Dyne frowned and wanted to see why. He urged Broad to attack and told him not to worry about any damages since they had healing leaves. Broad nodded and rushed to attack the twin slimes. The slimes immediately merged, and its acidic property immediately appeared. Broad's stab attack couldn't pierce through and stab the slime. Immediately Broad retracted his arms and grimaced in pain. I get it, spirit. Monsters can't do spirit. Of course they can't, they don't have a soul. They only have strong physical bodies. But when Vaughn would attack the slimes in-game, they wouldn't get hurt because of the spiritual attack. Dyne realized what happened. This was also the reason why the slimes were not wiped out of existence despite the harsh environment. The slimes immediately divided and began to attack Broad. Broad's slime went to the defense, and Dyne commanded Bertugo and the slime to begin their sneak attack. All it took was a single hit from Bertugo, and it immediately killed one of the slime. Number 1 rammed the remaining slime and began its attack on it. It waited for Number 2 to deliver its blow. Soon, Number 2 began to devour the dying slime. After getting the experience and dividing the gold between Bertugo, Broad, and Number 2, Dyne and his party continued to travel north. Soon the mist grew thicker and thicker, but for some strange reason, Dyne could sense a movement of thick mist on some regions of the field. The mist can move at will? Dyne was confused, but suddenly it all made sense. I see. Is that how the mist can reach various areas which it shouldn't be able to reach in the first place? Dyne pondered. In the game, Octum was one of the Sabucus continent towns that managed to escape the mist. They traveled downwards and found a safe haven where they stayed to escape the mist. Yet the path towards it, despite being hidden underground, still had the mist. There were also towering areas like in Jeremy where the mist managed to reach the top levels even when the mist should have been weaker. If the mist is heavier than air, then the underground town of Octum could be explained. But how is it able to rise to the mountains as well? Dyne pondered. He then realized that the thick amount of mist that was present around Rim Elm was wildly exaggerated. He knew how far Rim Elm was from the mist generator. There were various barriers, such as the strong winds caused by the wide river's rushing currents. Even on most days, the mist was weak near Rim Elm. And yet, 3 years from now, when the game officially starts, a thick amount of mist gathered around Rim Elm. It was so heavy that it allowed an army of Jamards to reach it. Even the large Simseru juggernaut, who could only live in an area with thick mist or absorb many life sources, managed to appear there. It seems that there are more mysteries about this mist. Dyne frowned. Chapter 40. The Amazing Chicken King. The mist grew thicker and thicker, but luckily, apart from becoming more aggressive than normal, Broad and Number 2 could easily follow. Bertugo and Number 1 were not affected by the mist. This caused Dyne to marvel and wonder just what souls resided in Bertugo and Number 1. Under the illusion that a Gambu, a Gobu-Gobu, and 2 slimes traveled, all the wild Gobu-Gobus near Drake Castle ignored this group. Many assumed that this was a newly formed tribe out to hunt Jamards. The breeze that came from Rim Elm was no longer effective in the area where Dyne was. The mist blew from the direction of the seas and towards Drake Castle. Dyne could now understand how Rim Elm survived despite the very bleak situation. The wind would blow and give the hunters a clear path to the Hunter Springs. Since there were 2 mountains near Rim Elm, the path of the north-blowing wind was weak. Dyne decided to scout around the area and move in silence. This time, he went with Broad and Number 2. Bertugo and number 1 would move at the direction that Dyne commanded. With Bertugo leading the way, the Gobu Gobus, slimes, and the rest would constantly retreat. Using the golden compass allowed Dyne to travel unnoticed. Dyne moved a bit to the west. No wonder the Gobu Gobus on the mountain Hunter Springs couldn't tell if the wind was blowing. The mountain where I met Gobu Gobu blocked the breeze. Dyne took a mental note. He knew the game's map and could easily understand how Strafe's preparation made it so that the hunters could survive. The number of Gobu Gobus around the area grew more and more. Many had slimes with them and would search the place to look for Jamards. So this is the hunting grounds of the Gobu Gobu. Dyne gazed at the area before him. He knew that Drake Castle would be near. He saw young Jamards heading out and fighting. It looks like even the Jamards have some form of teams as well. Dyne noticed it. Bertugo, Broad, is there a Jamard that can fight a Gambu? Dyne immediately asked. The two glanced at each other as Bertugo explained it to Broad. Broad nodded, but even before Broad could answer, Bertugo already gave his answer. Pugak Langak Jamard. Pulong Jamard? Red Jamard. Dyne deciphered Bertugo's answer. I see, a level 2 Jamard. So, there is a level 2 Jamard in Drake, huh? Makes sense. The mist maddens the Jamards, but it did not say that they were robbed of their intelligence. Then, if this is the case, there has to be some form of ecology that maintain this. What exactly do Serus need? Dyne pondered. Bertugo, you need to head north. Follow the river until you reach Drake Castle. I'll be taking Broad and number 2, and we will go ahead. I doubt any Jamards or Gobu Gobu would try to attack you. Try to level up on the way as well. Dyne gave his orders. Bertugo tilted his head as he couldn't understand most of what Dyne said. Dyne sighed and began to speak in Bertugo's tongue. After making the arrangements, Dyne took Broad and number 2 and began to move right in the mist. Dyne continued to run and allowed the spirit energy in him to remain. As long as there was spirit energy, Dyne noticed that his stamina would quickly recover. He realized that even compared to his peak human training, he could now run 3 times longer than he once could. As he ran, he used the golden amulet to cloak himself and run around and ignore many monsters. But in this open field, some places had more than 3 different pairs of Gobu Gobu or Gobu Gobu, and slime stood by. Some were even with evil flies. They were all within a nearby range that attacking one would reveal his cloak. A group finally noticed Dyne, and the cloak was not able to hide them. A pair of Gobu Gobu rushed towards them angrily. Broad, Pagak Sagak Bigak Kogak hit. Sakgak Sakgak Ingak Magak Ligak Kodgak. Dyne then motioned for Broad to move behind him. The confused Broad followed but was unsure of Dyne's instructions. Dyne ran faster and faster. The Gobu Gobu on the front rushed towards Dyne and was about to hit him. Dyne then used a powerful spirit explosion on his legs, which caused him to dash faster on the last second. Hit! Dyne gave the command. Dyne used his small body to slide under the Gobu Gobu at the last possible moment. The Gobu Gobu was startled and tried to attack Dyne with his thrust but missed. Broad, who was behind, finally understood Dyne's orders. Dyne ordered him to stab his back. But when Dyne moved, he was no longer there but the Gobu Gobu. As he was already prepared when Dyne shouted hit, it wasn't a split second when Dyne slid down that he sent out a stab and pierced through the skull of the Gobu Gobu. Dyne, who made an evasive dash under the legs of the Gobu Gobu, surprised the other Gobu Gobu at the back. Dyne then delivered a powerful upward kick as he sprang up from his crouching position. The kick jolted the Gobu Gobu upwards, but Dyne continued and delivered another low kick. The spirit energy that Dyne built up exploded once more, and Dyne did a somersault that sent the Gobu Gobu flying in the air. Broad, kill! Dyne shouted as he pointed to the remaining Gobu Gobu. Broad learned what kill meant by instinct and ran towards the remaining Gobu Gobu and stabbed it on its head. Number 2 did what Dyne told Broad that it should do. It immediately took the body of the dead Gobu Gobus, and the trio rushed away. The surrounding enemies noticed it, and it ran towards Dyne's group. The dead made the surrounding monsters greedy, and it ran towards it. Dyne and his 3 ran when suddenly, he saw bright yellow flames appearing in the middle of the thick mist. Jamards! Dyne cursed as he led his team to evade the coming fireballs. Boom! 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 Several explosions occurred, But as the dust faded, the Jamards that mysteriously appeared could not find Dyne and his team. Dyne had immediately used the Chicken King, and they began to move. The mysterious powers of the Chicken King gave the group a strange ability that each of their steps allowed them to move as if they had taken 5 steps. It was as if the earth itself moved according to their direction. This was the first time that Dyne truly wanted to run away in battle. His goal was to get to Drake Castle, and he didn't want to fight the monsters around them. As such, Dyne and his group were able to flee with haste. For several seconds, they moved with such amazing speed and managed to get out of the range of which the Jamards could sense them. Dyne was amazed as the group slowly decreased their speed and reached a place with no enemies. That was amazing. This Chicken King has such great power, but I can only activate it if I really want to flee. Dyne sighed. Go ahead and absorb. Dyne called out and allowed number 2 in Broad to absorb the gold drops of the monster. Dyne took 5 gold coins this time, giving the rest 10 gold coins worth of experience for the monsters to absorb. The pair finished absorbing, and number 2 ate the remaining monsters. It looks like you need to eat more monsters in order to reach number 1's level. Dyne sighed. Number 2 ate a lot, but his slime color remained the same. If number 1 and Bertugo was able to grow stronger and evolve because of the Genesis tree, then that means you too must need to absorb some soul. Dyne pondered. Finally, Dyne sighed. I guess the only way is for you to experience the same thing that they did. Don't worry, we'll have a Genesis tree soon. Dyne smiled. As the group was ready, Dyne changed tactics. The quick sprint he did under the Chicken King's effect allowed them to move around 10 minutes worth of sprint. Let's use this. Dyne smiled. The group continued to move in the direction towards Drake Castle. Although the place was mistier, Dyne could still make out the mountains from afar and tell the general direction of Drake Castle. However, when Dyne finds an enemy this time, be it Jamard or Gubugobu, Dyne no longer avoided them. Instead, he would rush towards them and ambush them with the golden compass. Once the attack would be made, Dyne would then retreat and activate the Chicken King. He would move at a tremendously fast speed, but he would move towards another enemy this time. When Dyne would be 20 meters near another enemy, the Chicken King's effect disappeared. But Dyne used the speed of his sprint and charged towards the enemy and performed another attack. After delivering the attack, Dyne wouldn't stop but continue his run. The Chicken King's ability would then appear and grant them the speed to move fast once more. And like this, Dyne managed to chain a hit and run and move more than a kilometer's worth under a single minute. Dyne continued this momentum and soon reached Drake Castle. Chapter 41. Drake Castle. The castle itself very huge. It no longer resembled the 4-floored castle in the game, but it appeared to be so large and wide that it reminded Dyne of Helm's Deep. It was a castle strategically placed in the mountains and had an impressive wall. The good thing was that the gate was open, and Dyne could enter it without a problem. Just like in the game, none of the humans could be seen wandering outside. The king had issued a decree, and all humans began to wear their serus and allowed themselves to fall into the mist. The combination of humans and seru in the mist allowed both seru and humans to live. Humans no longer aged and did not need to eat food. As such, they could live in the mist for decades and not age a bit. When Dyne saw the castle, he decided to lead his group to the sides. But before that, Dyne ordered Brud to steal one of the skeletons that were walking around at the castle's opened gate. Dyne used the golden compass to surprise the skeleton, but it failed. As such, Dyne had to use himself as a diversion and even fought the skeleton by delivering several blows. Brod appeared and did a steal, and the group immediately ran away and sprinted towards the east. There they found several skeletons, and Dyne ordered Brod to steal until his MP ran out. But as they made these surprise attacks, Dyne kept moving towards the east and finally reached the river. As Dyne reached the edge of Drake Castle, the large dam that allowed the river to flow was there. The large river dam was larger than Dyne imagined it. It was about 3 or 4 times larger than the dam as it was portrayed in the game. The rushing current was at its strongest as it left out the dam. It was so strong that jumping in was practically suicide. This region was a place of little interest. As such, there were very few monsters that wandered to this part of Drake Castle. Dyne knew that this was a perfect resting place. Despite being without wounds, Dyne divided a healing leaf between the 3 of them and gave it to the team. This helped the group recover their stamina, and Dyne took this time to meditate and dispel the mist around him, and he began to train. As they started to rest, a great amount of mental fatigue fell onto Dyne. It's too much. I need to rest. We'll wait for Bertugo and rush towards the inside. I need to go to that place to recover. The mist here is too much, Dyne complained. As Dyne's mental barriers were shattered and the idea of rest permeated around his mind, Dyne had accidentally caused the mist that was attacking his soul to find a means to attack Dyne. Dyne almost fainted and stumbled down, but Broad caught him. Dyne was gasping for breath. He took out one whole healing leaf and swallowed it whole. As he felt the restorative properties spreading throughout his body, he realized that his soul was not replenished. Quick, the jar, Dyne ordered weakly as he pointed to number 2. Broad noticed how Dyne was pointing to number 2, and he quickly ordered number 2 to bring out the jar with the water in it. Dyne took it and drank a mouthful and finally sensed that it was somehow taking effect. His mental faculties were slowly restoring, and he felt as if a heavy burden laying on his head was slowly lifting away. Dyne continued to meditate and later gave a sigh. Luckily, this water has some soul-restoring properties. I was right. Dyne had noticed this the first time he drank the water. This was also why he brought a few of it for the journey. That was dangerous. I can't allow myself to relax just yet. Dyne made a mental note. No wonder it's too difficult to walk around without a Ariseru egg in this place. This means I need to get him as early as possible. Dyne made a resolve. He looked at the water gate and had an intense urge to move towards it. Well, I guess that changes my mission. The earlier I get him, the better. Dyne sighed. The group took this opportunity to rest while Dyne continued to meditate casually, taking a sip from the water once in a while. Dyne continued to ponder the mysteries of Strafe's world. He knew that in order to get inside Drake Castle safely, he would need to analyze the ecology of the monsters in Cerus. Soon Bertugo and number 1 could be seen running by the riverside. Bertugo was surprised to see that Dyne and Broad were already there. Dyne simply smiled and waved. Bertugo couldn't help but ask Broad what happened, and Broad happily recounted their journeys. Broad had been so amazed at Dyne's feats that he was slowly accepting how Bertugo became willingly submissive to Dyne. All right, for now, we find a way to move inside, Dyne explained. Knowing the elements of the game, Dyne knew that there would be a room in the castle protected from the mist. Vaughn would be able to sleep in that room. That should give me a spot to recover. I need to rest, Dyne sighed. It was then that Dyne took out the item that Broad managed to steal against the skeleton. Apotropaic incense. Dyne revealed the item. With Dyne's knowledge in the game, he knew that the Japanese term for the item incense was apotropaic incense. But the strange thing was, instead of a typical incense stick, what Dyne had was a strange rock that could easily be crushed to powder. I wonder how this works. Dyne glanced at it. Broad and Bertugo continued to explain what happened. All right, let's give it a shot first. Bertugo, steal from skeleton until you are empty of mana. Broad, do the same. Dyne then offered the two a sip from the water in their jar. With that, an entire jar was empty. There was only one more jar full of this water left. Let's go. Dyne then moved along with the team. They fought several skeletons along the way and managed to defeat them through a surprise attack. Broad was the one who stole an item, and then they met the rushing attacks of Dyne, Bertugo, and the two slimes. It was an easy kill. Dyne felt weird attacking a skeleton, but their bodies were so hard. Weird. How can bones do spirit? No wonder they're hard. Dyne observed the defeated skeleton, and they were slowly dispersing. Dyne took the experience but noticed that, unlike in the game, there was no gold. Dyne expected this. If the Gobu Gobu would not chase or attack skeletons, it must have been because there were no benefits. As the figure dispersed, a small leaf fell. Unlike the reddish hue of the healing leaves, this one had a blue color. Dyne knew what it was. Oh, lucky! A magic leaf. Dyne was surprised. Magic restoring items were rarer than healing items. I wonder if we could plant them. Dyne wondered. He saw how healing leaves were created and even knew that Gobu Gobu has their healing fruit plantation. He wondered if a magic leaf could also be planted and grown. Dyne led his group until they were near the entrance. The entrance was the most challenging place to enter. If Vaughn had a Jamard, things would be easier here. Dyne frowned. He could imagine summoning a Jamard and shooting several fireballs all over the place. You really upped the difficulty on this one. Dyne laughed. As I said, you can't survive without them, and they can't survive without you. This stage should be something that requires you and Vaughn. So get with the program. Strafe wanted to say more, but secretly, he couldn't exaggerate it. Dyne has shown significant progress than he imagined. Oh well, it's time to try this incense thing. Hopefully, it could help me get inside. It was then that he began to take out the 2 incense. It was a strange hardened gray-white rock that could quickly turn to powder if crushed. Do I burn it like the usual incense stick? How does this thing work? Dyne curiously poked it, and the dust started to crumble. I guess I'll apply this to everyone? Dyne guessed and started to spread the powder around them. Dyne was worried that because there were more of them, it would make the item ineffective. All right, here's to luck. Vertugo, you go ahead and try to see its effects. Be careful of the windhash technique. They might attack randomly. Dyne gave his warning. Realizing that he might not have been understood, Dyne said it on the Gobu Gobu language. Vertugo nodded and immediately moved inside. He ran at such an incredible speed. The powder that was spread around Vertugo began to glow as he moved. For some strange reason, the monsters ignored Vertugo as if he wasn't a threat. Some even would step aside as they see him running. What's going on? Vertugo disappeared. Dyne glanced at his companions and signaled for them to move. The entire group began to run. Chapter 42. Killing a Jamard. The insides of the castle were larger. There were many houses and abandoned stalls. Monsters were everywhere, but they all ignored Dyne and his group. Dyne kept running and wondered why these monsters would ignore them. They could see us, but why are they ignoring us? Just what happened? Several Jamards were also there, but just as with the other monsters, the Jamards ignored them. Soon, Dyne decided to sense the incense with his soul and realized something strange happening. Our aura changed. Oh right. Did my smell change? Dyne began to take a sniff at his own body but couldn't accurately smell the scent. Dyne decided to set this aside and continued to run towards the deeper parts of Drake Castle. There were a lot of houses. Unlike the poor rendition of Drake Castle in the game, the world of Legaia that Dyne was in had a real kingdom. There were hundreds and possibly 1,000 or more houses in this small kingdom. Dyne followed the main road as he guessed it would have to lead him towards Drake Castle's main entrance. I see, it's changing our auras. Dyne realized what it was. The power of the incense changed their scent and their soul. It made them look as if they were dead. Dyne and his group ran forward and soon reached deep within the many abandoned homes. They saw Vertugo waving as they approached inside one of the houses, and Dyne led his group inside. Just as they were about to enter it, the last bits of the powder disappeared. What was going on? Why didn't the monster attack us? Dyne wondered. He then asked Vertugo and Broad and used their language. Broad's answer was simple but very precise. We smell like the dead? Dyne was stunned. I see. This device makes it look like we are dead. This makes sense. The dead here won't attack their own kind. Monsters ignore it, for they would gain nothing, and Cerus seem to control the dead in the mist. Dyne solved the puzzle. Are dead monsters common? Dyne asked the pair. Vertugo quickly nodded as he could guess what Dyne was asking. What interesting turn of events. Dyne was amazed. All right, for now we ambush and kill skeletons. We'll get more of these incense. Dyne began his plot. Only Vertugo and Broad accompanied Dyne while the slime stayed inside the house and waited. The group searched for isolated skeletons and attacked and killed them. On the third skeleton, Dyne acquired another magic leaf. Dyne took half of the magic leaf and divided the leaf further until only a quarter remained. With that, he fed Vertugo and Broad, who had drained all their mana. I should have asked for that item to increase item drops. Dyne sighed. With that item, they would acquire more magical leaves and make the entire trip easier. Strafe was secretly cursing as he heard Dyne sighed. He already had an evil god icon near him, and he desired such a thing? It was then that Dyne noticed a Jamard and a Drake ghost that was somehow moving inside one of the houses. Dyne took the opportunity and gave the group their respective instructions. With the golden compass, the group charged. but the Jamard immediately sensed the group and gave a strange rattling shriek to alert the Drake ghost. Broad used steel and achieved a strange speed faster that allowed him to nab the item through the strange dimensional effect of the evil god's blessing and retreated. Vertugo rampaged and attacked with all of its might. Number 1 and Number 2 also followed to deliver the blows. Dyne, on the other hand, faced the Jamard and punched it to draw its attention. The Jamard was enraged and began to channel a strange fire which Dyne was familiar with. Dyne sent out a quick punch towards the neck of the Jamard. He could see how the soul energy of the Jamard was generating energy and gathering it on its beak. Dyne punched at the body of the Jamard, which was practically its neck, and Dyne did something that was the opposite of what Byron's spirit arts used. Dyne released the soul out of his body and channeled it towards the neck. Boom! The fire attack exploded within the body of the Jamard and instantly killed it. Dyne was shocked at the scene. Strafe was cursing at the scene. Whoa, that was some hot stuff. Dyne was startled. The Jamard's body started to dissipate. Dyne rushed forward and channeled the soul energy within him. He used the same technique that Strafe had instilled in Dyne's memories. But this time, Dyne added more flavors to it. His training around the Genesis tree had allowed Dyne to be more sensitive to the life energies. Dyne had long pondered about life energy, which Strafe mentioned when he was creating this world. He knew that life energy was the strongest source that surpassed the mind or soul. It dictated life itself and had the power even to turn back or speed up time. So Dyne was exploring the mysteries beyond the soul. What Dyne was confident that this world was the greatest world to study life. Because every soul created here came from the loving and willing deaths of those who died in Allos Vasilis. There was bound to be some reaction. He waited until the dissipating soul was less than a tenth of what the Jamard was, and then started to do what he had been considering these past weeks. Madman! Strafe realized what Dyne was trying. The burning sensation appeared once more, but this time Dyne had more control of his body. He had several occasions to absorb the soul of Ginger and few him more soul energy. But this was different. The soul of this Jamard, which was in the mist, was far more terrifying. Dyne felt the burning pain and moved towards Vertugo while summoning Number 1 with his soul. Vertugo! He called out. The group had just delivered blows after blows, and when the Drake Ghost tried to fight back, Vertugo took the initiative to receive the blow. After training with the hunters, Vertugo was more skilled with defending as he would focus on his defense when fighting the hunters, who fought him like a pack of wolves. After hearing Dyne's call, he ran and went towards Dyne as he noticed Dyne grimacing. Broad took over and attacked the weakened Drake Ghost and killed it. Dyne plunged one of his hands in Number 1 and grasped Number 1's slime core. At the same time, he reached out and had Vertugo touch him. Vertugo did reach back without hesitation, and the burning pain covered him. What the? He redirected the energy? Strafe was stunned at the scene. Dyne combined Strafe's life's absorbing technique and combined it with the foundational soul techniques he had, and instead of absorbing it, he passed it on towards the two. Strafe knew this was a relatively easy technique as even his master did that to him when he was young. But to learn this on his own without any pointers was very, very difficult. Vertugo felt the burning sensation and shivered. The slime was also quivering in pain. Bear it, guys. This is practically soul tempering for you too, Dyne shouted. The process continued for several minutes. Dyne constantly quivered and shook but didn't let go. Soon, the process ended. Dyne immediately took the remaining jar full of Hunter's Spring and drank it. He drank a third of it, poured 1/3 towards the slime, and finally gave the rest to Vertugo. Sorry, that was very, very painful, but you two must go through it. Dyne was gasping as he explained. Vertugo was strangely observing his body. He then turned to Dyne and explained something in his native language. Vertugo said a lot of words that even stunned Broad. What Dyne did was something only the evil god totem of every tribe could do. Dyne listened at Vertugo's explanation. When a gobu-gobu would be able to reach a high level, it comes to a point where the life effect barely has any effects. It was as if they reached a cap and could not level up. This was why they would sacrifice to the evil god totem. The totem had the ability to grant a gobu-gobu the opportunity to evolve. The gobu-gobus north of the mountain had several gambus in each tribe, but the larger tribes would have a tribe that had a majority of gambus. Only the young would be the unevolved Gobu Gobu. When the mist arrived, and the Serus betrayed the humans, the Serus would often rampage and kill monsters. But this opportunity drove the Gambu leaders wild with greed. This was because a Seru could allow them to evolve even further if they offered enough Serus to the evil god totem. Gambus would eventually reach their level cap and would be incapable of leveling up unless they offered Serus to their totems. But it wasn't easy to accomplish this. It was tough to kill a Seru, as no Jamard would roam around freely north of Drake Castle, and the Serus in Mount Rakuroa could heal each other. Bertugo explained that since his transformation as a Gambu, he noticed that he was weaker than the average Gambu. At first, he managed to gain experience and killed a lot, but then he leveled up, and after that, he could no longer sense that his experience was being filled. But what Dyne did, although painful, allowed him to gain experience. Broad immediately kneeled on the floor and gave a salute by placing his sword arm on his chest and began to speak so fast that Dyne couldn't keep up in translating it. But Dyne knew what he wanted to say. "Tell me, Broad, will this be enough to make some of your family betray your tribe?" Dyne wore an evil smile. Chapter 43, Drakewater. Broad nodded and told Dyne that this would surely tempt many into betraying their current village, as the current setup gives them very small chances of evolving. Dyne's pale expression remained, but a wide smile was plastered on his face. "Very interesting. It looks like soon I'll have my grasps on that Gobu Gobu village and get my hands on that evil god icon." Dyne laughed excitedly. Dyne tried to stand up but realized he was too weak. It looks like I need to rest. Let's see, that room should do it. How was it that that room can allow Vaughn to recover in this castle? But first, we'll need to taste that Drake water." Dyne arranged his plan. After using 2 incense on everyone, Dyne began to move out. He was seated on top of number 1, and the group moved out once more. As before, the monsters and the Jamards ignored Dyne and his team. Dyne rushed towards the gate's entrance. If this is the stage now, I wonder how strong the boss is. I think Carabin would be far scarier than imagined. I must prepare. Dyne calculated in his head as he counted the number of creatures inside. As they went inside, they found a rare Seru that stood above all the other Jamards. Jamard level 2. Dyne spotted the creature. Luckily, this Seru ignored the group. A Jamard level 2 was a common Seru monster that would appear later in the game. But this creature shouldn't appear on this side of Drake Castle. Yet there it was. Dyne guessed that just like the Gobu Gobu who wanted to kill Jamards, the Jamards also sought to kill monsters to reach this level. Are they after the evil god icon? Dyne guessed, but then Dyne decided to throw it aside. Since he couldn't figure it out now, he best ignored it. They moved deeper into the entrance of the large castle. The entrance of the castle was practically the same as it was in the game. Dyne sighed in relief. Thank goodness the main chambers headed to the throne are still the same. Otherwise, it would take hours to find that room. Dyne sighed. The main entrance had a large staircase that led upwards. At the floor of the entrance were 2 canals full of rushing water. Dyne urged the group to move nearby one of the canals, took his jar, and filled it with water. This has got to be Drake water. But why couldn't it heal Vaughn in the game? Dyne wondered. Casting his worries aside, Dyne began to drink the water. Dyne felt that while his body didn't recover, his soul recovered. The mental stress of his soul became lighter as he felt parts of his soul recovering. There was a strange healing effect on Dyne's body as the water surged in. Soul energy. Dyne noticed it. Immediately he began to channel the soul energy that the Drake water gave and allowed it to replenish him. This is great. It's much better than the water at Hunter Springs. Dyne was so excited that he could leap for joy. His soul's recovery allowed him to recover that. Dyne even allowed his mind and soul barriers to come down and see if he would succumb to the mist. Nothing occurred. He could still feel the mist slowly affecting him, but the previously built-up pressure and effects of the mist were gone. I can do it. I can do it now. Dyne realized that with this water, he could move on to the next leg of his journey. Number 1, what of the hunters? Are they done hunting? I need you to send your clones here. Number 1 nodded and sent a soul message back, reporting what the hunters did. Dyne's previous joyous expression stiffened, and it turned to shock. They have 3 Gobu Gobu and 3 more slimes? Dyne was so startled that he shouted. Halfway through it, He covered his mouth and glanced at the other sides of the room. The nearby monsters and the Seru glanced back at Dyne but ignored them. Dyne sighed. What do you mean 3 Gobu Gobu and 3 slimes? Dyne was shocked. Number 1 explained that the hunters had captured 3 Gobu Gobu, who each had a slime. Hunters asked me, teach them Gobu Gobu, Bertugo explained. What? Bertugo nodded. They ask words and meanings, Bertugo explained. When did this happen? Night at Hunter Springs. Alright, so they must have basic communication skills. They must have written it down. But I'm surprised that they already caught so many Gobu Gobu. How did they do that? Training. Hunters train and fight me to catch me. You mean they trained and fought you as if they were trying to catch a Gobu Gobu? Bertugo nodded. Why didn't they tell me about it? Hunters say you have many plates. They want help so they train. Wow, they really said that I have too much on my plate? I mean, wow, alright, fine. Dyne was touched at the hunters' efforts. With a group like that, this game will surely be a lot easier. This makes it a lot better. Number 1, have your clones merge and come here. Follow the river just like you did with Bertugo. Make your clones wait at the dam. Dyne gave his instructions. Before running out, write this down on the ground or anywhere they can see. Dyne wrote on the dust of the walls. Need my slimes. He told me what you were up to. I will be back soon. Tell the Gobu Gobus you caught Sagak Magak Kagak Yogak Sagak Agak Mingak. Gagak Wagak Nagak Mingak Kagak Yogak Gambu. P.S. and thank you for your efforts. I really appreciate it. Love. The slime nodded and began to do so. Somewhere near south of the Hunter Springs, the hunters began to move. The jars they had were all being carried by the slimes they caught. Several Gobu Gobus were tied in thick ropes as they followed the hunters. The Gobu Gobus that were captured all had a strange expression. The hunters kept trying to talk to them and wanted to learn many of the words they couldn't understand. As they traveled, an even weirder thing occurred as the evil flies they killed were offered to the Gobu Gobu for experience. The Gobu Gobu wondered. These humans used to flee at the very sight of them. But now, not only were they not afraid, their teamwork was excellent, and they casually talked to them without fear and worry. One of the Gobu Gobu actually leveled up in the process, and the 2 others were nearing level up. The return trip was full of laughs and joy. Suddenly, 3 of the leading slimes moved and slowly brought Val down. The 3 merged into one, and the merging shocked the Gobu Gobu. They have never seen such a powerful slime before. They knew that all 3 of them couldn't kill that slime. The hunters saw what was happening and were amazed. That Dyne really knows how to keep surprising us. He was watching after us the whole time. One of the hunters exclaimed. Ray read the words and turned to the Gobu Gobus. Sagak Magak Kagak Yogak Sagak Agak Mingak. Gagak Wagak Nagak Mingak Kagak Yogak Gambu. P.S. and thank you for your efforts. I really appreciate it. After that, Ray made a heart sign with his hands. Are you an idiot, Ray? Obviously, that last part was for us. Esto cursed, and the hunters laughed. The Gobu Gobus was startled at those words. Togak Togak Ogak? One of them asked. One of the hunters went back to his notes and found that phrase. He's asking if it's true. Ray nodded. Igak Sagak Gambu Kagak Igak Bigak Gangak. The hunter then read his notes and answered back. The Gobu Gobu was startled and glanced at each other. The strange things that Rim Elm showed them made them more interested. Val rode one of the other slimes as the hunters carried the urns. Slimy began to move and left the group as the hunters waved goodbye. The Gobu Gobus couldn't understand where that slime was going, but seeing the confident faces of the hunters, they knew that slime would go back. The hunters began to ask the Gobu Gobu to command the slime to do the same thing that the slime did when carrying Val. A while later, Val was seated on one of the captured slimes. Unlike Dyne's slime, the slime couldn't move anymore, and the hunters had to remove the jars inside and carried them. I can't believe I'm carrying this again. The assigned hunter sighed. Come on. Soon we won't be. But we should do this as part of our tradition. Right? Let's make a water jar carrying race in Rim Elm when we get back. Just for us to remember how bad we had it back then. Juno cheered. Back at Drake Castle, Dyne led his crew up the staircases after drawing more water and putting it in the jar. He knew the game, and he knew that the doors leading to the higher levels of the castle couldn't be opened unless they had certain keys found on the nearby rooms. Dyne was astounded as they reached the second floor and found a massive amount of Jamards sleeping. But as they ignored Dyne, they moved cautiously and went towards the nearby room. He remembered that, in the game, this is where the sunrise key was. As they entered, Dyne saw the possessed humans for the first time. Chapter 44. Reaching the second level. The room had several jail cells full of possessed humans. There were some small Jamards in the room that was moving in and out of the cell. Is that a Jamard? Dyne was surprised to see a small chain-like snake. It clearly had the form of the Jamard but was way smaller. Well, it makes sense, Dyne realized. The Cerus gave birth to more Cerus. Amid the mist, this would allow them to give birth to more soul creatures. Looking at the damaged door, some of the Cerus that grew older must have attacked the door to get out. Dyne ignored all these. As the Cerus and the humans ignored their presence, Dyne started to look for the sunrise key. A peculiar treasure chest was placed on the shelf near the jail. Dyne opened it and found the key. He happily took it, then began to wonder what happened. Why would this item be here? Dyne pondered. The main difference between the game and this reality was how the items were left around. Why would the sunrise key be left here in a very noticeable and suspicious place? The king left a letter in his room and stated that if someone were to read the letter, that person must have had the strength to travel in the mist. He made these locks was to prove that whoever is traveling here has the wisdom of a human. Dyne realized the king's intentions. This King Drake is really smart. Dyne couldn't help but praise the king. Ugh, one of the possessed cried. Nay, another ran and bumped the cage. Rugg. The possessed humans began to moan as they took a closer look at Dyne but ignored him. Why won't these monsters attack Vaughn and the group? Was it because of the Are Seru? Did they think that Vaughn and his team were possessed by Cerus as well? Dyne guessed. Eventually, Dyne moved out and glanced at the large stone door that led to the next level of the castle. The stone door blended well with the wall that it looked like it was a wall. But Dyne knew that this was one way to keep the monsters from reaching the upper levels. As such, if anyone would ever reach the top level, they would be humans. A lot of monsters and Jamards were on the floor they were and even patrolled down the stairs. It was too conspicuous, and Dyne didn't want to open the door. If I'm right, then on the upper floors there should only be Jamards. If these skeletons and Drake Ghost have resurrected from the dead bodies in the cemetery, then they shouldn't be up there. I need to think of a way to draw their attention. Dyne looked around and found several chandeliers at the top. I guess it's time to reveal that, Dyne smiled. He ordered number 1 to reveal the one weapon he hid when he went out. He barely had enough time to fashion it and only made several arrows. Number 1 spat out a bow and some arrows. Rim Elm had a very primitive design for their bows and arrows. Most of their arrows used wood as they could not make it out of steel. As such, it was rarely used even against the Gobu Gobu. Dyne asked them as a group to craft a bow with a specific design, which surprised the hunters. The newly crafted bow had more than twice the power of their own designs. The hunters were impressed, but sadly, none of them were good enough to use it in the 1 week they trained. Dyne aimed for one of the ropes that tied the chandelier and released his arrow. His training in the military had a diverse skill set, and he was very proficient with the arrow. The arrow flew and sliced the rope, causing the chandelier to fall on the ground. Below, several skeletons were moving and didn't even see the chandelier fall on them. Crash! The loud sounds echoed out as the skeletons began to screech. The Jamards from the top floor all began to move and race towards where they heard the sounds. Dyne led his team towards the stone door with the sun symbol, and he used the sunrise key. With a heavy push, they opened the stone door and immediately closed it. What they saw was a wide and dark staircase that led towards the next level. The staircase had no enemies, and the group continued to move to the next level. Upon reaching the second level, Dyne sighed in relief. His assumptions were correct. As he looked around, he found that there were fewer monsters in the area before them. The room was very dark as no light reached it. The sounds of rushing waters could be heard, and Dyne knew that this was Drake water. Every floor had 2 canals on both ends of the large hall. Looks like I was right. No monsters here. Logically speaking, he thought that the higher levels which were locked in should have little Cerus. In the game, there were 3 keys needed to access all the floors. But since this wasn't like in the game where the random encounter was everywhere, Dyne assumed that the second level would only have very few enemies as it was in between 2 locked doors. Dyne then led his crew. It was at this point that the power of the incense disappeared. Dyne saw a Jamard walking and was startled. He sent his team to hide in the sides. How? He cursed. But then he looked around and noticed that there were fewer Jamards in this area, and many of them looked smaller. Young Jamards, Dyne wondered. He saw several smaller Jamards down the lower levels, but many of them were adults. Yet, in this room, there wasn't even a single adult. Could these Jamards be the child Serus of the Serus that the people wore? Dyne guessed. He then tried to sense the mist. That's it. The mist in this area is weaker since it only has a few entry points. No wonder the Jamards could not grow into adults and multiply as fast as they could downstairs. In the game, King Drake ordered all his subjects to lock themselves up in jails and wear serus. This was so that the entire kingdom wouldn't be able to harm anyone else if humans would reach this place. Dyne guessed that because of the mist, the Jamards that the people wore gave birth to other Jamards. But since they couldn't attach themselves to anyone else, they became wandering serus. Dead smell gone, Bertugo warned. Dyne noticed that the incense had indeed run out. Thanks, Bertugo, but let's try something first. Dyne smiled. With a jar full of water and knowing that there would be more Drake water flowing nearby, Dyne made Bertugo ambush the Jamard. Bertugo grabbed the small Jamard, and they ran back to the entrance. There, they killed the child Jamard and Dyne channeled his ability. But this time, Dyne decided to pour out the experience and burning energy to Broad and Bertugo. After warning his team not to shout, Dyne and the 2 goblins suffered a great burning sensation. Number 1 had the jars out, making them ready for drinking. Broad was struggling so badly that it tried to break free and reach for the jar, but Number 1 fought back and stopped them. Bertugo also rebuked Broad and told him to bear it and held down Broad. Like this, Broad suffered a lot. Dyne reached level 3, and both Broad and Bertugo also achieved a level up. Broad fell down as if he was fainting. His body had chars all over. Dyne gave him half a healing leaf, and the other half he cut further into 2 and took one and gave the other to Bertugo. Broad's expression lightened as the healing leaf healed him of his damage. Broad glanced at his body and noticed the difference. Dyne picked up a healing leaf that the departed Jamard left behind. Looks like we have a farming room, Dyne laughed. The large rooms had a few monsters to the front. Some Jamard and some Drake Ghost were wandering nearby. Dyne made Bertugo move forward. But now's not the time. You guys stay here. To save incense, I'll go and get the keys to the next layer and run back here, Dyne ordered. Dyne coated himself with the incense powder and began to head off. Dyne ran and moved towards the room and found a large jail full of people and Jamard. The jail was large as this hall appeared to be the dining area. Several young Jamards moved around the room, and the smaller ones moved in and out of the jail cell. Oddly enough, there was a Jamard who grew to become so big that he couldn't get out of the cage. Not a very bright Jamard, are you? Dyne shook his head. He went to search for the treasure chest and found them. When Dyne opened it, he saw several strange items. The treasure chest had 7 of these items. This is odd. What is this? Dyne wondered and looked at the bottle. There in the bottle was a label underneath. Fury Boost. Dyne contained his excited cry. There was actually 7 Fury Boost. This will be very helpful. Dyne decided to take the entire chest and searched for another wardrobe. He found a treasure chest, opened it, and found a key with a lightning symbol. The lightning key, Dyne cheered. He then ran back and met with the group. He only used a small amount to cover him, and it allowed him to move back and forth the room. Knowing what amounts to apply, Dyne sprinkled a very conservative amount on everyone and began to move again. They reached the main stone door leading to the 3rd level, and with very few monsters around, the group opened it without creating a distraction. Chapter 45, Life and Death. As the doorways opened, the group entered it and closed the door but didn't lock it. Similar to the previous door, what followed was a long and dark staircase. But this time, some monsters were floating around. There were several Drake Ghosts around. Unlike in the game where they were stoic and firm, these Drake Ghosts appeared transparent as if they could pass through walls. The Drake Ghost was the floating half of a warrior. He had no legs but hovered around and had a sword, a helmet, and wore red armor. Looks like their real ghost. A spirit punch should be enough, though, Dyne plotted. He gave the orders, and the group walked up the stairs, depleting the incense powder. When they drew closer to one of the Drake ghosts, Dyne immediately made his attack. He jumped in midair and delivered a powerful punch, erupting the spirit energy in his arm. Smash! The Drake ghost was sent back, and his figure no longer appeared translucent. Vertugo used steel to swipe an item from the Drake ghost. After ensuring it, Broad also attacked, and the two slimes jumped on the Drake ghost so that it could no longer attack. And the group continued to attack it until it suddenly dissipated like the skeletons would do when they were killed. Dyne tried to use the same ability as he tried to capture the scattering soul. Dyne felt a strange sadness as he acquired the energy. But upon entering his soul, Dyne sent a jolt of his soul that contained the image of Allos Vasilis. The entering soul suddenly shivered as the color immediately changed. Dyne was startled but immediately reached out to number 1 and number 2, who used to be on top of the Drake ghost. For some strange reason, the life energy did not go towards number 1, but all rushed towards number 2. Dyne was confused at the soul's sudden movement, but sensing that the soul remembered its past life in Allos Vasilis, Dyne allowed it to move. The dissipating soul somehow reformed and entered the core of number 2. Number 2 was shaking, and soon it calmed down. A strange connection was formed between Dyne and number 2, and it was as if he could also send basic commands to number 2. Broad was confused. He felt that the evil god's bloodline link disappeared, and he could no longer communicate with number 2. Strafe felt as if he was stabbed as he saw that. What exactly did you do? Strafe couldn't help but ask. I showed him a few of my memories. I guess it reminded the soul that he was from Allos Vasilis. Dyne chuckled. Strafe was shocked. He began to grumble and grumble with great intensity that it confused Dyne for a bit. I feel heavier. Of course you did. You tamed another slime. If we use brigandine terminology, you are nearing your rune power limits. Oh, so that's why. But that means I can't let him evolve. Oh wait, what happens if I level up? Will it increase my rune power? Soul power is directly linked to the body. So yes, but it also can increase your training. Right now, you haven't even reached your limit in soul mastery. I guess having a slime that adds pressure to your soul is beneficial. That way, you can slowly train yourself to grow, I guess. Alright, sounds great. Broad began to explain that he lost number 2's connection. It's alright, he's with me now, Dyne explained. I think we should stick to killing Drake Ghost. It's easier and doesn't burn us to death. Show me the item you stole, Dyne then asked Vertugo. Vertugo revealed a strange bluish, almost gaseous orb. Power elixir. We need a container. Dyne then urged number 2 to spit out one empty jar. Dyne placed it inside the jar and put it back inside number 2. Dyne saw another Drake Ghost near the end of the staircase. The group attacked it. Unlike the previous Drake Ghost, this one noticed it and began to send wind blades at them. The wind hash moved with incredible speed, but Vertugo charged and raised his shield to receive the blow. The attack struck Vertugo and caused him to retreat a few steps. Dyne rushed forward with the rest and did a series of combined attacks. A few seconds later, the Drake Ghost was killed. For some strange reason, there was no life energy, but only painful and torturous soul energy entered them. It was as if a concentrated amount of mist energy attacked them. Dyne sensed it and didn't try to throw out the energy but resisted it. It was then that Dyne felt the small wisps of a soul, which Dyne redirected and sent towards Broad. Broad was nervous as Dyne reached out but stood still and bit his teeth. Dyne channeled the energy and once more created a soul vision of Allos Vasilis. The small wisps of soul trembled as it rushed towards Broad. Broad also shivered as if he senses a strange power being channeled within. Broad stopped and took a look at his arms. It was there that he could feel strange things. It was as if the emotions that he could feel increased. He glanced at Dyne, and tears began to fall on his eyes, but his expression remained confused. Okay, what's going on? Dyne wondered. Same thing happened me. Night Genesis tree. What do you mean? Gobu Gobu race different from man. We feel different. When Genesis tree grow bright, Bertugo feels strange. He feel things he not feel before. Dyne was startled. I see. Soul kindling gave birth to a wider scope of emotions. Dyne was shocked. That is correct. I guess there is no harm in telling you this. Imagine Bertugo and Broad was once monsters. They do feel emotions, but it is vastly weaker or different from what humans feel. Imagine being a dog. What emotions do you feel? It isn't as complex as humans who get disappointed, angry, vengeful, and so on. Bertugo had a full transition, but Broad still has a long way to go. You'd need about 10 more of those to make his soul full. He is grateful towards you, but he doesn't understand what that emotion is. So that's it. Then if I count number 2, I'd need 20 more Drake Ghost? Or will skeletons and Jamards do? On second thought, I'd better not try that to a Jamard. The burning pain doesn't give me the luxury to concentrate. I guess there's no harm telling you. The skeletons don't have a soul. The corruption of the mist caused the dead bodies to rise. But you already guessed that. But as for the ghost Drake, it is made up of the souls of those that remain in this world. I believe you could imagine why this is so, Strafe asked. I don't know. Why can't the souls go back to Noru Valley? Guess. Dyne thought for a bit. The Genesis tree? If they could bring souls from Noru Valley to here, then are they a way to get to the other side? Correct. Now with that in mind, you should be able to deduce why the souls can't cross over. The mist, Dyne exclaimed. Correct. The mist hinders them. It is part of the evil of the mist. It is more sinister than what it looks like. When a person dies in this world, they begin to start their journey to go to Noru Valley. But this process happens for a long time. Upon getting born into this world, people slowly go through decay. You could call in entropy. We call it death energy. Upon dying, a person's soul goes through the opposite of that. They are in a continuous state of regeneration until their soul is strong enough to move. What? Dyne was confused. That how it is in Legaia and in the cultivation world that you go through. Is it reincarnation? Sort of. The best way to put it is Final Fantasy VII's plot. How the dead return to becoming that life energy that fuels the earth. But in the cultivation world, the cycle of yin and yang occurs. You see, you need life energy to create death energy. Life energy is the mysterious energy that dictates life. When a person dies, the soul becomes the energy which is known as life energy. And the mysterious laws of the world requires both life and death. Wow, it sounds Chinese. It really is. As I said, the cultivators of Chinese legend came from our world. In our world, life and death energy go hand in hand. When life energy disappears, death energy appears. People are created and born through life energy, and immediately they fall under the control of death energy and decay. And so, the yin-yang symbol that the Chinese of your world adheres to is proven true. There is death in life. And while people under the powers of death energy can procreate and produce more life, in our world, everyone is created as life beings clothed in death bodies. There is no other way to be formed. There have been tales of those who fought against the heavens and overturned these laws. The mortal severing is this stage. You sever death by actually dying to be reborn as life. Alright, now it's getting more difficult to understand. Dyne shook his head. Let me make it easier for you. Death and life is a cycle in this world. Life energy and death energy supports itself. Through life and death energy, more life and death energy are created. People need to be born in a body of decay. By combining life and death, more life energy can be created, as those with life energy will need a body of decay to procreate and make life. Cultivators fight against the heavens to break free from this body of decay and life without death energy. Cool story, bro. But how does that affect Legaia? When a person dies, his death energy ends, and life energy begins to grow. The soul will then travel to the nearest Genesis tree to go to Noru Valley, where all souls of Legaia dwell. But the journey of the soul from here to Noru Valley is a long time. A soul can linger for years and years in this world before traveling to the Genesis tree. But the mist hinders this process, keeps the soul and corrupts it. Those Drake ghosts are those very souls. Chapter 46. The Safe Room. Dyne was silently conversing with Strafe. Broad had a strange explanation, and Bertugo explained that Dyne does this all the time and motioned for Broad to wait. I get it now. No wonder the Drake ghosts only appear in towns and cities where there are a lot of humans. So that's why these ghosts don't appear in the wild areas. Drake Castle must have a cemetery that caused corruption. But what about the skeletons? If the ghosts I see here are from the corrupted life energy, then are the skeletons the opposite? Are the heightened death energy? So perceptive of you. Correct. That is how they came to life. Death energy is something unseen, but because of the mist, it has manifested itself. The mist mutates creatures with a lot of death energy, and so they create these creatures, Strafe explained. Then who was it that I could still absorb the energy from the skeletons that became experience? Death and life are of the same coin. You need to absorb a balance between the two energies to understand it. Oh, thanks. I've killed quite a few skeletons. That means I should absorb just as much life energy from these ghosts. Dyne sighed, and I still have to absorb more to give these ghosts to give to Broad and number 2. Dyne decided on his plan. For now, we haste to that room. Dyne gave his orders. The group moved on to the 4th floor and did the same thing on the next level. Dyne used the incense and moved to the room, which he knew would possess the star key. After grabbing it, he went back and gathered the team and moved towards the next level. This was the last floor, and the floor above would lead to the area where Bertugo was. Dyne led the group, following the memories of the game, and avoided the monsters. Soon they reached the throne room, and Dyne went towards the room at the right of the throne room. As Dyne opened it, the room had no mist inside. The group went inside and closed the room. Just as I thought, this room would be free from the mist. Dyne sighed in relief. The group began to bar the door while Dyne continued to meditate to recover. The next moment Dyne opened his eyes. It was already the next day. I was that tired, huh? Dyne sighed. The rest was already awake. Stay here for a bit. I'll go check the throne room. Dyne moved towards the throne room and found that the door was locked. It's locked? How am I going to get inside then? Dyne pondered. You won't be able to open it, Strafe answered. What? Why? The key's not here. It's part of a secret side quest. Oh, I guess I'll have to find other ways to make our trip to Byron easier. Dyne shrugged and went back to the safe room. Have your mana recovered? Dyne asked Bertugo. Bertugo nodded. Good. We will now begin our farming. Dyne smiled. He then began to explain the plan. The group went out and began to wander around the castle. The entire castle was far wider than what it was in the game. The game would have each floor to hold 2 small halls and 1 large main hall where the river of Drakewater would run down. But in this reality, the main hall extended out to the east and west, and there were several rooms to the side. The only thing that this world's reality followed faithfully in the game was the main halls and the path. There was only 1 staircase leading up or downwards. This should be in case of war. This castle could easily defend the choke points of this area. Dyne noticed, and he gathered his group to move around. They kept ambushing the monsters and would kill them. Dyne would use his ability to absorb and resist the souls of the Jamard. The process of Dyne's absorption was longer since Dyne was trying to forcibly remind the Seru that they were from Allos Vassilis. But all of these failed. Failed again. Dyne cursed. He has done this process 3 times, but all went to failure. When Dyne couldn't handle the energy, he would move and give it to Bertugo and Broad. What you are doing is far harsher than doing it with Drake Ghost. Drake Ghost is in the process of transitioning. Though they are souls and have life energy, they are deadly creatures. What I mean is that they have little to no consciousness and are not aware. The Jamard, on the other hand, are alive and living. Since they are driven mad by the mist, they will fight and even reject whatever you are doing. I get it, but I feel that if I try it again and again, I'll be able to do it. Or rather, I need to do it to complete my plans. What plans? And things like this aren't easily achieved. You can't just keep practicing and getting in. It's like trying to teach a fish how to fly, Strafe argued. I don't know. If I'm a fish, I have the feeling that I am evolving to have wings. Dyne laughed. Strafe decided not to argue, but Strafe couldn't help but consider that it would probably be possible for Dyne. He has seen the many miracles which he previously thought were impossible. Dyne began to kill off the wandering young Jamards. One of the battles had a failed ambush, and the Jamards began to call for companions. Several Jamards approached and began shooting fireballs, but since they were young Jamards, Bertugo managed to take the brunt of the attacks and survive. Dyne led the rest to weaken the Jamards quickly and had the slimes directly devour them and attack them as the Jamards were inside. The strange attack surprised Broad, as he had never seen a slime directly envelop something and attack it through swallowing it and attacking it while inside. The young Jamards couldn't even generate their fire attacks as the slime's properties prohibited generation and cooled their body. With that, Dyne and the rest of the team continued to kill off the rest of the Jamards. When two Jamards were nearing their deaths, Dyne approached them and made Bertugo and Broad kill them off as Dyne absorbed the Seru's life and soul properties and bestowed it to Bertugo and Broad. After killing the two, the only ones remaining were the three young Jamards that the slimes enveloped. "Alright, I'll try something." Dyne smirked and ordered the slimes to kill the first Jamard. Dyne absorbed the burning sensation. Instead of spreading the soul energy and dividing it, Dyne consumed it and began to cause the blazing soul energy to circulate in his body. However, this time, Dyne took out the jar of water and drank a lot in his mouth. Soon, the minute of soul-refreshing energy that the Drake water offered was siphoned by Dyne, but this time, it did not rush into where his soul resided. The soul core or the dantian of Dyne had two energies, one from the fiery heat of the Jamard and another from the soothing and cool energy that the Drake water had. As the two combined, the pain was lesser. It was here that Dyne finally did something that shocked Strafe. Dyne sent the heat and the soothing coldness not into his soul, but circulated it all over his body. It was as if the energy began to move into Dyne's blood vessels, marrows, bones, and muscles. Dyne gritted his teeth in pain. Unlike before attacking his soul, the body was experiencing a linked sensory pain since his soul was attacked. But right now, the energy was attacking Dyne's body directly. Strafe was alarmed at this action and immediately bestowed on Dyne another set of techniques in panic. As the burning energy was circulating in Dyne's body, he then could see the formula of how to rotate the wild energy in his body and followed it. It was then he realized that the formula was amazing, and Dyne began to circulate the energy. It went into his soul core and went out. Soon, the spiritual energy circulated rapidly, causing Dyne's body to undergo tampering. The heat would have burned Dyne's skin, but Dyne used the cool energy to minimize the damage. With Strafe's formula, the energy was revolving and moving on Dyne's blood vessels. But behind the burning was a strange strengthening. This cycle lasted several minutes. Dyne's soul core would absorb parts of the Jamard soul and the cool energy from Drake Castle. Dyne immediately used a healing leaf to recover as he could feel bad burns around his body. "Strafe, you cheapskate, if you had that technique, you should have given it to me earlier." Dyne cursed. Strafe was also cursing back. How could he have known that Dyne would embark on soul energy bodily tampering? This was something that you could only learn after decades of soul cultivation. "I didn't know you could do that," Strafe defended. "Anyway, that felt good. What made you try that anyway?" "Ever since I became a soul cultivator, I've been feeling a strange feeling around my body. Well, I say feel, but it's not exactly a feeling. But I get the feeling that there are just too many strange things in my body." I recalled those Eastern cultivators would try to cleanse their body and meridians and so on. I thought, hey, why not use a soul? It's not physically dirty, but that burning sensation ought to cleanse my body, right? Strafe had his mouth wide open as he looked at Dyne. Chapter 47. Training with Drake Water. Strafe was seriously beginning to wonder what form of monster the sovereign of that world sent to this world. Pseudo-saint body, Strafe lifelessly mentioned as he was still wondering what freak this Dyne was. What? Pseudo-saint body. It is one of the things martial cultivators of my world go through to slowly reform the body. Be it soul, body, and mind cultivation, each path needs to undergo several changes in its nature. The problem is that all three of their bodies, soul, mind, and body are affected by the death energy. And so, they go through the process of changing it. If there is too much death energy in their body, they will be unable to acquire that saint body. To fix this, the path that I had for you was to be reborn in Breath of Fire 4's world as Ryu. This would have allowed you to easily a powerful pseudo-saint body and will be perfected when you merge with Folu. Oh, then should I just stop doing this? Am I wasting effort? No. There are many ways to go through this process. The one I had planned was a physical rebirth. I used my own physical body as the foundation. I divided my body into two forms which you will use. But due to the death energy within your body, I opted to only give you a small portion of my body as a start and make you merge with Folu, which has a larger portion of my divine body. But this isn't 100% of your body? Correct. Folu's and Ryu's bodies barely constitute 50% of my own. But if you can develop a stronger pseudo-saint body, you could acquire a larger percentage of my divine body and become stronger. The technique I imparted to you is one of my master's techniques. But I never tried it, for I cultivated to be a divine using another method. Alright, I don't really get it, but basically I should do this. Hey Bertugo and Broad, you should do this too. Oh wait, I can't seem to teach them yet. Strafe, why can't I impart that experience-absorbing technique to my slimes? I mean, I am linked with them, right? It's because slimes have little or no mental capacity. In short, they aren't as smart as humans. Even Bertugo would find it hard to understand that even if you can control them like these slimes, and here I thought I could evolve them. Wait, what if I bring them to Brigandine's world? Don't that world have ways to evolve a monster? Very perceptive. Yes, you could evolve them. But even if you do evolve them, it doesn't change their ability. Remember, various monsters in Brigandine are limited to only a few attacks even when they evolve. They have MP-based attacks that are given by their body. But for Bertugo or this slime, they would be like lizardmen or scorpions who don't have any special magic attacks. Are there ways that I can improve the mental abilities of my monsters? There is in Breath of Fire 4, but that's still too far away from where you are. Your other option is to look for inheritances, magical fruits in my world, as long as there is a chance. For now, I guess I should continue this torturous training. Dyne laughed. The group continued to attack and kill as many Jamards they could find. Some wandering Drake ghost could wander around the area every now and then, and the group would steal more power elixirs from them and kill them. 3 days passed, and they finally cleared the entire 4th level and the 3rd level of Jamards. All there that remained were humans possessed by Jamards. The slimes and Broad had complete souls now. The process was shocking even for Strafe. The souls they received from the wandering Drake ghosts were from different souls. But whenever Dyne would remind them about Allos Vassilis, the souls would somehow find a way to merge and grant the slimes and Broad its own original soul. Why did I introduce you to the citizens of Allos Vassilis? You seem to be having an easier time in this world, Strafe complained. The souls were actually submitting to Dyne as they could feel a powerful sense of gratitude that Dyne had to the souls. Dyne had just killed another Drake and bestowed its soul to Broad. For some reason, I feel that the Bertugo has a bigger potential than Broad. Of course, Bertugo received one powerful sentient soul. Broad received scattered souls. The soul in Bertugo is so powerful that it forcibly caused Bertugo to become a Gambu as it imbued a surge of life energy into Bertugo. Frankly speaking, if Bertugo finds the right opportunity, he could grow up to be a monster king of this world. If you can awaken a Genesis tree, then Broad might have a chance. Why can't I do what I did before? I mean, make the souls from Noru Valley move here? You think what the souls did was easy? They sacrificed a lot for that. They forcibly broke through without the powers of Ariseru. They don't have the energy to do that again. Your choice is to awaken another tree if you want to make your monsters grow powerful. Wow, this world really loves me. Dyne laughed. Dyne went back and relaxed in the room that was without any mist. He continued to teach the group how to speak and instructed them to prepare for the next day. The next day, Dyne stayed near the canal of flowing water and continued to immerse himself with the water. Dyne decided to meditate so to understand more about water energy. He ordered the rest to try to go on the lower floors and steal from Drake ghosts and Jamard and to be careful. After teaching Bertugo and Broad how to open and lock the door, the group left, and Dyne mediated on the waters with peace. Hours passed, and Dyne continued to absorb the energy and pushed the lingering soothing energy to his body and circulated it in his meridians. He knew that there was a possible trauma for using the Jamard's soul to purify his body, and the soothing cold energy was just right to heal it. So the water here has thick life energy. But how come it changes when it reaches the Hunter Springs? Dyne pondered. Strafe laughed in secret. He knew the answer why but refused to tell Dyne. Dyne continued to meditate, and several hours passed again. A slime colony? Dyne suddenly asked out loud. Wah? Strafe was confused at Dyne's sudden words. Could it be that the underground river houses a slime colony? Makes sense. What? Strafe was angry. How did you come to that conclusion? Oh, simple deduction. First, how can the slime survive in that gobu-gobu-filled world? Second, the ambush we met. The slime could bury itself underground. I tasted the water and compared it to this one, and I realized that the water in the Hunter Springs has potent nutrients. Since I've been using number 1 as a blanket, I felt a strange familiarity with the Hunter Springs. So I'm guessing there is a slime colony somewhere in between the underground river here and the Hunter Spring. The slime feeds primarily on that water and multiplies, and I guess the nutrients that the slimes release make the waters rich and vibrant that allows healing. Green slimes carry healing leaves, so I'm guessing that like the gobu-gobu, they somehow collect those. Dyne presented his deduction. So it wasn't astral projection? Astral what? Never mind. Strafe sighed in relief. It would be shocking if Dyne could already perform astral projection. That astral thingy. I felt that there were a group of slimes somewhere south of here. I could feel their presence when I was connected to the water. Was that it? Dyne asked. Strafe was silent. While this wasn't astral projection, Dyne was already beginning to step on this powerful ability that soul cultivators had. It was the ability to sense the area around them. But Dyne could somehow commune with the water and detect the slimes. Also, is this river connected to the sea west of Mount Rikuroa? I felt a powerful soul energy over there. Kinda scary though. I was trying to sense it more, but somehow it got mad and pushed me out. Monster. Monster. Strafe could only mutter in shock and didn't bother to explain. 2 more days passed like this. On the 3rd day, the Broad and Bertugo reported that they were once again able to steal items from the monsters they found and brought in their spoils. They had been marking the monsters they stole from and realized that the items from the Drake Ghost materialized again. Dyne nodded as he expected this and explained why it was. I sort of expected this. You see, Drake Ghosts are souls, remember? I've been telling you many things about the soul. So your ability from the evil god allows you to steal things that are either items or something that these creatures craft. So the power elixir is something their soul creates. Dyne happily explained to his monsters. They had a confused expression but nodded anyway. Strafe was stunned at Dyne's explanation. You are very perceptive. Strafe couldn't help but comment. I was trained to be. Dyne laughed. You're right though. You just have this very child. Like look that I forget you were the best of your world. This explains how humans learned the spirit in this world, right? They fought against monsters and acquired these items. The Fury Boost, the Power Elixir, Speed, Defense, and maybe even the Wonder Elixir. These must have been Byron's ways of growing strong. On point, the ability of these items made the humans here find a way to imitate it. And so, a soul cultivator was born and ascended to a soul divine state. Dyne continued to explain everything needed for his monsters to learn and finally decided to begin soul training for the monsters. Chapter 48. A rope. Several more days passed, and it was already a month since Dyne had arrived in this world. His training continued, and the group alternated from training with the power elixirs they had. Dyne discovered that the power elixir would have a fixed amount of energy that would remain inside the bodies of those who consume it. It would take days for it to recover if these energies were not expelled. Dyne recalled that, in the game, this was mentioned during the flashback memories of Gala. In Gala's memories, he was scheduled to fight Songi in a tournament battle. Songi claimed he took Fury Boost the day before, which meant that the energy would still remain in the body. Dyne sought a way to move the energy around their body constantly. They were seated on the river made of drake water and continued to meditate. They were to do several circulations of the energy from power elixir around their bodies. The The slimes found it easy to do while Bertugo and Brod had a hard time doing it. Dyne was putting his palms on their backs together and would release his energy to help them move the power elixir on their bodies. Strafe was staring in amazement. Dyne had revealed an extraordinary way of teaching others through an odd technique. He couldn't even manifest the more advanced ways in the spirit, but the way he moved his spirit was something that would stun even his masters in his world. His methodology was rather vague and strange, but seeing as how Dyne's own soul energy could induce and draw out the other's movements, it made him silent. It took a while even for Strafe to understand how Dyne was doing it until Strafe curiously sent a strand of his soul inside to inspect. Dyne, whatever you do, don't show your abilities as a soul cultivator in the next world, Strafe suddenly ordered. HM? Okay. Dyne answered immediately but fell back into immersion. Strafe was shocked at what he saw. The soul energy inside these monsters would begin to move around. Dyne used the excess energy from the power elixir and circulated that power all over their body. Slowly, the whirlpool began to draw out the actual soul energy of the two goblins. And as the soul energy touched Dyne, the soul memories that lingered deep within the residing souls were kindled. It seems that as long as he gets enough power elixirs, fury boosts, and shield elixirs, Dyne could truly train all the hunters. Strafe marveled. He never expected Dyne to have such potential. No wonder the sovereign of that world allowed me to go there. He wants me to get this Dyne over to settle everything on my world. Strafe mumbled and then made a long sigh. It's too bad that I won't see his rise. Strafe could only laugh. But you will be avenged, master. This monster will cause a storm. Strafe laughed. I guess I should make his life a little bit harder. Instead of that planet, I'll go over to that one. Strafe made his decision. Bertugo and Brod continued to feel out the energy that was moving all over their body. They could feel foreign energy within and knew it was their master. All right, continue doing that. Dyne laughed. While his monsters continued to meditate, he took the two slimes and explored the rooms. With all the Jamards killed, Dyne began to comb through the area, searching for items and other objects that he could use. He found various cards that contained gold. The cards, however, weren't colored purple. There were bronze and silver-colored cards found around the area. After counting all the money, Dyne managed to find over 20,000 gold coins from the scattered cards. Dyne began to transfer the amount to other cards. He discovered that the bronze could only carry up to 10,000 coins, and the silver could reach 20,000. Oh, so this purple card should be very amazing. Dyne couldn't help but compare it with his purple card. He didn't know what the limit was, but since he could transfer all the gold into his purple card without a problem, Dyne knew that his card should have a limit of over 40,000. Apart from gold, Dyne also found several weapons and spears and decided to bring them along to give them to the hunters back in Rim Elm. There were also blueprints of other weapons and monster-crafted items. Maybe the village merchant can make this. Dyne recalled a man in the village. He was called Farley, who was the village merchant. But when he left, he was still not able to sell his wares. Perhaps the lack of hunts from the hunters made him unable to make anything. I wonder if he could craft items? Dyne pondered. He could create powerful arrows with this. Dyne went through the various rooms to scavenge for anything, and later he found what seemed to be a small stockpile of various tools. He then found something he thought would be extremely useful. A long, winding rope. Ropes! That's it! Dyne cheered excitedly. Strafe was surprised at the sudden joy of Dyne. Dyne began his work and glanced at all the ropes that he could find. The kingdom had a large ropes supply as these ropes were used to bring items up and down through the castle's many floors. Some ropes were used for the gates, for the castle's daily necessities, and so much more. Dyne continued to gather all of it and see if the rope's length would suffice the distance he needs it to go. Looks like there's enough for that. Now all I need is some paint. Dyne pondered. He had searched the entire floor and could not find the room with any paint. He had seen the Queen's majestic large size drawing on the first floor and knew that Drake Castle had painted. I wonder where it could be. It should be in the castle. Dyne began to think. I guess I'll have to look downstairs. Dyne sighed. He went with the slimes and began to plot his next actions. The trio went down and opened the door once more. But this time, Dyne didn't lock the doors. He left the slime to hide behind the entrance towards the long winding staircase that led to the upper floors and went out alone. There were various burnt areas within the lower floors, which Dyne knew were the battles that happened when Bertugo and his group would go down here. Dyne tiptoed east and began to explore the rooms. With the use of the golden compass and the Chicken King, Dyne avoided all enemies and even used the Chicken King's ability to make his movements faster. Soon Dyne was able to find a room that had various useful tools. A Jamard was around, and Dyne quickly dealt with it. His previous meditations had now shown its use. While Vaughn and the group utilized their spirit to envelop their bodies constantly, Dyne was practicing moving the energy on certain parts of his body. The problem with Tetsu's technique was that it could only be sustained under continuous movements for a few seconds. As such, the person has to move faster to deliver more spirit attacks. This explained the need for agility to attack. But with Dyne's method, the time he can wield the attacks would be longer if properly mastered. So while even the fastest character, Noah, could deliver 4 spirit attacks at level 1, Dyne could already surpass this and make 5 spirit attacks. Dyne's body had spirit both on his legs for movements and towards his fist. Dyne used the spirit on his legs to make him move faster, and then he jumped. Dyne delivered 2 consecutive air kicks at the Jamard and then ended with his first attack. The young Jamard was immediately killed. Dyne wasted no time and began to absorb the energy. His meridians were cooler now due to the long exposure to the cold energy from the Drake water. Strafe, who saw all this, decided to move towards an even more dangerous planet. It looks like that this Dyne will grow faster than I thought. It seems that I have the luxury of choosing the more dangerous planets as his starting point. Strafe began to search for a harsher planet to bring Dyne to. It was then that Strafe's eyes opened as if stunned. What is that? Strafe sensed strange energy out on the planets at the fringe location of their universe. A sense of dread appeared. What a strange planet, but I sense a calling from it. Why? Strafe was confused. Is it that sovereign? Is he telling me to go there? Strafe pondered. He would never have selected this planet to be Dyne's starting planet. He could feel strange Bale energy surrounding it. But Dyne has shown his miracles. I better add it. The odds have always been impossibly stacked against us. I'm sure Dyne wouldn't mind. Strafe laughed and redirected the Imaginarium Bond's energy and made the small artifact travel towards that planet. Dyne wasn't bothered with all that Strafe was doing. He couldn't sense the changes anyway. He was also forcibly enduring the pain of the burning heat. It was then that Dyne felt the last remaining soul was starting to awaken from something. Finally, Dyne laughed as he performed the one thing that he had been meditating on the past days. The image of Allos Vasilis appeared in the memories of the Jamard. The dying soul somehow recalled it, and the once painful heat disappeared as a strange warmth resonated around Dyne. Dyne opened his eyes and realized what happened. Level 3. Dyne laughed with glee. Amazing. It willingly gave its soul to you. The concentration of his life energy allowed you to level up quickly. With this, I think I can tame a Seru. Unlike Vaughn and the gang, I should be able to constantly bring a Seru on the battlefield like a tamed monster. All I need is a Seru. Dyne laughed. Strafe was surprised at Dyne's claim but was secretly impressed. The last time Dyne suggested this, he countered and said that it was impossible. But now, with Dyne's ability and the memories that the souls of this world had, it was indeed possible to convert the Mistborn Seru and tame it. Chapter 49. The Next Mission. Upon killing the Jamard and leveling up, Dyne finally began to look over the paint. White paint. Perfect. Dyne laughed with glee. Even with all the wisdom that he had, Strafe couldn't understand what white paint would do. Are you planning on using that to camouflage yourself in the mist with white paint? Serus and monsters don't primarily depend on eyesight, you know? I know. This isn't for that. This is for my next mission. I got the golden compass and the Chicken King after all. I don't need ropes when I have these accessories to help me ambush and escape from monsters. This is for my next mission. I will create a shortcut. Dyne smiled. A shortcut? You'll see. Dyne simply laughed. Dyne spent one more week inside Drake Castle. They rested, meditated on the waters while Bertugo and Broad would steal items. The group soon managed to kill all the Jamards all the way to the 2nd level. And the day arrived for Dyne to finally leave Drake Castle. Bertugo could no longer level up even he tried to absorb more experience. He needed to make specific offerings in order to evolve to become a high Gambu. As for Broad, he transformed and became a Gambu. He was surprised at his new form and now had the same trust that Bertugo did towards Dyne. Number 2 was now as green as number 1, and they could even divide into 4 forms that had the same green color. But even then, they could not become an oak slime. Dyne expected this as he knew that these slimes needed to kill or eat someone who had the war god's blessings or something stronger. The ogres beyond Drake Continent seemed to be the right answer. What was impressive was that the group could now make a single spirit attack. Through the powers given and with Dyne's ability to circulate, the sensation was now within their grasps. The slime was the first to learn it, but it was a pity that the slime's method of attacking was very slow. As for Bertugo and Broad, their attacks was far stronger than it was. A Jamard was smashed and instantly killed by these two, and Drake Castle was no longer a challenge for them. The group moved down the levels but decided not to kill the monsters here. Bertugo and Broad had gone down to this level several times during the past days to steal incense from skeletons. Now the group had a lot of incense, and they immediately left and moved with ease. Upon leaving Drake Castle, they moved towards the side where the river was. Broad, you go with me. Number 1, divide into 2 and have one follow me and another to stay with Bertugo. Number 2 and Bertugo, stay here on this side of the river, Dyne ordered. He then relayed the plan and pulled out 2 long trails of ropes that he stored inside number 1 and number 2. The rope had been coated with a light white paint that made it almost indistinguishable when placed in the mist. The instructions were given, and Dyne immediately used the water gate to close the great dam. The large dam closed, and the river that was nearly a kilometer wide started to subside. The river that once covered the entire area had subsided to a small and knee-deep river. Dyne could see that some of the river sprang out from the small areas under the dam. Dyne wasted no time and began to move. Bertugo and Dyne crossed the river while making Bertugo hold one end of the rope and Dyne the other. About midway was a peculiar treasure chest with a strange cover that was pinned to a rock. It looked like it was embedded deeply between the 2 rocks. Wind book. Dyne realized what it was. Dyne made Broad launch a spirit attack on the rock and shattered it to pieces. Dyne was now able to retrieve the treasure chest and open it. There the wind book was found. No time to examine this. Dyne kept the small book in his pocket and continued to run. Soon they reached the other bank. Dyne gave a few tug on the rope. Bertugo could not see Dyne as the thick mist hid their view. After pulling the rope, Bertugo immediately pulled back and received more pulls. This was the disgust signal. Bertugo immediately opened the water gate and made the dam pour out the water that filled the river once more. It'd be dangerous and suspicious if we leave the water gate closed. Let's go. Dyne began to move. They traveled following the river, and Bertugo did the same on the other side. A Gambu was something that the monsters all avoided. Aside from this, the group had incense if a group of Grimards would notice Bertugo and the slimes and if ostriches would attack Dyne and Broad. The trip going downriver was fairly peaceful. No one attacked the pair as they moved. As planned, the thick mist made it difficult for monsters and even humans to see the 2 trailing ropes. The hard part was that some places were elevated, and the ropes would actually touch the water, and the 2 groups had to raise the ropes higher. Soon, night approached, and the group found a place where Bertugo managed to tie the 2 ends of the ropes on his side on a tree he found. Dyne used the geographic elevation and pinned it on rocks. Dyne had slept peacefully while Broad remained vigilant. He was used to not sleeping for 3 days straight during the hunts and insisted that Dyne slept while he guarded. Truthfully, life in Drake Castle was one of the most comfortable period in his new life. He didn't have to fight monsters and risk his life against Jamards but even grew stronger. He was even confident that he could face their tribe leader. Soon, the group began to move once again after sending signals to each other by shaking and pulling the rope. And the journey continued like so. The wild beasts on this site, such as the enormous frog and a large ostrich, had formed a hunting party. The ostrich was slamming its beak towards a dead deer that it found. The deer looked slightly purple as if it was poisoned as the frog would slowly use its tongue to eat out the parts of the dead deer. Wow, a mutualistic relationship between 2 monsters. Impressive. Dyne was amazed at the sight of the 2 monsters helping each other. So that's what most monsters in this world do to survive. Dyne came to an understanding. When the pair saw Broad, it immediately retreated as Broad gave powerful howls to scare them. Dyne and Broad remained near the riverside and ran off. A few more days passed, and Bertugo passed the Hunter Springs. There was a large forest near the river on the side of Rim Elm. Dyne found an old tree on his side and began to tie the two ropes. Dyne tested the rope and stood on top of it. The pair began to walk on top of the bottom rope and held on the top rope for balance. After testing it and confirming that it was stable, Dyne took out small ropes, which he turned into a safety belt. The safety belts were ropes that were tied on the top rope and the bottom. The top would be tied to their arm and the bottom to their feet. This would ensure that none of them would fall off. When the safety belts were tied to his and Broad's hands and feet, the pair climbed the rope and began to cross the river. Number 1 remained and guarded the area in case more monsters would attack. Strafe was impressed at Dyne's ingenuity but remained curious as to why Dyne wanted to get to the other side. Slowly, Dyne and Broad crossed the river and eventually came to the other side where Bertugo and Number 1's clone and Number 2 were. And after that, the group sped towards the town of Rim Elm. Rim Elm, the village was far different than it was months ago. It now had a very strange aura. There were 8 slimes and 8 gobu-gobu of different tribes in this area. The gobu-gobu worked together with the hunters and made the hunt extremely easy. It had been nearly a month since Dyne's disappearance. But none of them were worried. After all, Bertugo was by their side. The hunters were forced to train with the gobu-gobu. There had been several training sessions, and the hunters were transformed in the life that they lived. But the hunter who experienced the greatest improvement was Vaughn. Smash! A gobu-gobu was sent flying, and the shield he had a huge dent from the attack of Vaughn. Tetsu had changed his training of Vaughn. He himself began to train using the technique that Dyne showed them. Tetsu was able to finally do it after weeks of meditation. Vaughn showed more aptitude in this regard and could actually maintain the spirit energy in his fist. But since the problem was that Vaughn didn't have the body to withstand attacks, he decided to practice evasion. And so, Vaughn's daily training was to face 2 gobu-gobu. Then it increased to 3, and now he was facing 4. The gobu-gobu felt as if his hand was ripped off. The other gobu-gobu was afraid of recklessly charging towards Vaughn and continued to harass Vaughn. Suddenly, Dyne's back! A loud cry was heard as one of the hunters excitedly announced. Chapter 50. Dyne's return. Everyone was immediately excited. All the hunters stopped what they were doing. The various slimes that had some chores even stopped. The gobu-gobu all moved towards the entrance of the village. As the gates were opened, everyone was stunned. Dyne now had 2 gambas tailing him and 2 green slimes. The gobu-gobu were amazed at the sight of 2 gambas. Their villages only had 1 gambu. It was so difficult to make another, and yet, Dyne already had 2 with him. "Dyne, you're back!" One of the hunters laughed. The elder walked out and smiled. "Sorry it took a long time. I was busy with a lot of stuff." Dyne then ordered his slimes to spit out the jars of water. "Drake water," Dyne smiled. "Drake water?" Many of the villagers shouted in surprise. Vaughn was also startled. He gave a quick glance at his father. His father looked back at him and gave Vaughn a quiet pat on the back. The gambus turned and looked at the gobu-gobu. "Luffgang!" Broad suddenly cried in delight. "Bertugo?" The gobu-gobu was also stunned. Broad was laughing as he moved towards the Luffgang and gave him a big hug. "It looks like these guys have a lot to catch up." Dyne laughed. Tetsu then appeared. "Did you find it?" he asked. Dyne motioned, and the slimes began to spit out the many items that Broad and Bertugo had stolen. Dyne had sought proper containers to put in the strange power elixir and found a small chest that allowed him to fit it all in. Power elixirs. In its raw form. Amazing. Some of these could make 2 bottles. Tetsu was stunned. "What? You have to process this?" Dyne was shocked. "Yes, it's very tedious. But luckily we have a merchant here." Tetsu laughed. "Yui, it looks like your shop will now have a proper product." Dyne turned and looked to the woman who was called Yui. But he was surprised. No longer was this large house empty, but weapons and armors were on display outside. "What the?" Dyne was stunned. "This month we killed quite a lot of monsters along the way. We even had a skirmish with some gobu-gobu. They seemed to have noticed that we were hunting them, and they started attacking us. But it was all good. Vaughn was joining us around a week ago, and he's a killing machine in the field, Juno began to explain. With the hunts now targeting monsters, the shop had reopened. It's been a while since I had to meld items. If you could gather the lifeblood of monsters, I can craft weapons out of them. Weapons? Dyne was confused. Strafe, you gotta explain this to me. I'm looking like an idiot in front of my friends. Dyne was smiling and tried to hide his confusion, but immediately sent a soul message to Strafe. Lifeblood, that's what the monster has. It is what makes them strong. And that's why monsters devour it when they kill another to become stronger. This is also the gold you've been collecting. Humans have learned how to craft weapons out of it. Think, in this post-apocalyptic world, why is gold still important? Shouldn't Vaughn in the game trade it for something else? Gold here is used to make items. That's how the weapons that Vaughn's trio have are not easily destroyed. They are crafted using the lifeblood of monsters, Strafe explained. Wait, Yui, Dyne suddenly called out. Can you craft weapons that I design? Yui was startled at this question. Me and my husband has been weaponsmiths at Drake Castle and decided to move here for a quieter life. But sadly, our training is limited. We can only craft simple items and cannot purge stronger weapons that you might be using in Soul, Yui explained. No, arrowheads. I just need arrowheads, instead of wooden-tipped arrows. Could you craft some with the metal from the gold? Dyne asked excitedly. That's easy. 5 gold could make 1 arrow. The husband emerged from the crowd. Farley, you look different. Dyne was stunned. He had noticed this man and had already known his name at the time he was here. This man seemed quiet and often would gaze up the sky. But now, he looked very well built and was beaming with passion. Haha, I've been crafting and making weapons non-stop this past month, Farley explained. Nice, could you craft me a weapon and arrowheads? I'll also ask the hunters if they could get more wood. Oh, it was then Dyne noticed that there were more logs of wood. 3 slimes can carry 1. Brilliant, right? Every time was out. As long as the Jamards are not around, no monster has dared to attack since, Esto explained. We were able to send more men out and continued to expand our little village. Amazing! Dyne was amazed. They really made a lot of creative uses for the slimes. You know, I think there should be a slime nest somewhere in between Hunter Spring and Drake Castle. A slime nest? You know where the Slime King lives? Elder Mura was shocked and demanded excitedly. He was seated on a slime of his own and even used it to rush towards Dyne. Well, what? A Slime King? The slime, which Val was on, moved forward as if it could tell Val's emotion. What happened? Dyne was confused. He could tell that Val had actually tamed this slime. Oh, a willing tribute. How interesting. Strafe was surprised. What's a willing tribute? That's how slimes can easily become partners with other monsters. Didn't number 1 and 2 did the same thing to you? What about the monster contract you mentioned? A monster contract is a contract between 2 monsters to help each other out and not harm each other. Slimes allow Gobu Gobu to do it since they would have a chance at evolving. But only monsters blessed with gods in this world can make contracts. You've already guessed it. Those with the war god's blessings in Sabucus Islands can also do the same thing. Oh, so it's not taming? Then a willing tribute is a monster allowing itself to be tamed. Yes, slimes can't do that to Gobu Gobu as they don't have soul. Of course, they could do that with your monsters as they have souls. Dyne nodded in understanding. He was surprised to see various hunters with slimes moving under them. A slime king. Imagine if I had one of those. Val laughed. Dyne was disturbed by Val's queer expression. But apart from Val, he noticed the elder and several others wearing the same passionate gaze. What's a slime king? Dyne asked his slimes. But it was Val who answered him. Slime kings are huge. It can be as huge as a house itself. For a long time, we've known about them because there have been sightings of them. When that appears, not even 10 Jamards can kill it. It rarely hunts, and thankfully it hunts Jamards. Ray and Esto were able to see it by chance once. We saw it north of Hunter Springs. We were being chased by Jamards as the mist came too early. Luckily, that slime emerged and a battle occurred. But the Jamards couldn't do anything with the large watery body of the slime. but we never know where they nest. The Slime King is believed to be the first slime in this place. Think about it. Slimes are the weakest here. Evil flies multiply too quickly. Before the mist, we've had to exterminate them. Otherwise, we'd have an evil fly plague. Evil fly plague? Dyne could imagine a locust plague level full of those ginormous evil flies. It's a good thing that the Cerus and the Jamards hunt them as a food source. The slimes, however, are weak. But the reason why they don't run out is because of the Slime King. He is somewhere in this area and has been reproducing. If it were a month ago, we would have avoided him, but now, Juno laughed. Slimes were now slowly being integrated into the life of hunters. You brought back quite an interesting life. Gobu Gobus have also started to become more comfortable. Most of the villages could speak some Gobu Gobu language too. With this power elixirs training, the hunters will now be possible, Tetsu explained. Suddenly, a blurring figure moved towards Dyne. It was a young boy with blue hair, and he began to send a powerful punch towards Dyne. Dyne smiled as he saw Vaughn rush towards him. Dyne then revealed his growth. As Vaughn's punch was about to reach, Dyne extended his hands and created an eruption of force. Bang! Vaughn continued to attack and sent a low kick towards Dyne's foot. Dyne raised his feet a little, and another eruption of spirit negated Vaughn's attack. Vaughn continued to attack with several blows. All in all, Vaughn made 5 spirit attacks. Whoa, Vaughn, what an improvement! Dyne was happy. Speak for yourself, you monster. How could you block all those? Vaughn would block by raising both hands and use them as shields, but Dyne's palms, legs, and even his shoulder could emit the spirit blocking technique. It's a little something I learned, but basically, my control over spirit energy greatly surpasses yours that I can easily redirect it. I didn't block it, but I dispersed your spirit, Dyne easily explained. Strafe was watching and was amazed. So that's what he was training. When he kept rotating the power elixir energy in his monsters, he was practicing how to control spirit properly. Chapter 51. Awakening the Jamard. Dyne immediately went straight to business after delivering his pleasantries. The Jamard that was kept at the back was still caged and weak. It had been moved a few times into the mist to allow it to recover slightly, and Dyne immediately asked to bring it near the Genesis tree. Although most of the hunters did not understand this logic as it would have killed the Jamard, Dyne still gave this order. Let's do this. Dyne laughed with confidence. The Jamard was struggling as it was brought closer to the Genesis tree, but Dyne immediately began to pour energy. But this was no longer just spirit energy. A part of Dyne's soul was moving inside the Jamard. Strafe had expected that Dyne was able to do this, and all he could do was hope that Dyne would succeed. Dyne's soul energy began to commune with the Jamard. The angry and evil energy fought Dyne, and Dyne's expression began to pale. Remember, remember, Dyne kept urging. His soul started to glow and became blue. Strafe smiled. Soul gathering. He reached it. Amazing. Strafe was no longer in a state of amazement as he would usually be, but now he was simply excited. The more miracles Dyne could make, the higher the possibility for Dyne to fight back and succeed against the monsters of Strafe's world. Soul gathering stage. It was a stage where a soul cultivator could manipulate his soul to perform extraordinary things. Dyne could now gather and attract souls. He could now become a soul-mental dual cultivator. Summoners were rare in Strafe's world, and now Dyne would be among them. It looks like he'll have an easy time in Brigandine. It's a good thing that I did not initiate the creation of that world. Strafe smiled. I hope the planet that he'll be going to will have great monster sources. If I could make Brigandine harder, it would finally be a challenge for Dyne. The way things are going and the rate of his growth, Legaia will soon be easy. Unless I intentionally make this game harder. Strafe was in deep thought. As for Dyne, the miracle happened. It wouldn't have been possible if it was anyone else. Even the Aracerus of this world couldn't do it. But Dyne was beloved by this world and every soul in it. This was the one thing Dyne had been practicing in Drake Castle. The constant fighting of Jamards made Dyne gain experience to fight against antagonistic souls. But now Dyne was not aiming to kill the Jamard. He wanted to turn a mist-born Ceru into remembering its past. The battle continued for a few seconds, and the Jamard would constantly fall into a state of nearing its death. but Dyne would then pour out a large amount of soul energy to feed it. He began to drink the drake water as well as used an entire power elixir. Everyone gathered around and watched at Dyne's powers. Dyne was always reflecting the memories of Allos Vasilis with his soul. A resonance, Tetsu marveled. What's happening? Val was the first to ask. I do not know. But gather everyone. They have to experience this. It's a weaker version of what happened that night. Perhaps we can draw more from the mystery of enlightenment here. Everyone began to gather around Dyne, but it was then that many noticed only a few meters around Dyne had this. The elder ordered to give priority to the ones who have shown the most impressive talents in the area of soul cultivation. Tetsu, Vaughn, Val, Esto, and Juno were immediately nominated. Surprisingly, Farley, the village weaponsmith, was also brought to sit down. Ixis was also granted a spot as well as Ipkiss. Dyne's constant reflection of Allos Vasilis was soon sparking changes in the Jamard. He's beginning to remember, Strafe smiled. It looks like Dyne was right. He can be his own Ariseru. But I guess it's time that I give him a few rewards. Strafe laughed. It was here that Strafe poured out some memories. The memories of Strafe's master and how she cared and brought love to the world of Allos Vasilis rushed to the image that Dyne was trying to force on the Jamard. The resonance of the Jamard's soul became stronger and stronger as it was affected by Strafe's added memories. Soul awareness is the road that officially makes one a soul cultivator. By being capable of sensing the soul, it allows them to draw power from it finally. In short, in soul awareness, a cultivator learns how to draw energy from his soul. But soul gathering is different. It is the start of when a soul cultivator can manipulate his or her soul and change it. It allows the change of soul energy to magic or mental energy. Dyne heard Strafe's voice echoing in his mind. The voice had a strange, alluring, and almost hypnotizing effect. And just as your soul can change the nature of magic, your magic can also change the nature of your soul. I bestow on you this meditation technique. The Imaginarium Arts. Stage 1. Realm Reflection. Dyne could feel the energy draining. Dyne took out 2 portions of a magic leaf from his pocket. From scavenging Drake Castle, Dyne had found several small pieces of magic leaves. They also had acquired 2 more as Bertugo and Broad would one-hit the skeletons as they left Drake Castle. Dyne used the magic from the leaves and began to follow the Imaginarium arts that Strafe taught him. Within 10 meters, everyone could feel a strange sensation whirling around them. Yet, these sensations were not real. But it was what Dyne was feeling. It was then that everyone felt the movement of the soul. Tetsu and Vaughn felt it and suddenly fell into a trance as they could finally sense it. The once impossible force of their soul was there. It wasn't spirit, a manifestation of their soul, but it was their soul itself. Through the many items that Strafe created in this world, the Byron monks have found ways to force their soul to create spirit. But only on that aspect. They were barely even at the stage of soul awakening. Yet through Dyne's Imaginarium art, the reflection of Dyne's sensations was imputed on them. A marvelous choice. Even my master did the same thing. Strafe laughed as he found Dyne's choice on what to reflect. This was the best way to train soul cultivators. Of everyone around, the most who benefited was Vaughn. He was destined to have aptitude in soul cultivation and had officially reached the soul awakening stage. Dyne continued to harness his soul energy and began to reflect memories on the soul energy he was feeding to the Jamard. The strange memories began to affect the Jamard, and the mist's corruption began to change slowly. He was slowly being transformed into a pure Jamard. Self-kindling, Strafe knew this was a possibility, but upon seeing it actually happen on Dyne's first attempts, he couldn't help but praise the luck of Dyne. Dyne soon exhausted all the magic he had. With the 3 portions of magic leaves, he could only maintain it for 16 seconds. But despite this short period, it brought great benefits to everyone nearby. Even those who initially could not sense it was able to when Dyne's realm reflection occurred. Dyne did not want to waste his magic leaves and began to use the Drake water. But as Dyne was out of MP, the energy no longer contained his memories. But Dyne had sensed a change in the Jamard and that it was somewhat self-conscious. Soon, the Jamard's body was slowly showing more and more vibrance. The chain-like body became darker and darker, and the metal blades that acted as its legs and beak slowly became whiter and whiter. The Jamard was no longer lying flat on the ground but began to stand up, and it soon began to levitate itself off the ground. "The Jamard!" one of the hunters cried. "Relax, look, it's not a mad Jamard. Don't forget that the Genesis tree can push the mist away. It seems like it has revived." Dyne finally stopped what he was doing, but as he opened his eyes, the cheers of everyone soon came to a halt as Dyne's eyes were transfixed into the Jamard. "What's going on? Why can't I purge out all the mist?" Dyne finally voiced out. Dyne was putting his soul energy in and was trying to eliminate the remaining corruption of the mist. But Dyne could sense that a little bit of corruption remained in the Jamard and couldn't remove it no matter how hard he tried. It was as if this corruption wasn't corrupt at all. "Congratulations, you have your first sentient Jamard. He is more than a Seru, but not a Ra Seru," Strafe explained. "Why does he have a hint of the mist's corruption?" "That is not the corruption of the mist. It is just who he is," Strafe explained. Chapter 52. To Byron Monastery. "What do you mean, that's who he is?" Dyne finally asked. "That inkling of corruption isn't the mist anymore. It's just part of Ginger's soul. Think about the yin and yang of Chinese. There is evil in good and good in evil. Seru souls without the mist are pure white, and Serus in the mist is pure black. This is why Serus are mad in the mist, and if a Seru was created before it was exposed to the mist, it would revert to being white when taken out of the mist. Then how come this one didn't revert to white? Because it was born in the mist. It was originally a black-souled Seru. In the process of you imputing white energy, it created a rare phenomenon. It is no longer a Seru who is not mad outside of the mist and becomes mad inside the mist. It now has an intelligence of its own." "Right, I felt that. You mean it's because of the black and white being present at the same time?" "Yes. If humans are born to be all white or all black, would they have free will?" Strafe asked. This philosophical question implies that humans who are all white can't decide for themselves." Dyne frowned. "Yes, because they have no choice, it is their nature to do white. The same thing if a person is all black. He has no choice but to do black. Now for the Jamard, that was his state. Until you used the memories of Allos Vasilis, which allowed the soul that made up the Jamard to remember who it was. It gave them a pathway to create consciousness. But to make things self-aware requires it to have a broader nature. If you totally removed all the black in that Jamard, he would be a useless Jamard. You mean to say that I can bring this Jamard into the mist?" Dyne was shocked. "Yes, but right now its consciousness and intelligence are too low. Also, it will be easily driven mad by the mist. It should be capable of resisting if there is thin mist in the air, but if there is a thick layer, then it would become mad again unless taken out of the mist. It's like an animal now, even less capable than the slimes. They can't think and purely act out of instinct. But if you are able to increase its consciousness and intelligence to the next level, he could fight alongside you for a time in the mist. Push it further to that of Broad and Bertugo, and he could think for himself and even resist the mist. Then why are humans weaker than Broad and Bertugo's soul? Bertugo, Broad, and the slime spent a long time in the mist, yet they didn't show any signs of going mad. But humans can't stay that long unless they are freaks like Vaughn. You said that Bertugo and Number 1 have souls that are powerful. I understand that, but what about Broad and Number 2? Bertugo and Number 1 has the soul of a powerful cultivator in Allos Vasilis. But Broad and Number 2 used several Drake Ghost, which means they have the soul of about 10 humans. So while it is weaker than Bertugo's and Number 1, it has the resilience of 10 human souls made one. And that doesn't mean that you add the time of 10 humans. You mean synergy? With all the souls bound up together, it created a soul that can be 20 times as resilient as a human. Not just 20, it makes Broad and Number 2 at least 30 times more resilient. Of course, they lasted long because of the Drake water, which was also refreshing them. Mind you, I said resilience. As for potential and strength and growth, Bertugo and Number 1 have more potential to grow stronger as monsters. But never forget, humans have always had the greatest potential. So don't forget about Vaughn, Noah, and Gala. I won't, Dyne smiled. He then stood up and turned to the crowd watching him. Sorry, I sensed something about Ginger, but he's all right. and by some miracle he even got stronger. Right now he is weak, but soon we might have the first Seru who can resist the mist." Dyne laughed. At those words the village cheered. Another party occurred that night. Dyne brought out a jar full of drake water, which was mixed in the various wines they made and made them taste sweeter. Ginger was curiously looking around the village. He acted like any other Serus prior to the arrival of the mist. He was glancing around and wondered curiously. For some strange reason, he only moved near Dyne. The villagers thought that this was because it was only familiar with Dyne, as Dyne had already expressed that Ginger was like Dyne's pet back and soul. Thanks to the Gobu-Gobus and slimes, the expanse of the hunt has virtually taken away the lack of food. And so, unlike the first one, this was a real feast. It had a banquet of food that Rim Elm hasn't seen since the mist. The Gobu-Gobus began to talk all night with Bertugo and Broad as to their adventures. Dyne even gave in to the festivities and fell asleep very late that night. Most of the hunters also did so, and when Bertugo announced that the Gobu-Gobu would take care of guarding the village, the hunters went all out and began to enjoy to their heart's content. The night passed quickly, and dawn soon came. Dyne wasn't the first person to visit the Genesis tree. Vaughn and Tetsu were already there meditating. Dyne could not help but smile at the scene. Bertugo soon appeared alongside Broad. "How are the Gobu-Gobu?" Dyne asked. "Oh, and Broad, give the report in English." Dyne laughed. He had been doing this every night to help the Gobu-Gobu speak. Broad nodded. "Gobu-Gobus like life here. They want to ally. Agree to betray tribe. How many tribes are there? I plan to get 1 or 2 evil god totem. Gobu-Gobu here belong only to 2 tribes. Strongest tribe up north, on mountain near Drake Castle. I think it's best to kill one tribe and ally with another. As for the strongest tribe, I think it's better to leave them alive. It's good that they are willing to betray their tribe. All right, Broad, Bertug, I will leave you here to guard the village," Dyne explained. Bertugo and Broad nodded. Tetsu soon awoke from his meditation. He gazed at Dyne. "Young Master Dyne, I don't think it's necessary if we train. Just study on your own. Your understanding surpasses mine by many folds. It seems that you are starting to understand the aspect of soul cultivation," Dyne explained. "Soul cultivation? Spirit is just a branch in soul cultivation. I don't know what happened, but Lord Byron rose to unprecedented levels in his study of this. This is how he became strong. But that's not important for now. How would you like to have a trip with me to Byron Monastery?" Seeker smiled. "Byron Monastery? Yes, if they are alive, won't they need to learn the full power of this? With everything going on in this world and the calamity approaching, they have to get stronger," Dyne explained. "The village doesn't need you to protect it anymore. With the way things are, we can focus on that next mission. Besides, in my scouting, I realized something. The mist comes from the mountain regions northeast of Drake Castle. Lord Rem gave a strange warning that the Genesis trees could die when exposed to the mist. I plan to visit the Genesis trees nearest to the source of the mist. I have to find ways to restore it. I think Drake water can do the trick," Dyne explained. "I see. Also, Rem warned me that within Byron Monastery is one who will betray it. Rem said that if I can't do anything, they stand to die." Dyne offered these sobering words. Tetsu immediately stood up. "What, betray? Why would a Byron monk betray them?" "I don't know, but the visions are clear. One in Byron is fueled with hate and greed. It must have been the mist. Maybe he was slowly corrupted by long exposure. We've seen the effects of the mist here and how it has changed people to be more afraid, arrogant, or easily angered. They are nearer to the source of the mist in this continent. Could be that." Dyne offered an answer. Tetsu was silent. He was contemplating, and he recalled how he punched Dyne when he lost control. With that memory surfacing, Tetsu believed Dyne's words. Dyne didn't know if what he said was true. He knew that Songi, one of the head monks in Byron Monastery, would soon become one of the recurring bosses who was greatly corrupted by his Simseru. But he didn't know if this was because of the mist or because of his jealousy towards Gala. "Then we have to go." "Yes, I suggest that you and me will go with Vaughn. This will be good training for us." Vaughn woke up from his meditation. "I am ready," Vaughn asserted before Tetsu could answer. Tetsu was silent but turned to Dyne. "We'll need to talk about it with the village elders. You just got back. and now you will have to leave again. This will be a bit problematic. Let's have the meeting now. We have to get to Byron as soon as possible. Trust me, Dyne asserted. And so, Tetsu gathered the headhunters and met at the village. Vertugo and Broad also joined this meeting. Chapter 53, Plans for the Village. The group gathered and waited for Dyne to speak. The village meeting was now more vibrant and casual. They were joking around and even began to tease the growing romance between Vaughn and May. Vaughn was too young to understand and remained silent. Juno, however, was asserting Val to consider the two to become future couples. Why not, young Master Dyne? Val offered. I'll pass. My dad already betrothed me to someone else. I can't carelessly take someone until I'm sure she's alive. Dyne laughed. Oh, then we must hurry and free the mist. Val laughed. All right, so I have something to say. On my way back here, I created a small bridge that connects us to the other side of the river. Dyne explained. What? Juno and many others shouted. You made a bridge? I used long ropes to make a rope bridge. I was on the other side and crossed to get here. Right now, the bridge is being guarded by Number 1. Number 1 told me that the bridge still stands. Dyne explained. Number 1 is slimy? Could you change his name to something more unique? Esto asked respectfully. I mean, slimes have feelings too. Imagine being called Number 1. Esto also added. Fine. Number 1 will be Calamity, and Number 2 will be a catastrophe. Calamity and catastrophe. The terrors of the Seru. Dyne exclaimed. That is the most awesome name, Ixis exclaimed. Anyway, I plan to have Tetsu and Vaughn accompany me to go to Byron Monastery. The village isn't in danger at the moment, and this trip will be very helpful for them. Tetsu and Vaughn need to gain more experiences outside, and I need Tetsu to talk to the head monk of Byron. With what we need to tell them, only a Byron monk should tell them, Dyne explained. Vertugo and Broad are here, so I don't think any gobu-gobu on this part of the world will dare fight the village. Tugambu would scare them. Not to mention, Vertugo and Broad know how to do spirit. Dyne laughed. What? The hunters exclaimed once more. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. Vertugo and Broad aren't like normal gobu-gobu. They have a soul. When I awoke the Genesis tree, Lord Rem had gifted souls on Vertugo and Calamity. As for Broad and Catastrophe, I bestowed souls on them through a visual technique that Rem gave me. It was sort of how I did yesterday's miracle as well. Dyne explained. Wow, a Gambu with soul attacks. Ikas shuddered at the thought. A single punch from them will kill any monster in this region immediately. Dyne laughed. With them guarding, we won't fear even if the Jamards attack. But I want to ask you guys to refrain from nabbing more gobu-gobu or slimes. Why so? The elder asked. Behind him was a large board full of detailed plans on how to expand the village. Because the enemy assumes that we are barely surviving. What happens if they see that we have a small monster army? Remember, our enemies are humans. Dyne waved his hands in exaggeration. Think about what will happen if they see us. They'll send an army to kill us. Then what do you suggest? Tetsu asked. Our expansions must be done in secret. What we do know is that the Genesis tree can push the mist back. We use that as an ace. When the enemy attacks us, we feign weakness and hopelessness and make it look like the Genesis tree wakes up by some sheer miracle. Dyne explained. He knew that this would be what would really happen in the game. The enemy Zetsu will appear and destroy the wall and send the terrors of Jamards inside. After seeing that victory was at hand, Zetsu escapes presumably to deal with another Genesis tree. Vaughn saves the village by awakening the Genesis tree. Dyne wanted to use this apparent weakness unchanged lest the game would be more challenging. Everyone was silent. But how can we awaken the Genesis tree? Rem told me that it would wake up one day. What we need now is an atmosphere of joy, love, and peace. And of course, we have to keep praying for the Genesis tree to awaken the Areseru. Dyne finally revealed the Areseru. Areseru? The elder grew interested at this term. Serus are soul monsters, but they don't have a mind of its own. Monsters like Vertugo have a mind but no soul. Of course, for Vertugo, he was gifted with a soul. We humans have a mind, body, and soul. That is why a Seru can commune with us but not a monster. Ariseru has a soul and a mind. Basically, they can think for themselves and are not affected by the mist. Serus are mindless creatures, and that's why they are affected by the mist when exposed to it. The Ariserus are the leaders of the Seru world. And every Genesis tree has a Ariseru, Dyne explained. A Ariseru is not affected by the mist? Val asked. Yes, they are impervious to the mist. I guess because they can think. Oh, and it looks like Ginger developed something like that as well. By some sheer luck, Dyne explained. What? You mean Ginger is no longer affected by the mist? Well, if he grows, he may be able to endure it and probably stay in the mist for some time before becoming crazy. Dyne laughed, but in his head, he was thinking of a lie to make the others believe how Ginger could think. It was then a brilliant idea entered his mind. It's like this, when I was enlightened and learned of Lord Byron's secret art, which he gave to me, I found a way to bestow a portion of my soul. And this gave Ginger the ability to think. It's very complex, and I don't think anyone else could do this. Dyne laughed as he explained, as expected of young Master Dyne. Another miracle. We will soon have Serus that are impervious to the mist. Juno laughed. Anyway, I hope you guys will try to be more discreet for now. Don't add any more monsters or try to make noticeable improvements to this village. I will take Tetsu and Vaughn and will probably be gone for some time. Calamity's clone will be here. Another clone of Calamity is on the other side to communicate with them and keep you guys updated with what's going on. Juno, I know that you want to see your wife, but it's too risky if I take more. With Tetsu and Vaughn, I can use Chicken King to travel safely. Juno nodded. I waited for 7 years. A little few months compared to this. All right, what you guys should focus on is getting stronger. Tetsu, I trust that their knowledge of spirit has grown. Yes, some of the hunters have grasped the foundation, but I suggest we leave within 3 days. In the next 3 days, do what you did and make that strange power you created. It will greatly help the hunters. We can also train the hunters to understand the basics so that when we leave, they can train on their own. Dyne nodded. All right, I will leave the power elixirs here for you guys to study. Bertugo and Broad can go to Drake Castle once a month to acquire more elixirs and gather more drake water. Bertugo, Broad, steal incense from skeletons and use it to get inside. Don't kill the drake ghost, but steal the elixirs from them. That way, you guys can get more power elixirs on your next trips. Bring Catastrophe with you to get more drake water and power elixirs. I'll leave the keys to you guys so you can travel in and out of that place. Bertugo and Broad nodded. Lastly, it's kind of hard to explain, but Rem will also be sending me somewhere far, far away after next month. I'm not sure how often I can get back here. I don't know where Rem will take me, but he says it's another world. Dyne gave a hesitant explanation to this. The group was silent. Rem is bestowing to you a greater mission? Dyne nodded. He plans to bring me to the place of the gods where I can train and get stronger. The threat of this world is too much, Dyne explained. We will support you in whatever ways we can, Tetsu vowed. I know you will, guys, Dyne smiled. Also, I found some gold in the castle. Use it to outfit everyone. Farley, I also found some blueprints of the weapons they used there. Perhaps you can use it. Dyne then revealed a few parchments, which he kept, and brought out all the cards in the castle rooms. These cards have gold, while the rest are empty. But I think we can give this to the hunters so they can carry the gold. Dyne smiled. Farley was stunned when he examined the silver and bronze cards. This is 25,000 gold. He was shocked. I actually have more, but I plan to use it for my own. Dyne laughed. Right? Set up a contribution system and rewards for the Gobu Gobu and a wage per day for their service. They use gold to evolve higher. I think 5 gold a day would do. And if they can do something great for the village, you can reward them. Dyne nodded. The elder was shocked as he perused over the gold in the cards. You guys should also focus on killing those evil flies and slimes. Since they multiply endlessly, we can continue using them as a source for gold and food. Chapter 54. The Ariseru in the Tree. Dyne spent the early morning draining his MP pool by using the Imaginarium arts. Once more, Tetsu fell into a daze. Vaughn began to train in the ways of soul cultivation. Many of the young hunters, including Ixis, was staying around Vaughn and was observing him meditate. Val and Juno spent the morning around the Genesis tree, constantly praying and meditating. The early mornings were loud near the item shop. Farley had begun making various weapons for the hunters. Many of the newer hunters had been wearing old and damaged outfits from their slain compatriots. But now, the hunters were being sponsored to make more armor and weapons. Dyne had brought in several weapons such as spears and sabers from Drake Castle, which Farley was now trying to imitate. They had an abundance of wood, and with the monster's lifeblood, weapons that could break through rocks were now possible. As for Dyne, he was with Ginger, who was closely following him around town. Dyne discovered that as long as he was touching Ginger, he could communicate directly through the soul. Dyne's noticed that Ginger's responses were even lesser than calamity and catastrophe. "Hey Strafe, how can I make this Jamard smarter?" The process of gaining sentience for soul monsters is called self-kindling. When a monster achieves that, it usually takes time and experience to develop it. But the fastest way to make that particular Jamard smarter is by leveling it up. The higher its level, the bigger its soul becomes and the more emotions it can experience. "Alright, sounds easy enough." Dyne laughed. "Attach to me," Dyne ordered. The Jamard slowly moved and tried to attach itself to Dyne. But suddenly, Dyne stopped it and ordered it to retreat. What was that? Dyne was stunned. The moment Ginger was moving closer, he could feel a strange spiritual pull. His soul was vibrated, and Dyne made Ginger stop according to instinct. "Strafe, what happened?" Serus are soul creatures. Any creature that is neither a monster or a human but has sentience can become the perfect weapon in my world. The Serus are designed after the strongest sentient artifacts. And while the Serus are vastly weaker, they are very miraculous. How else do you think a human can gain the powers of the Seru if its soul is not affected by the Seru? Strafe asked. Dyne was in deep thought. "Why did you panic? I mean, it doesn't really affect you now. You are a soul cultivator of the soul-gathering rank. You can easily reform your soul," Strafe explained. "That's it. That's why no hunters can easily learn spirit. They have worn a Seru, so this is why it's hard." Dyne finally realized it. When Ginger was about to commune with him, Dyne's own soul was actually resonating with Ginger's. It was a process of both Seru and humans trying to accommodate each other. The changes don't affect the person, but the soul is drastically changed. No wonder they have it hard. Byron arts are designed to awaken spirit arts, but they can't do it to someone whose soul has already changed. And if a person has worn different Serus of different kinds, it makes it harder. Dyne finally understood. Dyne ran towards Tetsu and shook him off his meditation. Master Tetsu, I get it. I get it now. I understand why Byron monks should not wear Serus. I tried merging with Ginger," Dyne happily explained. "What? You merged with Ginger?" "I tried, but I didn't complete it. But it's okay. I get it now. Listen, when I tried to attach Ginger to me, I felt my soul resonating. It felt like Ginger and my own soul were changing their shapes to accommodate each other. That's why no one else in this village could learn arts. Only Vaughn among the younger generations hasn't worn a Seru." "That's true. That's why I focused on training Vaughn. But it isn't final. Even if someone wears a Seru, he should be able to learn spirit still. It's like this. Byron monks learn spirit but not soul cultivation. You've experienced it. You've seen how amazing it would be for monks to learn soul arts. Lord Byron must have been someone who was enlightened and understood what soul cultivation is. But he couldn't teach others and merely use power elixirs, shield elixirs, fury boost to help the monks understand how to imitate it. But it isn't perfect." "I agree. The moment you used that strange art to reflect your soul, I realized that there is more on what this spirit thing is. Yeah, it's like learning how to play a single song using the koto." Dyne had noticed the musical instruments that many of the villagers played during the previous festivals. You know just how to play a single song, but you don't understand the concepts behind it at all. That's what happened with spirit. Lord Byron had no way to teach you, so he used that as a means to open the door for Byron monks. Then why did he ban using Seru? It's like this. Imagine that when a person wears a Seru, It's like the strings of the koto are bent out of tune. And because he doesn't know the concepts behind the music, even if he tries to play that one song, it sounds awful. I see. That seems like a plausible explanation. A soul is changed when it communes with a seru, so its tune is different. So they can't follow the same meditation, the breathing techniques that we use, the circulation of energy. Exactly. And the proof of it is that when we gave them power elixirs, they were slowly able to train in it. The power elixirs show them how to move the spirit energy in their body. So it's either we can retune them or change the technique they train in. If that's the case, we can finally train the villagers faster. You can do that technique you did with us. You will show them how to move the spirit energy. Right? We can use the power elixirs to give them foreign spirit energy that they can sense and move around. Hopefully, if after that experience they try to imitate that, some may awaken that ability and finally be a spirit user. That is possible. But of course, it would still be beneficial that they won't wear a seru. Yes, but not all that impossible now. I can retune them. I did so with Bertugo and Broad. Humans are naturally more intelligent than monsters. So if those two goblins can, I'm sure that the hunters can soon learn this. Dyne laughed. It seems Rim Elm is bound to get stronger. Tetsu smiled. Yes, but for now, this gives me some inspiration. What if I don't fully attach myself to the seru? What if we merge halfway? Dyne wondered. What? Tetsu was confused. For this, I will need help. There is only one being in this world that could make a half connection with a human. It bestows the human with its powers but is also independent of its own. Dyne began to walk closer and closer to the Genesis tree. What are you talking about? Call Vaughn. Dyne ordered a nearby youngster. The youngster was one of the village kids, but they all looked at Dyne as a savior. He was only a few years older and yet so capable. The boy nodded and took this as an important mission and immediately ran off. It looks like I'll need to talk to him for some advice. Him? The Are Seru sleeping inside this Genesis tree. Meta, Dyne smiled. Ginger drew close as well. Ginger is a fire Seru, so Meta should be able to help us out. Dyne held the tree and began to meditate. A few moments later, Vaughn arrived. Master Dyne, Vaughn asked. Vaughn, I originally wanted to do this earlier, but I want you to call out the Ariseru hiding in this tree. I tried calling it out, but it doesn't seem to heed my call. It's as if it's suspicious of me, although I sort of understand. That damn cheapskate Teague didn't even tell the Ariserus about me. Dyne cursed. Vaughn and Tetsu wondered at his words. Call out the Ariseru? But why me? If you can't do it, you can't. It likes you. Of everyone in this village, I know that this Ariseru has already chosen you to be its wielder. You have the greatest potential of everyone here in Rim Elm. You are also the most prayerful. Why do you think you were able to withstand the mist longer? It wasn't just because you were praying, but because the Ariseru dwelling inside this tree has been blessing you. Dyne explained. Vaughn was stunned. Sometimes, I hear voices when I pray, Vaughn finally admitted. Dyne smiled. That was the Ariseru inside this tree. I need to talk to him. And since we are going on a trip, I guess it's about time to take him with us. You can grow stronger with him. Right now, you are a soul awakening cultivator. And I'm sure he was hesitant at first. But now, he should listen to your call. Chapter 55, Awakening Meta. Vaughn was looking at the Genesis tree with a serious expression. I've always felt a sort of calm feeling when I stay here. I've always felt that as long as I was here, I wasn't alone. Vaughn couldn't help but recount. Vaughn, you were the person with the highest potential. Lord Byron revealed to me that there are people who are called soul-sensitive. It means they have a higher chance of communing with the soul. This is why you have shown more aptitude even when compared to Master Tetsu. Meta has long decided to make you its wielder. He couldn't choose Tetsu because Tetsu was a Byron monk and would never leave his teachings of wearing a seru. Tetsu listened and nodded. Master Dyne is right. Unless proven wrong, I would never choose to wear a Ariseru. But Dyne, how do you know that it would choose Vaughn and not the other villagers? There were many hunters of great strength before. Many of them died. Why has the Ariseru not called them? Tetsu asked. Maybe he did try, but they couldn't hear it. Dyne smiled. He recalled how Strafe said that he wouldn't be able to communicate with Dyne. But after Dyne became a soul cultivator, Strafe could communicate to Dyne again. He tried. Rather than explain it, Dyne decided to show it. Dyne closed his eyes. Vaughn was startled, then immediately raised right hand. Tetsu had a strange sensation, as if something called his attention. See, that's how. Dyne laughed. What? Tetsu was bewildered. What do you mean that's how? Dyne asked Vaughn to explain. I heard a voice, which I was sure that came from Master Dyne. He told me to raise my hands. Vaughn explained. Right, I said that through my soul. In fact, I was rather loud when I said it. It startled Vaughn. Dyne laughed. I only felt something calling me. Tetsu realized it. Right? Vaughn is so close to becoming a soul cultivator. That's why he heard it. You see, Meta may have been trying for a long time. He is resting because he is currently weak, and he can't casually use his powers to call out to everyone. So he was waiting for the right moment to do it. But now, he should be strong enough with everything that's been happening in this village. But since it's so peaceful, he knew it isn't time yet. But now, I decided to wake him up, Dyne explained. Why not make you its wearer? Tetsu asked respectfully. I can't. My destiny lies elsewhere, Dyne mysteriously answered. Besides, Meta is suited for Vaughn. He is quite compatible with fire after all, Dyne explained. Vaughn gazed curiously at the tree. Go on. Call out to him. After I used my Imaginarium arts, I sensed that you have already touched on the edges of soul cultivation. Lord Byron said that this is the soul awakening stage. Soul awakening stage? Tetsu muttered and fell into a trance. He finally understood what he was lacking. Master Tetsu, don't disturb the man. He just found enlightenment, Strafe reprimanded with great agitation. Dyne, not everyone are freaks like you. For people like Tetsu, they fall into the state of enlightenment. He will finally reach the soul awakening stage when he awakens. All right. Geez, I was just asking. Dyne turned to Vaughn. Don't disturb Master Tetsu. Just call out Meta. What if he is still asleep? Vaughn asked. Dyne shook his head. The moment he arrived at Rim Elm, he had already sensed that Meta was awake. When he first came to this town, Meta was still a Ariseru egg. But now, he had just broken off the chrysalis that was protecting him. Just call out to him and sense him. Now that you are a soul cultivator, you should be able to detect him, Dyne urged. Vaughn nodded and approached the Genesis tree. There's no need to do that, Vaughn. A female voice echoed out from the Genesis tree which surprised Dyne and Vaughn. Meta's a woman? Dyne was surprised. Meta? Vaughn was surprised. Yes, it is I. I am Meta. I've been watching over you for a while, and everything that Dyne has said is true. I have been waiting for you and have been trying to reach out, but I was too weak. Now, the village has grown better, and through the prayers and faith of you and villagers, I have grown strong enough to break free from my shell, Meta explained. I wish to show you something first, but in order for me to do so, I wish to be your Ariseru. While Rim Elm has grown, there are still many cities, many people who are suffering because of the mist. By combining our powers, we will rid the whole world of the mist. Do you want to gain that power? Meta asked gently. Vaughn nodded. Good. Vaughn, open your mind. Feel my presence. Vaughn closed his eyes as a red stone began to emerge from the tree, quickly moved over to Vaughn's right arm. Vaughn felt a powerful surge of energy. His soul began to link with Vaughn, and while all of this was happening, Dyne's eyes were locked on everything that the two were doing. So that's it. Dyne realized what the Ariseru was doing to create the bond between them both. It was vastly different as to how Ginger tried to merge with him. Soon Vaughn and Meta merged, and both of them began to share each other's memories. After a few seconds, Vaughn opened his eyes. Meta was attached to Dyne's right arm and looked like a red arm guard with a blue-green jewel at the center. Master Dyne. Meta probably showed you some things and told you that she is suspicious of me. Am I right? Vaughn nodded. Soul Cultivator, Dyne. Who are you? How have you come to know about Rogue? Meta asked. She had heard Dyne talk about it when he was strapped on the Genesis tree the first time. Is it about Rogue's tower? Or is it about Lord Byron? Dyne asked. He didn't know the current state of Byron and guessed that Meta might have found something suspicious with Dyne's claims. Yes. How have you learned about Rogue? And Byron was a monk who lived before Cerus even came to the land of Legaia. He has long passed and journeyed back to Noro Valley, where he was resurrected as a Are Seru. He dashed. Let me just stop you right there, Meta. Wow. So Byron's a Are Seru now? I wonder who he is. Anyway, I know Teague. That's how I know all of this. How did you know of Teague? Meta questioned. He brought me into this world. Vaughn was shocked. Apart from Meta, he could also hear their conversation. What do you mean by brought you in this world? Meta asked. Teague's real form exists outside of this world. He created this world, but his real body met me outside this world. He needed help and I needed his. He made a deal with me and so he sent me here. Vaughn, everything I told you about Soul was a lie. It was a false identity that Teague gave me so that people will believe who I am. Dyne explained through his soul. You know Lord Teague? How do I prove this? Well, for one, I know that his real name is Strafe. Meta was so stunned that it flashed red. We do not say his true name so casually, Lord Dyne. But as you know his true name, this proves you did meet him. Where is Lord Teague now? All that remains are bits and pieces of himself. But his true form has vanished. He's still here. It's a bit complicated to explain. But I know the history. I can fill in the missing pieces to the mystery of Rogue. Then I shall ask you, Lord Dyne, how did Rogue escape Rogue Tower? He didn't. It was the humans of this world who found the means to get to Rogue Tower. The war in Concrum and Soul was getting out of hand, and one of the royals found the dimension where Rogue was sent to. Then Rogue has found his henchman. Meta's voice was very worried. No, right now, Rogue is dead. Dyne answered back. What? But how? I can't answer that now. You'll find out soon, so don't ask me about it. Dyne laughed. Meta was silent. So if Rogue is dead, then the humans, they used the remaining mist that Rogue created. Yes, they created a portal to pull the mist from Rogue's tower and used that tower as fuel for sending the mist to this world. But how is it possible for the mist to reach Drake Kingdom? Oh, well, the mist generator here in Drake Continent uses another means to create mist. It isn't the same way it is used in Callisto Kingdom. Then how? Meta, you already know the answer to that, don't you? Dyne asked with a strange expression. Meta began to think of how and then suddenly, realization dawned upon Meta. No, it can't be. Meta was shocked. Vaughn could feel a great sense of sadness from Meta's heart. Meta, relax. We can think of a way to save them. Dyne consoled. How? I am an oracle of Teague, much like how Hari is an oracle of Remington. Don't worry. Strafe is in constant communication with me, Dyne affirmed. Chapter 56. Soul Weapon. Dyne knew that the mist generators in Drake and Sibucus Islands used Aricerus to create the mist, and knowing that, Meta realized that they would be forced to kill their kin. It seems that Lord Teague has bestowed upon you a great burden, Lord Dyne. Can we stop with the Lord thing? I'm just as human as Vaughn is. Human? How can you be human? Your control over the soul is far more astonishing compared to Byron. It's a long story, Vaughn. I hope this doesn't change anything, Dyne called Vaughn. It changes a lot, Vaughn answered. I have to call you Lord Dyne? Vaughn jokingly asked. Vaughn told a joke? Dyne was shocked. It is not an issue, Master Dyne. Lord Dyne. Vaughn smirked. You've saved this village. How can you be some bad guy? Vaughn laughed. Meta was suspicious about you because you knew about her from the moment you entered Rim Elm. So she showed me memories of Rogue and his rebellion. He thought that Rogue managed to corrupt you. I get it. Dyne nodded as he recalled several powerful foes in Legend of Legaia. There are people here that have been corrupted by Rogue, just as Meta explained. And that's why I asked the villagers to keep things low profile. Anyways, Meta, now that you've awakened, I will need your help. There are quite a few things we need to do quickly. Awaken the Genesis trees. I believe that if we gathered the villagers, I can dash. No, let's not awaken the Genesis tree just yet. Dyne shook his head. If we do that, it will make the enemy know that we are here. Trust me. Teague predicted that in 3 years' time, the enemy would attack Rim Elm and try to destroy it. The best time to awaken the Genesis tree would be then. If we awaken the tree now, it would make the enemies marshal a force that we cannot handle. You are right. I obey Lord Teague's will, right? The best thing to do is wait for them to attack Rim Elm, and then we awaken the Genesis tree. I understand now. They will marshal an army to attack Rim Elm. If we awaken the Genesis tree then, it will kill all the Cerus. We can then move and look for more trees. Meta exclaimed with joy. Oh, so that's what happened. Dyne wondered how Vaughn could go through Drake Castle alone. It had so many Jamards that one man couldn't go at it. But now Dyne knew. There were fewer Jamards in that area as they all died when the tree awoke. Lord Dyne, Meta asked, noticing Dyne's peculiar expression. Never mind. Anyway, that's right. We have to look for the Genesis tree. I found one more north of Drake Castle. We awaken the Genesis tree when they attack to kill the Jamards and storm Drake Castle and awaken the Genesis tree there. We would need to find another person who will wield the Ariseru there. Don't worry, Teague has already destined someone to wear that. Same with the Genesis trees up north. But we have one concern. The mist is engulfing one of the Genesis tree. It's near the mist generator, so it's dying. I am thinking of ways to strengthen it. Dyne explained. The easiest way is to awaken it. Is this not an option? No. The moment any Genesis tree is awakened, the henchmen of the mist will immediately send their forces to attack and destroy the Genesis trees around the world. That is why I want to awaken it, and then we would be immediately moving out to awaken the rest of the world. So the option right now is just to strengthen the Genesis tree. What about doing the same miracle you did with this tree? It was because of that that I could awaken faster. Not an option. Teague said that that was a one-time thing. Dyne sighed. The best way is to think of a way to drive the mist back. Meta suggested. Nothing big enough. I doubt the Byron Monks has a big fan that could drive the mist back. Can Drake water help? I have seen that water. It does seem to have the ability to provide nourishment even to the Genesis tree. But that is only a short-term solution. If we are able to feed it Drake water constantly, would it be enough to make the Genesis tree live for 3 years? That depends on how strong the Genesis tree is. I cannot estimate how long it can remain alive until I see it. Can't you do like a half-awakening? Dyne asked. We are unable to do that. The moment we release the energy that awakens it, it cannot be stopped. So, I guess we're stuck with praying and Drake water, Dyne sighed. Meta was silent. It was trying to think of ways to awaken it. All right, enough of that. We'll figure out when we get there. The real reason why I decided to wake you up is to help me assimilate with Ginger. Ginger appeared nearby. Amazing! A Ceru that can resist the mist. It is as if it was granted consciousness. Yeah, sort of. Teague gave me some handy abilities. I wanted to do what you did with Vaughn. Or rather, I wanted to make use of Ginger in a way which allows me to link with it, just enough that I can protect it from the mist when we go out. I understand, Lord Dyne. It is similar to my method of merging with Vaughn. I can guide you both to do it. The villagers were now surrounding the place. Many who saw Meta appeared from the three and merged with Vaughn began to call out others. Tetsu was still in a trance-like state. Ariseru. My son has a Ariseru. Val excitedly called out as his large slime pushed away various hunters who were gathering around the area. Can you guys give us some space? I'm kind of in the middle of something. Besides, Tetsu is in a trance. Please don't disturb him. Dyne began to shoo the rest away, and they immediately complied. Can you help me? Dyne asked Meta. I can limit the actions of the Jamard and guide it. Luckily, this Jamard is of my element. He will listen to my words, especially now that you have granted it understanding. But I fear that it won't be enough. This Jamard may still become wild when exposed to the mist longer. Don't worry about that. I have a technique that Strafe bestowed on me. I'll be relying on you to control the Jamard's actions. Meta. Dyne used the Imaginarium arts to preset to Meta what he wanted to portray. A strange vision appeared to those nearby. They could see Dyne was wielding a weapon that no person on Legaia has seen. I understand, Lord Dyne, Meta answered as he saw the vision. Vaughn, please follow my instructions. Meta began to instruct Vaughn as to what to do. Dyne reached out and held Ginger. Vaughn raised his hands up and could feel powerful energy on his hands. Soon, a bright red light flashed and fell upon the Jamard and Dyne. Meta began to limit Ginger's movements as Dyne's soul reached out to establish contact. Dyne suddenly released his ace. This was why he was so sure he could tame a Jamard without a Ariseru. It was the memories of Allos Vasilis. The great love of the goddess that made the former worlds in the Imaginarium Bond was so great that even though Dyne would receive it from Strafe, who received it from the goddess, the loyalty of those people in Allos Vasilis still remained strong. The Jamard's soul was astounded at what it saw, and slowly, the consciousness that had been growing was getting stronger and stronger as memories flooded its mind. With the surfacing of memories, Ginger's mental process grew. It experienced thoughts, emotions, loyalty, and a deep desire to enact vengeance on the goddess that died. And all this stabilized Ginger. Ginger stopped trembling, and his soul was slowly creating a thin thread that connected to Dyne. Meta was amazed by what she saw. It was then that she began to remember something. It was as if her past life flashed before her. Strafe watched in amazement. Amazing. Even if I had those memories, I don't think I can do what Dyne did. This monster just began cultivating in soul a month ago, and he reached a stage that took me decades. Strafe was amazed. He already had high hopes for Dyne, but he didn't expect that Dyne would be able to create these miracles by himself. The process lasted for a few seconds. The Jamard's form was slowly changing. Guided by Meta, who controlled the Jamard's soul, the Jamard was slowly changing its form. It grew longer, and its chain-like body became stiffer and stiffer as if it was a long rod. The two blades on its legs were moving closer and closer and became a single large blade. As for the head of the Jamard, which resembled the talon of a bird, it began to compress itself and became smaller with just a small tip of the beak protruding from its cap-like head. The beak extended downwards. Dyne held Ginger and began to spin it around. He finally held it with Ginger's leg raised high and his head down low. Tetsu and the nearby hunters who were curiously watching were amazed. The Jamard had transformed into a scythe. 1 month since he started cultivating, and he already has a soul weapon. Amazing, Strafe praised. Chapter 57. The 3 days that passed. The 3 days that stood in between Dyne's arrival and planned departure was full of many changes. The villagers focused on training their spirit attacks. Dyne could only use his Imaginarium arts for several seconds each day due to the lack of magic leaves. But these were beneficial to everyone. Vaughn had officially reached the level of soul awareness. He was now able to finally grow faster and learn how to sense the spirit energy around his body. He began to train with Tetsu and Meta. The power of the Ariseru allowed Vaughn to quickly and rapidly grow in his spirit arts. Bertugo and Broad sparred against Vaughn, as they were the only monsters that could easily keep up with Vaughn's fast speed and powerful blows. The training grew harsher as Dyne was forced to face the entire Gobu Gobu group while being led by Broad or Bertugo. As for Dyne, he began to practice with Ginger, who he now renamed Grim. Grim did not assume the form of a Jamard but would retract its blades and beak and become a staff that Dyne carried around at his back. But when Dyne would wield it, it would reveal its sharp blades and become a large scythe. The hunters were shocked when Dyne did a field test. Dyne went hunting outside Rim Elm when several evil flies began to fly close. Dyne didn't even rush off to meet it but threw the scythe, and it flew at an astonishing speed and hacked the evil fly into two. The scythe hovered and began to move back to Dyne. He's a Jamard, remember? Of course it could move. Dyne laughed at the shocked expression of everyone. Tetsu had finally reached the soul awakening stage. He began to explain what he had learned through the hunters, which was very beneficial. That's better. Thank Teague we have Tetsu. If Dyne were to explain it, we'd all remain dumb for the next 10 years. Esto laughed, and the villagers teased Dyne. Dyne was very defensive, but he knew his lessons were far inferior compared to Tetsu. It's quite understandable. To Dyne, these things are like eating and drinking. He is a prodigy who has no means to explain or teach us. Tetsu defended Dyne as he continued to teach. The training continued, and Dyne would, at times, use his Imaginarium arts and created a realm of sensation that made it easier for the hunters to understand the parts that Tetsu couldn't even explain. The effects were amazing. Within 3 days, Several hunters were now able to circulate the spirit energy even without taking a sip from the power elixirs. The others would take a few sips from the harness power elixirs that Farley made. This allowed them to have the energy to circulate within 3 hours. By the end of the first day, Dyne had already received several arrows that used arrowheads crafted from the monster's lifeblood. Dyne gave Farley designs for modern bows, which Farley was able to expertly craft for Dyne. Dyne showcased his skills as an archer and instructed the hunters to wield the bow properly. With the type of bow that Dyne created and the arrows that had special metal crafts, it could pierce through several layers of wood with ease. The amazing sight impressed the hunters, and many began to place their orders with the gold they've procured over the years. Money was generally used in this world as a means to craft weapons. But since the mist, this became useless. But now Farley had orders piling up. Most of the village women were so amazed by the bow and arrow skill that Dyne could do that they began to start their training. The elder approved of this and was happy that the women could now help them in battle. Val took it to another level as he used the slime to stride around the beach area while shooting arrows. He was already skilled at the bow and was now practicing to shoot it on a mobile slime. The Gobu Gobu looked in shock as the arrows could penetrate through their shield. They were grateful that they were now part of this horrifying village. But what amazed them was that Farley had crafted simple bows for them. What the bow lacks in quality, the Gobu Gobu can make up with their innate strength, Dyne explained. The Gobu Gobu also began arrow training. But the most intense training was Dyne's daily fights with the Gambus, Tetsu, and Vaughn. The battle was explosive that everyone would watch. The Gambus proved strong enough to defeat Vaughn but would later be defeated by Tetsu. In all the battles, it would always end up with Dyne and Tetsu fighting one-on-one. Even though individually, Dyne was weaker than Vaughn or the Gambus and would lose against them on a one-on-one fight, he was always the last to fall in the group battle with his trickery that made even Tetsu regret calling Dyne as Master Dyne. Dyne's usage of Grim was one of the scariest things that made Tetsu shivered. He didn't know that the scythe could shoot fireballs from the area where the Jamard's head was. The fiery surprise attack almost made Dyne win, but Tetsu's spirit shield was strong enough to block it. Tetsu and Vaughn's usage of spirit had grown immensely, especially Vaughn, who was able to do over 30 spirit attacks, which surprised Dyne. Dyne lost the first one-on-one against Vaughn because Dyne could not keep on blocking Vaughn's attack. Vaughn's attack volume was now far greater that he could not redirect it when he had arrived. And each day, Vaughn's improvement would shock everyone. Dyne knew that Vaughn and Meta's collaboration had reached an unbelievable rate now that Vaughn was a soul cultivator. Dyne experimented on trying to awaken the dormant memories within the hunters who had shown poor potential in soul cultivation, but Dyne had no success in it. They are different. You cannot do what you have been doing with the rest. For Bertugo, Broad, and the Slimes, they had a soul who already was made aware of their past life when they entered the monsters. But a human has mind, body, and soul all in one. The problem is their mind. They have their identity and may not immediately accept these memories. They will have a faint feeling, but it won't be as beneficial compared to Serus or monsters, Strafe finally explained. Most of the villagers had found a specific route that they trained in. Esto and Ray focused on spirit attacks that were enforced on their legs. They were soon able to sprint faster than anyone else. Juno, Ipkiss, and Ixis followed the standard training that Vaughn had. The elder was obsessed and had gone out on several scouting escapades to find the Slime King's location and observe the movements of the nearby Gobu Gobu villages. The hunters were beginning to show great wisdom and were slowly being able to gather spirit energy. At long last, Dyne, Vaughn, and Tetsu were no longer the only humans in the village that could make spirit attacks. Juno was able to wield it for a second. Although they can't make the same powerful explosive attacks that Vaughn can do, their attack's power increased by a fold and could even injure Gobu Gobus. Dyne also tried to plant the magic leaf he got and asked for the villagers to try to take care of it. The Gobu Gobu had already started a healing flower plantation, which was not making any progress even though the healing flowers were planted near the Genesis tree. But after using Drake water, sprouts began to appear. This made Dyne instruct Bertugo and Broad to take more trips back and forth and bring more Drake water back to the village for the magic leaf. 3 days passed, and Dyne was about to leave the village. The elder was not around as they were still outside, searching for the Slime King. Val took over his duties along with the other elders and discussed the next course of action. So, the 6 of you will go? Val asked. Yes, Broad, Bertugo, and Calamity will follow us until we reach the rope bridge to help us carry the Drake water. They will then head over to Drake Castle to procure more Drake water and steal some power elixirs. I gave them a few incense in case they will need to escape. They'll also be reporting their progress through Calamity. I left a clone of Calamity on the other side, Dyne explained. We will be headed to Byron Monastery. The Ariseru meta has sensed something that requires us to go there. Dyne spoke. Vaughn had a strange expression but kept quiet. Vaughn, don't tell anyone about Dyne's secret, Meta warned through telepathy. Vaughn nodded and kept quiet. Tetsu will have to go with us so that they would believe us when we go there. And there he can warn the monks, and then we are off to our secret mission. Dyne declared with excitement. A bit more, and I'll finally have you, Dyne thought to himself. Chapter 58. Vaughn and Tetsu's Soul Cultivation Training. Remember the arrangements I told you about. Avoid fighting the Jamards and think of a way to hide all the progress of the village. Meta told of a plan on how to kill the army of Jamards in Drake Castle. So to do that, we have to make the enemy see the village. And if he finds the village healthy and strong, it will be bad. Dyne left his final warning before leaving the village. We have already discussed some plans. The elder is trying to scout to the mountains and see if there is a place where we could hide. Good. Just keep it low-key. Stay safe and stay out of trouble. Guys? You too. Vaughn. Make sure he doesn't do anything crazy. Juno laughed. Vaughn nodded and the group left. Strange. The last time Vaughn left Rim Elm, I was so afraid and kept praying to Teague to keep him safe. But now, I pity the monster that meets him. Val laughed. We old folks have to catch up with them. Juno smiled. Father, you promised that I would start training now. May rushed over and demanded. She held in her hand a very peculiar bow and arrow. Of course, let's go. Hopefully, the elder will acquire more slimes for us to tame. Juno laughed as he led May to the back. It was early morning when Dyne and his group left. They journeyed deeper and deeper into the mist. Soon a troop of Jamards could be seen scattered nearby. Let's do this, Dyne laughed. Dyne and his 2 Gambus could all one-hit kill the Jamards. Tetsu, you handle one. Vaughn, you're with me. Let's put your Ariseru to good use. Dyne laughed. The Jamards all traveled in a group. There were 4 to 5 Jamards in every pack. But using the golden compass, Dyne's team ambushed them with abusive attacks. With this setup, the group could attack 4 Jamards at once. Calamity was carrying several jars of the remaining Drake water and could not make reckless ambushes. Tetsu and Vaughn delivered several powerful rounds of spirit attacks. While Vaughn's attack was weaker, the number caused the Jamard to stagger. This gave Dyne ample time to attack with Grim. An expert slash struck the Jamard on the head and caused the Jamard to fall down as if faint. When one of the Jamards was attacked, it called out to its companions, but they were also attacked. Soon, 4 dying Jamards were captured. The group retreated to a secluded spot, and Dyne commanded Bertugo and Broad to patrol the area and ensure no Jamards or enemies would come close. With a perimeter of 2 Gambus scouting, Dyne began his soul cultivating training for Tetsu and Vaughn. And so, Vaughn and Tetsu experienced the torturous baptism using the soul of the Jamard. However, unlike the goblins, the pair could resist the fire energy through their defensive spirit energy. Meta, however, began to harness the excess energy that Vaughn could not absorb. It was then that Meta noticed that the soul of the Jamard was turning purer and purer. Master Dyne, you can convert soul into life energy? Meta was stunned. HRM? Rewrite. That's what it is. Dyne answered. Is it any helpful? Can it help you level up? It can make me stronger. The bigger the soul of a Ariseru, the more uses it can make. Oh, there is something like that. But it takes a huge amount of life energy to make us ascend. By awakening a Genesis tree, we gain access to Noru Valley and are empowered by the life energy there. Yeah, Strafe told me about that. Anyways, is this helpful? Would it help if we do this more often? Always helpful. While we need a certain amount of life energy to reach the next level, the more life energy we have can allow us to change our physical forms. Oh right, You guys can grow swords and horns as you grow stronger, Dyne recalled. Yes, but how do you convert souls into life energy? It's as if the souls are resonating and are recalling their past lives. Yeah, it's sort of my advantage. I was blessed to have this ability to make souls like me, Dyne laughed. So I guess if I keep doing this, their forms will change differently to what I remember in-game, Dyne thought to himself. After absorbing the energy, they had to call it a night since the group was too tired to continue. The next day, the group continued to move towards Hunter Springs. With the fast speed granted by Spirit, the group was able to reach Hunter Springs at an unbelievable pace. Unlike Dyne's previous visit, the mist was around. The first thing they did was go for the water and drank it to refresh themselves. And then the group began their Jamard hunt. The first priority was to gather enough Jamards to make Meta absorb it. With their team, they were easily able to attack and weaken several Jamards. Vaughn and Dyne had the Golden Compass, while Tetsu used the Chicken King to escape from one encounter and immediately used the speed to deliver a powerful attack at another Jamard in the area. Vertugo and Broad didn't need it. Even if the Jamards would expend all their fireball attacks, the newly armored shields they carried, which was akin to a kite shield, could easily withstand the attack. Soon, there were over 8 Jamards that were being contained by Calamity, who divided into 3 parts. Isn't this a little too visible? Tetsu asked. Vertugo and Broad will be patrolling the area. With the Golden Compass, they can one-hit kill any monsters in this area or add more to our pool of Jamards. Dyne laughed. Alright, so now, we will have Meta try to absorb the Jamards. Are Cerus are strong that they can assimilate with the powers of Cerus. Is it true? Tetsu was surprised. Vaughn nodded. Meta told me that he could absorb the soul of Cerus and use it at the cost of my MP. He can cause the Ceru to inflict one powerful attack. Vaughn explained. Right? But if you keep on training in soul cultivation, you can share the load with Meta. Who knows? Maybe you can capture a Ceru and turn to make it like Grimm. Dyne laughed as Grimm's steel body peeked out as if to show himself. The arts of soul cultivation was discovered by Byron. He was so strong that even when his body was destroyed, he was able to be reborn as a Ceru. And someone greater than Byron is here. Dyne can teach you, and that is indeed possible, Meta affirmed. I will train hard, Vaughn proclaimed. Good, so for now, I think that the clause is we have to kill a Jamard that was born prior to the mist. Dyne frowned. Let's hope some of these are. If they're not, then I will use their souls to burn yours. Use it as a means to strengthen the body as well as to strengthen your soul, Dyne instructed. Despite the torturous wounds, Tetsu and Vaughn did not complain. Earlier, I was taking most of the burnt from the Jamard's soul. I was absorbing most of it and giving you to the tamed soul energy. Tamed? Tetsu was apprehensive. Yep, but now, I'll be redirecting it all to you. Since Meta is here, Vaughn's affinity for fire is stronger. So I'll be a bit more generous in the souls I give you. Dyne smirked. Vaughn gulped but gave a courageous nod. I'll use my Imaginarium realm here. Since Hunter Springs can restore my mana, I can retain it longer. Follow the direction of the soul energy circulation that I will show you. This will strengthen your body further. The pair nodded again. Alright, to ease your pain, you better do it over the Hunter Springs. A bit of the Drake water still resides in it and should give you more resistance to it. When I did this the first time, I wasn't yet a soul cultivator. But now you guys are. Concentrate on controlling the energy. And don't worry if you guys scream. Vertugo and Broad will guard us, Dyne instructed. Tetsu and Vaughn nodded, but their expressions changed with Dyne's passing comment about screaming. Vaughn, attack! Dyne ordered as Calamity spat out one Jamard. Vaughn immediately dealt a killing blow with his right hand. The Jamard died, and his soul was dissipating. Dyne knew that this was not a Ceru that Meta could absorb and went to work. He began his circulation, but this time, Dyne barely tried to make the soul recall Allos Vassilis. It was as if Dyne was only trying to confuse it, and then he sent the soul over to Tetsu and Vaughn. Tetsu and Vaughn's expression contorted as the ravaging heat entered their bodies. Dyne continued to watch over the two and would occasionally use his Imaginarium arts to help the group sense where the energy should go. Strafe watched carefully and noticed that Dyne was no longer greatly affected by the heat. I see. Brimstone. What an interesting elemental affinity. Strafe laughed. What? Dyne's attention was called out. Your elemental affinity. It's brimstone. Brimstone. Chapter 59, Elemental Affinity. Right? In Legend of Legaia, the elements used are light, fire, lightning, water, earth, wind, and darkness. Evil if we add Juggernaut's element. So 7 elements and evil. But in my world, there are 12 elements. Vaughn is fire, Noah is wind, and Gala is lightning. But as for you, you have brimstone. You mean like lava? That's an element. Yes, but this is a very rare elemental affinity. Only about 100 people are born with that constitution in my world. Of the many galaxies I've traveled to in my world, you are only the 3rd one that I've met to have it. What exactly is brimstone? To explain it properly, I'd have to talk about the elemental chart. Imagine a pie chart, or so that thing is called in your world. Imagine it being divided into 12 equal parts. Brimstone is in between 2 elements, earth and holy. Holy? Is it not fire? What exactly is holy? I use the term holy because that's what it's called in most games you have. It is the element of life energy. It is basically light, the first element to breach the dark. In holy, there is life, there is movement, and therefore heat. In Legaia, this is perfectly shown in the Seru monster, Aluru. Okay, so you mix holy with earth and you get brimstone. Yes. In the elemental pie chart, brimstone is between holy, which is light or purity to the extreme, and earth, which is neutrality. Earth is neither life energy nor death energy. It is neutral. Brimstone is the point where holy and neutral meet to form both. It is pure, but it is also neutral. I don't get it. We'll discuss that when we get to my world. For now, just think of it that your element is both earth and holy. This explains your resistance to fire. Because fire is within your elemental family, so you can better resist and master spells within this family. Of course, compared to Vaughn, your mastery over fire won't be that great. Then what elements other than fire belong to my elemental family thing? In this pie chart of elements, the first 2 elements to the right and left of your element become part of your elemental family. Of course, the one closest to your element gives you greater ease in learning and mastering. As brimstone, this means you have great control in wielding holy and earth elements. And at the same time, you have an above-average proficiency in using fire and metal. These elements belong to your family. So any elemental attack within these elements is generally easier for you to master, and you may even easily develop resistance for these elements. Strafe explained. Grim is a Jamard, which is a fire elemental Seru. But if you got a Naito or a Puera, which is a dark element, then it would have been harder for you to do what you did and turn them into a weapon. These elements are not only out of your affinity, but it even belongs to the antagonist elements, making it hard for your soul to interact with them as it would be incompatible. Dyne's expression changed. Elemental incompatibility could ruin his plans. Wait, what elements am I incompatible with? Those would be the elements directly inverse to the positions of brimstone and your 4 elemental families. And these are wind, dark, water, entropy, and time. Strafe answered. Although time and entropy were unexpected elements, Dyne didn't ask but had a very sour expression. What's wrong? So I can't get dark, wind, and water in this world? You are most incompatible is time-space alignment. After that, you are greatly incompatible with dark and wind, and then slightly incompatible with water and entropy. These are the opposite of your family elements. Fire, holy, brimstone, earth, and metal. There's also the issue with light and dark sources. You see, of the elements, your element is very close to holy. Wait, so the elements are divided into both light and dark. We can talk about when we get to my world. No use dash. No. It's important that I understand the basics now. What if, let's say I go for water? What if I try to get mule? The Areseru of water, mule? Is that what you're worried about? I get it. Horn is the Areseru of light. Palma the Areseru of earth. These Areseru are later acquired in the game. So you were afraid of not being able to wield their power? You still can. But just like Vaughn, who cannot make a decent water attack, you would also be unable to bring out the full extent of the Areseru mule by summoning it using their respective talisman. No, I'm not after the talisman. I meant, what if I get them as my Areseru? Dyne explained immediately. In Legend of Legaia, apart from the main Areseru that the main characters acquire, there are 5 optional and secret Areseru that can be acquired in the game. Through various means, characters can be equipped by crafting the received eggs into talismans. This allows the players to summon these 5 Areseru eggs in the form of magic. For some reason, these Areseru eggs never awaken even when exposed to the last Genesis trees, Buma. So no one ever wears these Areserus the way Vaughn has taken control of meta but only uses it as an equipped item. But Dyne was not after that. He was after the real thing. He wanted a Areseru and not a crafter item. Oh, is that what you're planning? You plan to go for Mule, Horn, or Palma? No worries. They are beings of their kind. While you are incompatible with Mule, she can simply borrow your energy to summon it but use the powers on her own. In fact, I would recommend that you pursue those on the opposite side of your elemental affinity. Because you can train with that Areseru and become stronger. I thought I was incompatible with them. Why should I go after them? Dyne was confused. Because by bonding with Mule, you can commune with her. And with her understanding of the water element, you can have an easier time understanding it. The main problem of being incompatible with the opposing elements is that you have a harder time understanding it or meditating on it. So getting Mule will increase your understanding of these elements and can give you a higher possibility of mastering them. Strafe laughed. Phew, good to know. Dyne sighed in relief. Master Dyne, you stopped. Tetsu wondered. Sorry. Let's continue. Dyne was so relieved that he stopped channeling the Jamard soul in their body. About 1/8 of the whole soul dispersed because Dyne got careless. Let's just get a new one. I got distracted because I was thinking about something. Dyne immediately defended as he laughed awkwardly. Calamity! Calamity spat out the next Jamard, and when Vaughn killed it, Meta was still unable to absorb it. This is one of the things that I can't faithfully copy in this world, Strafe teased. Dyne almost lost focus but remained serious. In the game, Vaughn is strong when using fire, dark, and earth magic. He has average skills in using holy. The problem is that in my world, it's not possible for someone to be of the fire and earth and be skilled at dark. The Vaughn of this world is skilled at using fire, earth, and light magic as it is within his elemental family. Wait, so Vaughn is not most skilled in using fire? Dyne was careful not to lose his concentration. Correct. In order for me to make it possible for him to be skilled in earth, I made Vaughn someone who has a natural affinity to holy. I get it. But in return, Vaughn sucks at using dark. Wait, is this dark element death energy? Correct. Gala is lightning, so he is least skilled in using water or ice energy. As for Noah, she is of the dark or death element, making her skilled in wind, time, water, and ice. Dyne didn't ask Strafe any more questions but continued to focus on dividing the Jamard's energy. Truthfully, creating someone to have affinity was hard. Not everyone is born with affinity. Even for the common elements, fire, water, earth, and wind, it's already very hard. 1 in 100,000. That's how hard it is to find people with that affinity. And birthing humans with lightning, metal, ice, and entropy is 10 times harder than that. But this 1 in a million chance is even amplified more to make light and death. To think Noah and Vaughn have those affinities. Such rare humans. Strafe continued to trail off randomly, which was very distracting to Dyne. You see, light and dark affinities are 1 in a billion. But the rarest of them all is actually those who stand between the neutral elements. Fire and lightning belong to the light. Water and ice belong to the dark. The neutrals are elements that have no affinity to both light and dark. And these are wind and earth. But earth is a neutral element that, when mixed with light, becomes an amazing element. It is also the same with wind. Mix it with dark and you give birth to that element. Dyne was barely able to maintain his state. He was curious at Strafe's rambles. When wind falls to the darkness, they open the way to study the element of time and space. These are the rulers of the dimensional world that we live in. the 3.5 dimensions that you live and breathe in. Height, width, length, and the half dimension, which is time. This elemental affinity is so rare that it's 1 in 100 trillion. But the rarest is yours. As I've said, of all the various planets and universes I've journeyed to, I've only personally met 2 people who had your elemental affinity. Strafe teased. Dyne had to stop and contain the soul of the dispersing Jamard. Give me a sec. Dyne looked tired and weary, which made Vaughn, Tetsu, and Meta worried. What is brimstone? Dyne cursed. Time and space is the definer of dimensions. Brimstone is the breacher of dimensions. Strafe laughed. Chapter 60, Locations of the Ariseru. The training continued, and soon all the Jamards were killed. Meta finally absorbed the 3rd Jamard. The group continued to experiment with how to use the Jamard. They found a wandering Gobu Gobu and decided to use the attack on that Gobu Gobu. Like in the game, Meta could call out the Seru's soul, and it would materialize and attack the enemy for a few seconds. Tetsu was stunned at the power of the Jamard. The attack that it used was far stronger than the attacks that it could do. The Jamard's entire body burned, and it flew like a meteor and exploded on the poor Gobu Gobu. It was bloody and gory as its body pieces came flying all over. Brutal. Dyne couldn't help but comment. So this is the power of a Ariseru. Amazing. Tetsu was amazed. Master Dyne, how was the attack? Vaughn asked Dyne. Powerful. You're a powerhouse now, Vaughn. Imagine if we get more Serus. Meta, you expend effort to create a body for the Jamard? Dyne was curious. Yes, I have absorbed the soul of the Jamard. I needed a Jamard who was born before the mist came to absorb it. That way I can store the soul within me. But when I summon it outside, I have to recreate the body so that it can resist the mist. You recreate it using the mana of Vaughn. Yes, but why Vaughn's mana? Don't you have your own? The Seru that I summon is different. I am a soul creature, so my mana is soul-based. Even my body itself is a soul-based form. I can have mana, but it would be a process of changing my soul to mana. This process consumes a lot. It is easier if I use Vaughn's mana. With the mana that Vaughn has, I can use it to recreate a body for Serus that I summon temporarily. But of course, Vaughn can only create a fake life for these Serus, as the mana that I take from Vaughn will just be enough for them to make one attack at a time. Then, how does the Seru grow stronger? Constant battle. The more the soul of the Jamard can attack and kill monsters, it can absorb either the life or death energy of these creatures. Even if they wound the enemy, they can absorb the lifeblood, making them grow stronger. Apart from this, the mastery of Vaughn when using his mana also helps. I see, Dyne nodded. This arrangement was just as how it was in the game. With this, Dyne realized that using this setup to master the Seru's summoning magic would teach Dyne how to use mind abilities. Then I guess we'll have to make Vaughn use it as much as he can for now. Do you get stronger the more Seru you absorb? Dyne asked Meta. Yes. Aside from summoning it, it is equal to your ability to nourish me with life energy. I could get stronger and stronger. Although it's not worth comparing it when a Genesis tree awakens, it still makes me grow stronger even by a small percentage. Is it possible for you to do what I did? I mean, I'm holding on to Grim, who is maintaining a physical form. No, I feel that the soul energies adore you. I believe whatever blessings Teague blessed you with is something that only you can do. I have to contain the soul inside of me to prevent it from being driven mad by the mist. When I summon them out, I use Vaughn's MP, which contains his consciousness but can only maintain that for one attack. I figured much, but are there any alternatives so that you can control these Serus to live outside while being housed in your soul? I mean, like in the way I have tamed these slimes. Dyne pointed over to the slimes. No, I am a soul creature. Unless I am able to have that kind of mana that you humans have, it would be impossible for me to connect it. Mana? I don't expend mana to tame these slimes. I believe that once a being can have reach control over mana and soul at a certain level, they will have a new form of energy. Meta explained. Oh right. Dyne recalled rune power, which would be necessary for Brigandine. Rune power, right. I forgot that I have that. So the more I improve in mana or magic and in soul cultivation, the higher my rune power is. Dyne began to mumble by himself. The group continued to discuss the details of what they were to do and what other possibilities to improve Vaughn's strength. Soon, the group began to go to sleep. "Are you going to go after Mule?" Strafe asked. "You were talking about seeing if he can commune with you earlier. Is that your plan?" "That's one of the many plot holes of Legaia. What happened to the other Ariseru eggs, and why they never found an owner?" "I'm just taking advantage of it," Dyne explained. But there was something off with Dyne's answer that made Strafe curious. "I'm curious. I want to see how you calculated it and see if it is accurate to the way I designed this world," Strafe challenged. "Fine then. I know that in Legend of Legaia, there should be 10 Ariserus because there are also 10 Genesis trees in this game. Well, 11 if I count the Mother Genesis tree. So I began to count the Ariseru and associate them with each Ariseru egg. Vaughn acquires Meta in Rim Elm. Noah acquires Terra in Mount Rikuroa. The group acquires the Ariseru egg of Ozma in the Dead Genesis tree in Eastvos Forest. These are the main Ariseru that the heroes equip. Then where did I put the 7 others? Strafe waited in expectation. We know that in the game, Jito is acquired by the antagonist Sangi in Westvos Forest. So that makes 4 Ariserus. It is later revealed in the game that Dantes stole 3 Ariserus. 2 to make the mist generators in Drake and Sibucus Islands, and the last one is Horn, which Dantes gave to Kara. So that's 7 Ariserus. Yes, but these are all mentioned in the game. What about the rest? The game reveals that the 3 Ariserus stolen by Dantes are from the 3 Genesis tree in Buma. Therefore, the rest of the Ariserus that can be acquired through sidequest is what remains. Going by that, the only places where these Ariserus would originally reside are the remaining Genesis trees that I have not mentioned. That's easy to deduce. Let's see if you can deduce it accurately. "You really underestimate me," Dyne scoffed. "The remaining locations with Genesis Tress in this game are at Seoul, Jeremy, and Mount Latona. With that, it's easy to deduce which is which." "Oh? Then let's hear it. Where in these locations would the optional Ariserus in Legend of Legaia be? Since you already know Horn is from Buma, then what about Mule and Palma? Where would they be?" "Easy. Slightly confusing at first. But the Genesis tree at Seoul has already died. But I think Seoul already acquired the Ariseru egg. Therefore, Palma was the Ariseru in Seoul's Genesis tree. The very same Ariseru, which is the prize at Seoul's Muscle Dome. Logical enough. Then there are 2 towns left. So where would Mule be? Well, first of all, in the game, there was one mysterious Ariseru that cannot be acquired. If we are to count all Ariserus, including the ones that become used in the mist, there would only be 9 Ariserus. So what happened to this last one? The possibilities are that it was eaten by the berserker that attacked the Genesis tree in Jeremiah. But I think it is unlikely. The more probable thing that you could have done is that the unnamed Ariseru would be that it was taken by Sangi, who arrived earlier in Mount Latona. Dyne explained. "Why do you think it's probably the Ariseru Sangi took? Ariserus aren't that fragile. Berserker is a Simseru at most, but he wouldn't be able to kill a Ariseru even if it's an egg. And besides, the Ariseru hides inside the tree. Ozma survived the mist even when his Genesis tree died. Why would Jeremiah's Ariseru die first? So the missing Ariseru must have been acquired by Sangi. This means Mule lies in Jeremiah. The town guys must have discovered it and shipped it off as a prize to the fishing spots as it is in the game. But of course, this is all mere guesses. If the one in Jeremiah isn't Mule, but the mysterious Ariseru, then it's even better. It might be Byron." Dyne recalled the discussions about Byron becoming a Ariseru. "Impressive deduction. You are correct. I can tell you right away that Jeremiah holds Mule. So you are after Mule after all. You want to run to Jeremiah using the Chicken King. That's why you wanted that item, right? The first city that you can immediately reach after getting to the Sibucus Islands. Jeremiah. This also explains why you wanted the water gate. But how will you open the door in the ancient wind cave? The door could have been opened. The old man didn't want to open the door because he was afraid. If we could convince him, then it's possible to open it." Dyne answered. "Why do you sound hesitant? Are you unsure of being able to open it?" Strafe sneered. Right. I have a question. Can you still make changes in the game?" Dyne laughed. No, any minor changes will have drastic effects. I can't help you open that cave. It's not that I won't, but I can't. Strafe laughed. So, you can't make any more changes in this game? No big changes, Strafe admitted. All right. Dyne's expression turned happy. Strafe was confused. Dyne ignored him and began to sleep. He was doing his best to maintain his expression. His greatest fear was Strafe. He didn't know if Strafe could still make any changes. But Dyne wasn't convinced. He knew what sort of a cheapskate Strafe was and dared not reveal that his true intentions wasn't mule.